Chapter 606. Since ancient times, grotto heavens and blessed lands were occupied by virtuous people. And what was a virtuous person? In the end, it was still a powerful cultivator. Only those with superb cultivation could occupy a grotto heavens and blessed land and become the virtuous person. This was the case for the human race. It was the same for the primordial world. No one would say anything. This was the privilege of the strong. After the world changed, the human experts were still worried that the famous mountains and great rivers would become weaker and weaker as the world changed. How should they cultivate in the future? Should they leave the human race and head to the heavenly court or stay in the Daluo heaven? But after the earth veins were sorted out, everything was fine. Everything was resolved. The famous mountains and rivers were reborn with innate qi, and there was a trend of returning to the state of the ancient times. In that case, there was no need to go to the heaven realm or the Daluo heaven. They could just stay in the human race. This was for the human race. It was undoubtedly a great thing. Think about it. With the completion of the world's change, the experts of the 10,000 races had no choice but to leave the primordial world and head to the heaven realm or the Daluo heaven. What about the experts of the human race? Because of the great circulation of the earth veins, the famous mountains and rivers had been revived, allowing them to continue staying in the human race. To the myriad races, this was undoubtedly an extremely huge deterrent. The other races did not have experts to stay behind, but the human race had a large group of experts to stay behind. This was their confidence. When that time came, who would dare to provoke the human race? Even if the experts who went to the heaven realm could return, it would still take time to cross the realm. And during this period of time, many things could happen. If there was a day in the future when the connection between the heaven realm and the primordial world could be completely isolated, then the human race with a large number of experts would be able to truly dominate the primordial world. They would become the only overlord in the primordial world. The elders of the human race who were immersed in excitement did not realize this at all. However, Shino, who was at the side, suddenly thought of this possibility after a short moment of excitement. Thinking of this after thinking for a while, Shino immediately gathered all his mental power and used the Khanate 8 trigrams with all his strength to silently deduce. He was deducing the future to verify the possibility of this idea. Endless Tao patterns flashed through Shino's eyes, interweaving scenes that belonged to the future for him. After a long time, as the power of Shino's mind gradually dried up, he finally ended this deduction. The result was, of course, delightful. Among the many futures that Shino had deduced, almost all of them had proven the feasibility of this method in the end. Heaven and earth isolation. Once the plan was completed, the human race would definitely dominate the untainted land. At this moment, Shino was abnormally excited, because he saw the scenery of the human race standing at the top of the primordial world. The current Shinnong, he wished he could immediately use his great divine ability to sever the connection between heaven and earth, completely isolating the heaven realm from the untainted land. However, soon Shino calmed down. Heaven and earth isolation. This idea was indeed very good. Unfortunately, after Shino calmed down, he had already figured it out. This method was probably impossible to achieve during the period when he was in charge of the human race. It was probably because the current situation of heaven and earth was easier. He had barely reached the middle stage and was far from reaching the end. In other words, although the current primordial world was changing to the postnatal era, there were still traces of the prenatal era that had not completely disappeared. There were still some traces left in some places. It was because of these remaining traces that some of the Daluo Jingxian were able to continue staying in the primordial world. And most of these Daluo Jingxian were experts of the myriad races and the human race. After all, the Daluo Jingxian who did not have any power, had nothing to miss in the primordial world. Of course they left early. Only those Daluo Jingxian who had fetters in their hearts and could not let go of their own race, were unwilling to leave the primordial world. They would do everything they could to stay. These Daluo Jingxian were naturally the experts of the human race and the experts of the myriad races. At this moment, the experts of the myriad races had yet to leave the primordial world. If Shino used his great divine ability at this moment, he would sever the connection between heaven and earth and completely cut off the connection between the heaven realm and the primordial world. Not to mention, after the absolute heavenly connection, what would the people of the heaven realm think? Even the experts of the myriad races would fight to the death with the human race when they saw this scene. Moreover, even if the experts of the myriad races did not fight to the death with the human race, they would still stay in the primordial world. This was undoubtedly a huge threat to the human race. Therefore, the best time to use the absolute heavenly connection should be after the experts of the myriad races completely left the primordial world. It was precisely because of this that Shino felt that it would be difficult to achieve the absolute heavenly connection during the period when he was in charge of the human race. The world had not been completely changed. It had completely entered the postnatal era from the Khanate era. How could the experts of the myriad races be willing to leave the primordial world? Therefore, it was absolutely impossible to use the absolute heavenly connection now. This method could only be left to the future generations. The absolute heavenly connection. This matter concerns whether the human race can dominate the primordial world in the future. It should be of the utmost importance. I need to remember it in my heart and tell my descendants. After understanding that he could not achieve the absolute heavenly connection, Shino remembered this matter in his heart. He planned to tell his successor in the future and let him complete this plan. If his successor could not complete this plan, then this method would continue to be passed down. There were endless experts of the human race. There would always be capable people who could complete this great plan. After burying this matter in the bottom of his heart, Shino pretended as if nothing had happened. He accompanied the excited elders of the human race and silently observed the changes of the human race. Now, as the earth veins were sorted out, the power of the innate evil spirit of the human race had been removed. Next, it was up to the leaders of the myriad races to choose after receiving the news. What Shino and the others did not know was that after the earth veins were sorted out, besides them, there was another person who was silently paying attention to the changes of the human race. And that person was Feng Zichen, who was far away in the boundless starry sky. As early as when Shino activated the geomancy map of the primordial world, he had been silently paying attention to everyone's actions on the Ziwei star so that he could understand the changes in the human territory after the earth veins were sorted out. For Feng Zichen, although the method of sorting out the earth veins was thought of by him, and he had great confidence that this method was feasible. But out of caution he still had to verify it, to ensure that the method of sorting out the earth veins was 100% feasible. After all, only by doing it could one obtain true knowledge. And the human territory was his testing ground. If he succeeded, the human race would receive great benefits. If he failed, the human race did not lose much. Under the erosion of the innate evil spirit, the human race's situation had long been critical. No matter how bad it was, it could not be that bad. If he took a risk, there was still a chance of survival. If he did not move, he would die without a doubt. Therefore, Feng Zichen dared to boldly experiment in the human territory. Simply put, his plan was feasible. After the earth veins were sorted out and the meridians were opened, the situation of the human race not only improved, but also continued to improve. Everything was developing in a good direction. But this was not the end. Earlier, Feng Zichen had said that he wanted to add an insurance for the earth veins to prevent them from being destroyed. The so-called refining of the innate evil spirit was prepared for this. But this was not enough. Yes, to ensure the safety of the earth veins, the innate evil spirit was not enough. He also needed other methods. The more methods he left behind for the earth veins, the greater the price the person who destroyed the earth veins would have to pay. Only when he hit hard and hurt would the world remember the lesson and know that the earth veins could not be touched. Buzz buzz buzz. As Feng Zichen, who was on the Ziwei star, moved his mind, the primordial geomancy map far away in the human territory immediately sensed it and began to tremble violently. Then, a little bit of light surged out from the primordial geomancy map and condensed into a mysterious Tao diagram in the air, imprinting on the body of Pangu's shadow. For a moment, many light spots suddenly appeared in the body of Pangu's shadow. Counting carefully, there were as many as 365 light spots. And looking at their distribution, it was even more mysterious. They were all located on the meridian nodes of Pangu's shadow, corresponding to the spiritual cave and treasure land. Or rather, the divine aperture of human beings. This was like a map of acupuncture points. This is the supreme scripture of the God-Fiend path, the Pangu's acupoint map. Everyone looked at the changes of Pangu's shadow, but the more they looked, the more familiar it looked. They always felt that they had seen the mysterious Tao diagram formed by the light spot somewhere before. Especially as the mysterious Tao diagram gradually perfected, the sense of déjà vu in their hearts became stronger and stronger. Finally, the moment the mysterious Tao diagram was completely formed, they recognized the origin of the Tao diagram. Wasn't this the supreme divine diagram used to condense the divine aperture, the Pangu's acupoint map when one first cultivated the God-Fiend path? That was the highest achievement of the God-Fiend path. 365 divine apertures were lit up in the body and connected to each other to reverse engineer Pangu's Tao body. Almost every human When they first started cultivating the God-Fiend path, they all had the heart to condense 365 divine apertures. It was a pity that most humans failed. It was too difficult. It was really too difficult to condense 365 divine apertures. Throughout the history of the human race, there were only a few dozen people who were able to perfectly condense 365 divine apertures and connect them perfectly. And among these people, other than those who died accidentally, most of them became Daluo Jingxian. Even if they didn't become Daluo Jingxian, they had already transformed into innate God-Fiends and had the possibility of becoming Daluo Jingxian. It could be said that every existence who condensed 365 divine apertures had the possibility of transforming into an innate God-Fiend. They were all seeds of Daluo Jingxian. This was a true genius. His talent was not inferior to an innate God-Fiend. It was precisely because his achievements were too great. Therefore, there were very few humans who could do this. On the other hand, as long as the bloodline of the Magi was pure enough, they could basically do this. Even Feng Zichen couldn't help but sigh. The God-Fiend path was simply born for the Magi. It was really too suitable. If it weren't for the fact that the current Magi's reproductive ability was extremely low, causing their clansmen to be extremely few, even the position of the main character of the world would not be taken by the human race. The Magi, possessing Pangu's bloodline, was really blessed by the heavens. Sometimes Feng Zichen thought, the Magi that were formed by the fusion of Pangu's blood essence and the turbid qi of the earth were already so powerful. Then what if Pangu's primordial spirit and the Khanate turbid qi evolved into the three pure ones and also evolved into a Khanate race with Pangu's primordial spirit? How impressive would that be? At that time, the demon race would probably have nothing to do with the primordial world. The so-called battle between the Magi and the demon race would also evolve into a bloody battle between two supreme clans that respectively inherited Pangu's bloodline and Pangu's primordial spirit. Thinking about it, that scene was really exciting, and it was also enough to make people look forward to it. It was a pity that the three pure ones valued the portion of Pangu's primordial spirit that represented the heavenly luck too much. They regarded it as their reverse scale and would never allow outsiders to touch it, nor would they allow it to be leaked. If not, Pangu's broken primordial spirit and Khanate pure qi might be able to evolve into a Khanate race. However, this idea was very good. If there was a chance in the future, he might be able to use this method to plot against the three pure ones. One had to know that back then, Pangu's primordial spirit was shattered and the largest portion of it turned into the three pure ones. However, there was still a small portion that did not turn into a Khanate God-Fiend and scattered into the primordial world. Feng Zichen did not believe it. He searched through the primordial world and still could not find this portion of Pangu's primordial spirit. If he could find it, it would be much easier to deal with the three pure ones in the future. Perhaps it would create a younger brother for the three pure ones. What's more, it could directly evolve into a Khanate race, causing the three pure ones to have a large number of clansmen. Feng Zichen had even thought of the name of the Khanate race. It would be called the Qin clan. At that time, the Taoist name of the three pure ones would become the name of the clan. Their identities would be Shi Qin, in addition to the Taoist master of the celestial sect of wonders. TSK. You really wanted to see, when this scene turned into reality, how the three pure ones' expressions would be. At that time, a large group of people would surround the three pure ones and call out, "Ancestor, Ancestor." Their expressions would definitely be extremely interesting. For the three pure ones, apart from bringing responsibility, the addition of an additional race would also weaken the three pure ones' luck of opening the heavenly qi. Part of the reason why the 12 ancestral witches were not as good as the three pure ones was because the birth of the witch clan had taken away the luck of opening the heavenly qi that they had inherited from Pangu. The same luck of opening the heavenly qi, the three pure ones were equally divided by the three of them, while the ancestral witches were equally divided with the witch clan. The gap between them could be imagined. It was no wonder. The achievements of the 12 ancestral witches were far from reaching the heights of the three pure ones. In a sense, the appearance of the witch clan had dragged down the ancestral witches. If not for that, with the legacy that the 12 ancestral witches had inherited from Pangu, they had not become saints, but they had all cultivated into the primordial Daluo Jingxian. Sometimes, choice was very important. Different choices could create different futures. For example, the three pure ones and the 12 ancestral witches. Chapter 607. Buzz buzz buzz. The Chaos Geomancy map was still vibrating. Endless power surged out of its body and poured into Pangu's silhouette, causing the light spot in Pangu's silhouette to become even more dazzling. In just a short moment, the light spot was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes under the support of the Chaos Geomancy map's power. When the light emitted by the speck of light reached its peak, the speck of light exploded with a boom like fireworks. Boom. Endless light bloomed like stars, forming a vast starry sky in front of everyone's eyes. And in that vast starry sky, where the light spot was originally, the silhouettes of glorious temples suddenly appeared amidst the hazy mist, sitting in the starry sky. 365 light spots. They represented 365 temples. In the vast starry sky, 365 glorious temples stood in great numbers. They seemed to be protecting something, suppressing something, or clustered around something. It was a magical sight. Majestic and mysterious. It gave people endless fanciful thoughts. This sudden change also stunned the humans who were immersed in excitement. This is the Universal Temple? They clearly did not recognize those temples, nor had they seen them before. But when they saw them, they could not help but shout out their names. The Universal Temple. This was a mysterious phenomenon that evolved after Zhouxing's power resonated with the laws of heaven and earth. It was a kind of power of heaven and earth, the embryonic form of a supreme divine ability, and a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. Of course, it could also be said that this was a projection of the future. In the future, the boundless starry sky would evolve into 365 universal temples to correspond to Zhouxing. At the same time, it was also to correspond to the new generation of universal star gods. This was a gift from the boundless starry sky to the new generation of star gods. It was a natural dojo prepared for them. If nothing went wrong, as the Pangu celestial being continued to cultivate, the origin of the stars in the sky would slowly grow stronger and continue to evolve. Then, one day, the 365 cycle divine palaces would be born one by one. It was precisely because Feng Zichen had captured these scenes from the future that he had conjured the illusory image of the domain temple in front of everyone. His goal was to have the humans build 365 heavenly divine palaces using the illusory image of the heavenly divine palaces as a blueprint. Then he would place them above the earth vein nodes to suppress the earth veins. At the same time, it was to protect the ley lines. Once the 365 universal sacred palaces were formed and located on the earth vein nodes, they would be able to draw the power of Zhouxing to descend. This way, the cycle divine palace would be like a nail firmly suppressing the earth vein, preventing it from shifting positions. Even if the heavens and earth changed, even if time changed and the sea turned into mulberry fields, the earth veins would remain motionless under the suppression of the universal palace. They would still maintain the circulation of the grand circulation and continue to repair the primordial world. Similarly, it was because of the descent of the heavenly cycle stellar force. These universal sacred palaces would naturally form a grand array, the galaxy cosmic light array, to protect the desolate earth vein. Think about it. With the protection of the galaxy cosmic light array. In the future, if anyone wanted to shake the earth veins, it would not be so easy. And this was Feng Zichen's goal. Setting up 365 heavenly divine palaces could suppress and protect the earth veins. Could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. However, Feng Zichen's plan did not stop there. After the 365 heavenly divine palaces, he had also prepared 12 supreme divine palaces to be erected on the ground to achieve the goal of completely stabilizing the primordial world. That's right. The 12 supreme divine palaces. They were the divine palaces that belonged to the 12 ancestral sorcerers. As the great lives born from the combination of Pangu's blood essence and the origin of the earth, the 12 ancestral sorcerers could also be called the children of the earth other than being the descendants of Pangu. The sorcerers had the power to manipulate the earth. They stood on the earth and their power could be said to be endless. Similarly, it was precisely because they were the children of the earth that there was a wonderful connection between the 12 ancestral sorcerers and the earth. The divine palaces built with their power could resonate with the earth and easily achieve the goal of stabilizing the primordial world. Of course, if the divine palaces of the 12 ancestral sorcerers were established, the fallen 12 ancestral sorcerers could also rely on these divine palaces to condense the fragments of their true spirits scattered in the primordial world to accumulate the power needed for resurrection. This method could help the 12 ancestral sorcerers revive while stabilizing the primordial world. This was extremely important to the sorcerers. Therefore, when Fengdu told the Lady of Earth about this method, she agreed readily and also agreed to Feng Zichen's request. Boom! Not long after the shadow of the heavenly divine palace appeared, it shattered with a bang and turned into specks of light that entered Shino's body. In an instant, Feng Zichen's plan, the refining method of the heavenly divine palace, and all kinds of restrictions appeared in Shino's mind. Using the heavenly divine palace to suppress the earth veins? Another big move. After absorbing all this information, Shino could not help but sigh at Feng Zichen's generosity. However, this time he did not immediately carry out Feng Zichen's plan. Instead, he stayed where he was and silently deduced. He was deducing how many natural treasures were needed to build the heavenly divine palace. With the current foundation of the human clan, could it be completed? This is a little troublesome. After a while, Shino stopped deducing, and his expression suddenly became a little ugly. He had calculated it. With the current foundation of the human clan, they could barely build 365 heavenly divine palaces that were at the level of acquired spirit treasures. However, in this way the foundation that the human clan had accumulated for countless years would be completely drained, and their foundation would be depleted. The cost of building the heavenly divine palace was too great, and the human clan could not afford it at all. Even if the heavenly divine palace would bring endless benefits to the human clan after it was formed, the human clan could not gamble everything on it. This was like a billionaire. Although he claimed to have 10 billion in assets, he would definitely not be able to take out 10 billion if you really asked him to. The current human clan was just like this billionaire. Although they had the wealth to build the heavenly divine palace, it was the wealth of the entire human clan, and they could not take out all of it. More importantly, with the change of the world, many Khanate divine metals were no longer being produced in the Eldritch world and were about to be completely extinct. And these were all very important strategic resources. It could be said that a portion was used and a portion was used less. Therefore, how could Shino take out all of them to build the heavenly divine palace? Even if he was willing, the people under his command would not be willing to do so. Buzz buzz buzz. While Shino was in a dilemma, the Eldritch World Geomancy map trembled again and spewed out a large amount of stellar iron and various Khanate spiritual materials. Shino took a closer look and realized that these Khanate spiritual materials were all materials needed to build the heavenly divine palace. When the Eldritch World Geomancy map stopped spewing out Khanate spiritual materials, the amount of Khanate spiritual materials in front of everyone had already piled up into several mountains. According to Shino's estimation, the value of the divine metals spewed out from the Eldritch World Geomancy map alone had already exceeded the foundation of the human clan. If all of them were used to build the heavenly divine palace, they could build 365 heavenly divine palaces that were at the level of acquired cardinal treasures. From this, one could see that this batch of Khanate spiritual materials was precious. Of course, these were all prepared by Feng Zichen. How could he not understand the current situation of the human clan? In ancient times, in order to fight against the demon clan, the human clan could be said to have done their best. All of their resources had been converted into combat strength, leaving nothing behind. This also meant that the new generation of the human clan did not inherit any material wealth from the ancient ancestors. The new generation of the human clan was born after the shaman tribulation. In this era, the world had changed greatly and resources had become scarce. Therefore, although the new generation of the human clan had done their best to develop the human clan, they had not gained much. However, they did not gain much. The foundation of the human race was still very shallow. After all, this was no longer the ancient era where Khanate spiritual materials could be seen everywhere. In the current situation of the human clan, it was completely impossible for them to build the heavenly divine palace. Feng Zichen knew this, so he had left the materials needed to build the heavenly divine palace in advance in the Eldritch World Geomancy map. Unlike the poverty of the human clan, Feng Zichen could be said to be quite rich. Even in the entire Eldritch world, there were no more than 5 people who could be richer than him. In ancient times, the human clan had used up all of their resources. As the human emperor, Feng Zichen was naturally no exception. The wealth he had accumulated could be said to have been exhausted in that battle. But after that, he first found the private treasury left behind by Di Jun and Dong Huang on the Sun Star and obtained endless wealth from it. How rich was the demon clan back then? They occupied the entire boundless starry sky, intercepted all the star power of the heavens, and controlled the entire heaven realm. How rich were they? It could be seen from the fact that the elites of the demon clan each had an acquired supreme treasure during the Great Magi Demon War. The resources that the demon clan possessed could be said to have exceeded everyone's imagination. Even after arming all the demon clan warriors to the teeth, there were still some left. Could be said that this kind of wealth, even a saint would be jealous when he saw it. Under such circumstances, The private treasury that Dong Huang and Di Jun had left behind on the Sun Star was naturally rich beyond imagination. With this, Feng Zichen became a top tycoon in the primordial world. After that, Feng Zichen controlled the boundless starry sky, a great treasure land, and his wealth increased greatly. Then, in the demonic calamity, Feng Zichen killed countless demons and obtained a pile of battle spoils. In the end, when Haotian entered the cycle of reincarnation and Feng Zichen took charge of the heavenly court, there were even tens of thousands of races that came to join him. Since the tens of thousands of races had come to join the heavenly court, they definitely would not come empty-handed. Naturally, they had to bring a large number of treasures to pay tribute and form a rule. And they all went into Feng Zichen's private storage. With all these added together, it was difficult for Feng Zichen not to be rich. To him, the mere materials needed to refine the heavenly cycle palace were nothing more than a drizzle. It was not worth caring about at all. With the materials, Shino did not hesitate. He led the many experts of the human race and began to refine the heavenly palace day and night. While Shino and the others were refining the heavenly palace, the changes in the human race quietly spread in the primordial world. Thus, not long after, the tens of thousands of races knew that the human race had already thought of a way to solve the innate baleful aura. For a moment, the hearts of the tens of thousands of races wavered, and they all turned their attention to the human race. Unfortunately, the human race currently focused all their energy on building the heavenly palace. They could not spare any energy to deal with other matters. Therefore, the experts of the tens of thousands of races stared at the human race. Naturally, they could not see anything. If the human race did not take the initiative to appear, the tens of thousands of races would have no choice but to take the initiative to look for the human race in order to solve the innate baleful aura. Not long after, the patriarchs of some races that were closer to the human race personally rushed to the ancestral land of the human race to meet the human emperor, Shino, and beg him to pass down the method to solve the innate baleful aura. Shino naturally told them everything he knew. He directly demonstrated the entire process of the human race solving the innate baleful aura to everyone. After a little deduction, the patriarchs understood the principle behind it, and they all praised the ingenuity of this method. But then they were dumbfounded. It was one thing to understand the principle, but it was another thing to actually do it. Without the map of the primordial world and Panga's meridian map, the patriarchs could not sort out the earth veins at all, let alone the following operation. Therefore, the patriarchs all asked Shino to borrow the map of the primordial world. At this moment, Shino began to hesitate. He explained to everyone with some difficulty. He said that the map of the primordial world was different from the method to solve the innate baleful aura. The method to solve the innate baleful aura was thought of by the holy emperor of the human race. It completely belonged to the human race. Therefore, the human race could make the decision and directly tell everyone. However, the map of the primordial world was the supreme treasure of the witch race. The human race had relied on the legacy left behind by the holy emperor to shamelessly borrow this treasure from the witch race. Therefore, the human race did not have the right to lend this treasure to outsiders. If you want to borrow the map of the primordial world, you can go to the netherworld realm to find ancestral witch Xianming and borrow this treasure from him. Note: once the cycle of reincarnation begins, Hoodoo will no longer be a witch. Therefore, in the eyes of all living beings, Hoodoo was no longer an ancestral witch. And the only remaining ancestral witch Xianming became the patriarch of the witch race. After everyone heard Shino's explanation, their expressions became even more unsightly. Not to mention the current netherworld was in a sealed state, and outsiders could not enter at all. It was said that in order to survive better in ancient times, their races all tried their best to have a relationship with the demon race. So, how would they dare to meet ancestral witch Xianming? They were afraid that as soon as they met, they, the remnants of the ancient demon race, would be slapped to death by the furious ancestral witch Xianming. While their hearts palpitated, the patriarchs could only beg Shino bitterly, asking him to come forward and borrow the map of the primordial world. Chapter 608. No matter what, the human race was an ally of the Magi and the only ally. Therefore, ancestral Magus Xianming could not give face to the myriad races. However, ancestral Magus Xianming had to care about the face of the human race. Looking at the pleading crowd, Shino's expression seemed to be very troubled. It's not impossible to borrow treasures. If I shamelessly borrow treasures from ancestral Magus Xianming, I will definitely be able to borrow the primordial map. But there is only one primordial map. If I want to help you sort out the earth veins, which race should I help first? After hesitating for a moment, Shino said slowly, When everyone heard Shino agree, they could not help but be overjoyed. But immediately Shino's next words made their hearts, which had just been raised, sink. That's right. There were dozens of races present, but there was only one great desolate geomancy map. In other words, every time the primordial map was used, it could only be used to sort out the earth veins for one race. Then the question of who should go first was placed in front of everyone. Who would be willing to fall behind in such a major matter that concerned the safety of their race? Of course they had to fight for first place. Otherwise, the longer this matter dragged on, the more variables there would be. For example, if the time dragged on for too long and the Magi suddenly took back the primordial map, wouldn't the races behind be dumbfounded? Therefore, the more important it was to sort out the earth veins, the safer it was. It was best to be first. In this way, even if there were variables later on, their earth veins would have been sorted out, and they would not have to worry about being affected. After Shino finished speaking, the crowd did not make a fuss about fighting for first place. Instead, they fell into a strange silence. At this moment, there was no point in arguing, because everyone knew that for the survival of their race, they would not give in. Your Majesty, we don't have to sort out the earth veins one by one. Anyway, we all live in the primordial land. Why don't we join forces and sort out all the earth veins in the entire primordial land? In this way, not only will we solve the disaster of the innate murderous aura for all living beings in the world, but we will also achieve great merit. Isn't that wonderful? After a long while, someone finally broke the silence and suggested to Shino with a smile. Fellow Taoist, you're right. That's right. This method is great. Not only can it resolve our worries, but it can also benefit the entire primordial world. It is indeed a perfect method. Fellow Taoist, we are far inferior to you. Not long after that person finished speaking, the rest of the people came back to their senses and praised him one after another, praising him as if he was rare in the heavens and unique in the earth. This person was indeed smart. What he said was basically what Shino was thinking. However, with Shino's status, it was difficult for him to say it out loud. This person's words saved Shino a lot of effort. He didn't have to think about how to wake everyone up. Your Majesty, what do you think of this method? After the crowd flattered that person for a while, they cautiously asked for Shino's opinion. This method is indeed very good. Shino nodded and said. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard that. However, their happiness did not last long. Shino suddenly changed the topic and turned their joy into nothing. However, although this method is good, there is an extremely realistic problem that needs to be considered. That is, to sort out the ley lines of the entire primordial world, we need all races to work together and cooperate with each other. However, you all know the current situation. How difficult is it to get all races to work together? Shino shook his head and said. As the master of all races, he was basically dead in name. He really couldn't mobilize the power of all races. However, just because he couldn't do anything, it didn't mean that the others couldn't. Shino was still aware of the principle of pulling in a batch and beating another batch. These people in front of him were the targets that Shino wanted to rope in. And they were also the key to breaking the situation. As long as these people understood the pros and cons, they would naturally have a way to persuade the other races. Then Shino didn't have to worry about what happened next. If not, why would Shino chat with everyone here? I see. Your Majesty is worried about this. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about this. Although our strength is low, we can still contact the tens of thousands of races. So leave the rest to us. Your Majesty, you can rest assured. You just need to borrow the map of the primordial world and wait for our good news. Understanding Shino's concerns, everyone smiled disapprovingly. They patted their chests and promised Shino that they could solve these matters so that he could rest assured. Living in the dangerous primordial world, who didn't have a few friends and allies. And their friends and allies would naturally have their own friends and allies. After that, it would be so on. After a series of calculations, the entire primordial world was a huge network of relationships. As long as one section was opened, it could spread in all directions. Therefore, although there were only a few dozen primordial world races that had come to the human race. However, once they exerted their strength, it wouldn't be long before they could contact the entire primordial world races along the huge and complicated network of relationships. It was precisely because of this that Shino chose to rope them in. In that case, I'll wait for your good news. Shino smiled and said to the crowd. Your Majesty, don't worry. It won't be long before we receive the good news. Everyone was anxious. They hurriedly excused themselves from Shino and quickly left to contact the primordial world races. The human race has succeeded. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving in a hurry, Shino couldn't help but smile. Then Shino stopped smiling and pretended that nothing had happened. He rushed back to the refining hall and continued refining the heavenly cycle palace. The experts of the primordial world races who had left were extraordinarily efficient. In less than 1,000 years, they had contacted most of the primordial world races and obtained their consent. That was true. The primordial world races had no reason to disagree with such a thing that benefited all living beings in the world and was accompanied by great merit. Sorting out the primordial world's earth veins to resolve the danger of the primordial world's innate baleful aura. Once such a great merit was completed, the heavenly Tao would definitely bestow immeasurable merit. Then, everyone who participated in this matter would be able to obtain some benefits and share a portion of the merit. Of course, the lion's share still belonged to the human race. After all, the human race was in the dominant position. To sum it up in one sentence, the human race ate meat and the primordial world races drank soup. But even so, when faced with the temptation of virtue, who could resist it? The more perfect the world was, the more difficult it was to obtain merit. It was undoubtedly much more difficult to obtain merit now than in the previous era. Therefore, those people's actions were so fast and smooth, easily contacting the primordial world races. It was all for merit. However, at the end of the plan they finally encountered an obstacle. There were more than 10 powerful primordial world races who firmly disagreed with this plan. They were not opposed to sorting out the earth veins, but they were opposed to the human race being the leader. In short, they felt that they had obtained too little. Why should the human race eat the meat and they drink the soup? This would not do. They also wanted to eat meat. Therefore they used their own strength and fell out with everyone. They did not agree to this matter no matter what. Unless the human race showed sincerity. They were so arrogant. It was because they had the confidence to do so. The forces of the primordial world races were complicated. There were too many interest groups. These opponents were undoubtedly the strongest of them all. The forces they were in. They were all very powerful. Therefore, after the witch race retreated from the netherworld, they occupied the most fertile land in the primordial world. Moreover, the territory they ruled was even larger than the human race's territory. They were not afraid of the human race. Moreover, because they occupied the vast land. If they were determined not to agree to comb the earth veins, then the matter of combing the earth veins could not continue. Therefore they had the confidence to fight against the human race. We're in trouble? After everyone tried to persuade them for a long time, they saw that they could not shake their determination. They returned to the ancestral land of the human race with bitter faces and explained the situation to Shino. Shino had expected such a situation. He even knew which clans would reject him. Therefore, after everyone came to report, he could not help but think to himself that it was as expected. However, no matter what he thought in his heart, Shinong revealed a regretful expression on his face. So he said regretfully, "My lord, I'm sorry. Since they are unwilling to cooperate, then the human race can't force them. In that case, let's forget about combing the earth veins of the primordial world. Just pretend that we never said it. Then next we have to discuss it carefully. Which race will start with the matter of combing the earth veins? What was retreating in order to advance? That was it. Shino could give up combing the earth veins of the primordial world and turn to combing the earth veins of each race. But the 10,000 races could not. The matter of combing the earth veins of the primordial world was not only related to the future of their race, but also to whether they could obtain merit in the future. Merit was right in front of them as if it was within their reach. How could they give up so easily? So, Shino could retreat but they could not. Interest would drive them to move forward and put in all their effort to promote the plan of combing the earth veins. Your Majesty, you must not do this. Even with the help of the primordial geomancy map, we are saved. But what about the living beings outside the 10,000 races? Are they not going to save us? So, for the sake of all living beings in the world, we can't take half a step back. Seeing that Shino had given up, everyone said righteously. This time they were really anxious. Originally, they had no good intentions when they told Shino about this matter. They planned to use the hands of the human race to deal with the group of opponents. This plan was good, but they did not expect that Shino would not fall for it at all. After seeing that someone objected, he directly took drastic measures and quit. If he did not take them along, it would be over. This would not do. Everyone was thinking about the merit they would obtain after combing the earth veins. If the human race expressed that they were not going to play, then wouldn't the merit that they were about to obtain fly away? Therefore, for the sake of merit, they would never take half a step back. However, no matter what their hearts were like, They still had to put on a fig leaf called the righteousness of heaven and earth to hide the side of their hearts that could not be known by others. Therefore, the moment they opened their mouths, they were all living beings, the righteousness of heaven and earth, occupying the highest point of morality. Your Majesty, that group of people is a part of the primordial world, but they don't care about heaven and earth. They only care about their personal gains and losses. Obviously, they have lost the right path and are about to become evil demons. Just listen to their words, but you must not take them seriously. Otherwise, it will have a huge impact on the primordial world. Yes. For some personal gains, that group of people obstructed us from eliminating disasters for the primordial world and saving all living beings. What's the difference between what they say and what they do in evil demons? If they weren't evil demons, why would they object to our actions and obstruct us from saving the world? Good heavens! Everyone spoke one after another. In a short moment they classified those opponents as evil demons. It was as if killing them would not be enough to appease the anger of the common people. From this, it could be seen that the actions of those opponents who obstructed the implementation of the plan to comb the earth veins had undoubtedly angered the public. That was why everyone was shouting and fighting. In that case, what do you think? After everyone regained their silence, Shino asked. For a moment everyone was hesitant. No one wanted to speak first. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about this matter. We will give you a satisfactory answer. Finally, after hesitating for a while, someone gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He spoke to Shino. That's right. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about this. We will persuade them and explain the pros and cons. I think that they will definitely change their minds for the sake of all living beings in the primordial world. After that person stood up, a few more people walked out one after another and promised Shino. Then, I'll leave this matter to you. After receiving everyone's guarantee, Shino solemnly asked. We don't dare. Everyone waved their hands and left with a heavy heart. Benefits really make people crazy. Looking at the backs of the people slowly disappearing, Shino knew in his heart that they must be going to exterminate the race. Those who objected were done for. Their strength was very strong. When combined, they were almost comparable to the human race. However, under the joint forces of the 10,000 races, they would not be able to hold on for long. After Shino explained to the 10,000 races, the matter of combing the earth veins was no longer a matter of the human race, but a matter of the entire 10,000 races. This was a great thing that could benefit the 10,000 races. Everyone was looking forward to the completion of this matter so that they could benefit from it. However, at this moment, someone wanted to destroy this plan. How could the people who were about to benefit from it tolerate the existence of the saboteur? They would definitely join forces to destroy the saboteur to protect their own interests. That was why Shino said that benefits could make people crazy. Only benefits could drive people's hearts. Chapter 609. Although the actions of those few clans might be able to obtain greater benefits for themselves. However, their actions undoubtedly harmed the interests of almost everyone other than them. Blinded by greed. To the extent that they incurred public anger. And those who incurred public anger never had a good ending. Unless their strength was strong enough to crush the myriad clans, then even if they incurred public anger, these people would be fine. But it was obvious that they did not have the strength. Then their fate would definitely be to be torn into pieces by the angry myriad clans. Shino had expected all of this, so he did not seem to be so concerned about combing through the primordial earth veins. Because he knew. Driven by interest, the myriad clans would give him a satisfactory answer. Although Shino had guessed the following actions of the myriad clans, he did not step forward to stop them. Those clans were all clans that were at the peak of the myriad clans. Each of them had strength that was slightly inferior to the human clan or comparable to the human clan. Keeping them alive would always be a threat to the human clan. Similarly, their existence was a stumbling block for the human clan to reach the peak. Therefore, taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Shino planned to use the hands of the myriad clans to destroy these clans in one fell swoop. At the same time, he would weaken the backbone of the myriad clans so that he could completely clear the obstacles on the path of the human clan. The dissatisfaction of those few clans with the human clan had been accumulated in their hearts for a long time. When the late Emperor Fushi was still in power, he could still suppress them. However, ever since Fushi ascended to the heavens, they no longer concealed their dissatisfaction with the human clan. They directly revealed it on the surface and ignored the orders of the human emperor. Most of the reason why the human clan's prestige had plummeted was because of them. In this way Shino's hatred for them could be imagined. If it were not for the fear of the myriad clans, Shino would have destroyed them with a slap. No. It was not easy to find an opportunity to destroy them. Shino could not be happier, so why would he stop them? It was also the human clan's fault for being too weak. If the human clan could be as powerful as the demon clan and the wizard clan, so what if they destroyed them? Would the myriad clans dare to say no? It would not be like now, afraid that the myriad clans would feel sorry for the death of the rabbit and seem to be restrained when they do things. What happened next was just as Shino had expected. With heavy hearts, the representatives of the 10,000 races tried to persuade the opponents one last time. After that, when the persuasion failed, the experts of the 10,000 races attacked in anger and killed those who opposed. With the advantage in numbers and the sneak attack, how could those opponents be a match for the experts of the myriad races? In a moment they were killed and fled in panic. However, since the masters of the 10,000 races had chosen to take action, how could they give them a chance to survive and leave behind a huge hidden danger for themselves? The experts of the myriad races were also afraid of their revenge. Thus, when they saw the opponents fleeing, the experts of the myriad races immediately chased after them, vowing to exterminate them. At this time, it was impossible for those opponents to surrender. The masters of the myriad races would not give them this chance. Leave them a way out, that would mean leaving behind a huge hidden danger for himself and his race. It was fine if he did not make a move. Once he made a move, it meant that there was no turning back. The disparity in strength between the enemy and their side was too great. The opponents were beaten back repeatedly by the experts of the myriad races. They were even surrounded and the entire spacetime was sealed. They did not even have the chance to escape. They could only choose to fight to the death. They believed that it would not be long before these opponents were wiped out one by the experts of the 10,000 races. While the two sides were fighting, the ancestral land of the human race welcomed a joyous occasion. After thousands of years of continuous refining, all 365 divine palaces, which were acquired supreme treasures, were finally completed. This is the cornerstone of the human race's prosperity. In the refining hall, looking at the 365 heavenly palace shrouded in starlight in front of him, Shino could not hide the excitement in his heart. His face was full of joy. According to Feng Zichen's plan, the 365 heavenly palace would be placed on the earth vein nodes to gather the spiritual vigor of heaven and earth, transforming the spiritual energy in all directions, and nurturing countless fortunes. In other words, when the 365 heavenly palace merged with the earth veins and received the power of the stars, it would turn into 365 blessed grotto heavens. That's 365 blessed and heavenly lands, you know. One must know that a blessed grotto heavens could nurture at least one Daluo Jingxian. What kind of concept was this? In other words, these 365 heavenly palace could nurture at least 365 Daluo Jingxian for the human race. Remember, it was the least. Some blessed grotto heavens could nurture more than one Daluo Jingxian. They could nurture several or even dozens of them. Needless to say, after the heavenly palace was completed, it was possible that it could continue to evolve. Bathing in the endless starlight was also a kind of cultivation for the heavenly palace. If it could evolve, it might be possible to take another step forward. In addition, the earth veins were not unchanging. They could also evolve. And these, all of them would become the foundation of the human race so that it could nurture more Daluo Jingxian for the human race. Although having 365 Daluo Jingxian would not make the human race as powerful as the shamans and demons, it would be more than enough to sweep through the 10,000 races in this era when the world was more changeable. Rise? Filled with excitement, Shino took action personally. He raised the heavenly palace and placed them in the corresponding earth vein nodes according to the heavenly star atlas and the primitive geomancy map. What kind of cultivation did Shino have? His strength was comparable to that of a great perfection sage to be. He could be said to be at the peak of the primitive world. It would be an exaggeration to say that his divine thought could cover the entire primitive world. However, it would be easy to cover the entire human territory. Therefore, under the control of Shino's divine thought, the heavenly palace quickly took its place and sat steadily on the earth vein nodes. The heavenly palace is in place. Next, I'll use the heavenly palace as a medium to guide the heavenly star force and set up the galaxy cosmic light formation. After checking carefully and confirming that there were no mistakes, Shino began to use the Dao seal passed down by Feng Zichen to activate the heavenly palace to guide the heavenly star force. Rumble. As Shino formed the seal, mysterious runes emerged from his hands and flew toward the heavenly palace. Then the heavenly palace trembled violently. It released a terrifying suction force that devoured all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth released by the earth veins. Buzz buzz buzz. A resplendent light bloomed from the body of the cyclic divine palace, turning into pillars of light that pierced through the clouds and connected with the distant stars. Has it begun? On the Emperor's star, Feng Zichen woke up from his seclusion after sensing the fluctuations of the heavenly palace. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the human race. What he saw was, they were all dazzling divine palaces. Very good. Nodding, Feng Zichen formed a seal. All of a sudden, it was as though a valve had been opened. The entire boundless starry sky began to tremble as the boundless power of the stars flowed into the universal sacred palace through the pillars of light. After the battle between the liches and demons, the Zhousing had been severely damaged. In order to repair it as soon as possible, Feng Zichen had sealed off the boundless starry sky. As a result, other than the star force released by the star force, no one in the Eldritch world could mobilize even a trace of the star force without Feng Zichen's permission. As a result, the Zhousing formation in the Eldritch world gradually became a legend. Without the star force, the power of the star formation would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. It was basically useless and no one would use it. Over time, the star formation naturally became a legend. However, things were different today. Countless years had passed. With the help of God Pangu, the situation of the boundless starry sky had undoubtedly improved a lot. Although it had not recovered to its peak, it was half as good as it had been. Therefore, after sensing the call of the heavenly palace, Feng Zichen did not hesitate to release the restrictions on the boundless starry sky, allowing the star force to flow freely into the human world. In other words, from now on, all living beings in the Eldritch world would once again have the ability to mobilize the star force. The glory of the star formation would gradually reappear. One of the reasons why the demon clan had declined was because they had intercepted the star force of the heavenly cycle. As a result, they had formed a huge karma with all living beings, resulting in endless karma. With this lesson in mind, Feng Zichen naturally did not dare to firmly seal off the star force of the heavenly cycle like the demon clan. Previously, with the reason of repairing the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen could seal off the boundless starry sky without any scruples. However, now that the boundless starry sky had almost recovered, it was somewhat unreasonable to seal off the boundless starry sky. Perhaps one day the heavenly Tao would come looking for trouble with him. Therefore, Feng Zichen took this opportunity to directly release the restrictions on the boundless starry sky. At the same time, he took the opportunity to channel all the star force that the boundless starry sky had accumulated over the years into the human clan. He would take it as a benefit that the former emperor of the human clan was giving to his people. Whoosh! The boundless star force poured down like a storm, washing away all the impurities of the human clan and creating large patches of spiritual land. However, the star force that was scattered in the human clan's territory was ultimately only a small portion. Most of it was absorbed by the 365 heavenly palace. Rumble. One could see that after absorbing the star force from the boundless starry sky, the heavenly palace had undergone a huge change. It became even more glorious and majestic. It was surrounded by dazzling divine light and was accompanied by rumbling Tao sounds. It was exceptionally mystical. In the center of the heavenly palace, countless runes danced and formed a mysterious Tao diagram in the air, surrounding a dazzling ball of light. It was the projection of Zhousing. It was formed by the convergence of the boundless star force and was enshrined in the center of the heavenly palace. It symbolized the connection between Zhousing and the heavenly cycle. It was the center of the heavenly palace. Mastering it was equivalent to mastering the heavenly palace. The projection of Zhousing had been trembling ever since it was formed. It continued to release an extremely mysterious power, attempting to resonate with the other projections of Zhousing. Rumble. The moment all the illusory images of the heavenly cycle stars resonated with each other, boundless divine light blossomed from the heavenly cycle palace and spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the light from the 365 universal divine halls merged into one, forming profound marks on the ground. They were like star paths and Tao marks. The galaxy cosmic light formation. There was no doubt that the moment all the divine palaces connected, they spontaneously formed the universal light array, a top formation of the primitive universe. Rumble. The formation operated spontaneously and gathered the star force from all directions. Gradually, an extremely blurry figure was formed on the ground. It was the projection of Pangu. To be more precise, it was an existence similar to the deity Pangu. However, the earth veins of the human race were not as powerful as the one in the boundless starry sky. Therefore, the deity Pangu that was formed was naturally extremely blurry. It was not as clear as the one in the boundless starry sky. However, in a sense, the deity Pangu of the human race was more perfect than the one in the boundless starry sky. After all, the deity Pangu in the boundless starry sky was formed purely from Zhousing. On the other hand, the deity Pangu of the human race had not only the heavenly cycle star force but also the earth veins. This made its physical body even more textured and gave off a strong impact. On the Pangu celestial, the power of the earth veins and the power of the stars fused together perfectly, forming an extremely high-grade power, the chaotic Yuan Qi. This was the original energy. It possessed an unimaginable power of creation. The deity Zhousing force was inherently more inclined towards Khanate clear Qi. The earth veins power was undoubtedly more inclined towards Khanate turbid Qi. Therefore, when the Pangu god fused these two types of energy together, it gave birth to the primal chaos Yuan Qi. Rumble. With the formation of the deity Pangu, the acquired Qi in the heavenly palace began to transform into Khanate Qi. At the same time, strands of chaos vital Qi were born from the void and merged with the newly born Khanate Qi to enhance its quality. Although the deity Pangu did not refine much chaos vital Qi, the fact that it was able to refine chaos vital Qi was already an incredible feat. This was the highest level of blessed enclave, which was a treatment that only the dojos of the top great divines could enjoy. Rumble. Formless laws manifested in the heavenly palace. They were faintly discernible and were accompanied by ethereal Tao sounds that seemed to expound on the mysteries of the great Tao, giving one endless reverie. Without a doubt, the presence of such a phenomenon meant that it was easier to comprehend Tao while cultivating in the heavenly palace. This was a great opportunity. The deity Zhousing had only just been formed and it already had some semblance of a blessed enclave. If it was fully integrated into the earth veins, who knew how many surprises it would bring to the human race? The next thing to consider is how to deal with these divine palaces. Shino began to have a headache after his initial joy. One could imagine the impact that the sudden addition of 365 blessed enclaves would have on the human race. Just how to distribute them was a huge problem. Chapter 610. After pondering for a moment, Shino had an idea in his mind. Among the 365 stars, apart from the Sun Star, the Moon Star, and the Purple Star, only the South Pole, the North Pole, the North Pole, the North Pole, and the Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth Star, which had special symbolic meanings, were stronger than the ordinary stars. The rest of the Zhousing were about the same in terms of strength. There was no difference in strength. In other words, as long as the powerful divine palace that symbolized the Sun, the Moon, and the Ziwei Star were excluded, the creation contained in the remaining divine palaces would not be much different. That would be easy to handle. First, they divided the entire human territory into 365 regions based on the locations of the cycle divine palaces. This was to ensure that every region had a cycle divine palace. After that, anyone in each domain who could cultivate to the realm of primordial unity golden immortal could enter the universal palace to cultivate in the domain that belonged to that domain to increase their chances of becoming a perfected golden immortal. As for the powerful divine palaces that were excluded, the Ziwei Divine Palace would be the exclusive divine palace of the human emperor. The rest of the divine palaces would be controlled by the Daluo Jingxian of the human clan as their cultivation places. Shino's mind was quickly consumed. Countless ideas flashed through his mind, and he gradually came up with a huge distribution plan. However, the plan that he had thought of was only a rough framework. As for the specific implementation, he still needed to discuss it with the elders before it could be truly implemented. With Shino's identity, although he could make decisions in the human clan, he still had to consider the opinions of the elders of the human clan. After all, the human clan was not his alone. Just as Shino was thinking about how to distribute the divine palaces, the internal strife among the 10,000 clans finally came to an end. The group of opponents was completely wiped out by the experts of the 10,000 clans. For this, the price paid by the experts of the 10,000 clans was several innate spiritual treasures were completely shattered, and the innate indestructible spiritual light scattered in the untainted land. Dozens of innate spiritual treasures were damaged, causing their levels to drop. They needed a long time to recuperate. More than 10 people were seriously injured and temporarily lost their fighting strength. As for the other experts, they were all injured. Although their lives were not in danger, they still needed a long time to recuperate. In this battle, although everyone on the myriad race's side was injured, no one died. The difference in strength was too great. Thousands of people besieged dozens of people. If they were still killed by the opponents, the experts of the myriad races would commit suicide out of shame. After killing those opposers and dividing their territories, the masters of the myriad races hurried to the ancestral land of the human race to report to Shino after a short period of rest. This time, in order to quickly eliminate those opponents, the experts of the myriad races almost used up all their resources. It could be said that the losses were great. Even if they collected the spoils of war, it could not make up for their losses. Therefore, they were now in an urgent need to promote the plan to sort out the primeval ley lines in order to obtain merit from it to make up for the losses caused by besieging and killing the opposition. Your Majesty, we believe that we will not disappoint you. We have already convinced many of our fellow Taoists to agree to the plan of combing the primordial earth veins. Now everything is settled. We're just waiting for your Majesty to borrow the map of the primordial world so that we can combine the power of the 10,000 races and sort out the earth veins. Everyone came to the human emperor's palace and bowed to Shino. Thank you for your hard work. Since that's the case, I won't refuse any more. Give me 100 years to prepare the various treasures needed to sort out the earth veins of the primordial world. When he saw the injuries on everyone's bodies, Shino almost understood what had happened. However, he did not ask anything. He only encouraged everyone and then told them to go back and wait for 100 years. Of course, he could not agree directly. After all, in everyone's impression, the map of the primordial world had been returned to the Magi. If Shino directly took out the map of the primordial world, wouldn't he be causing trouble for himself? There was no lack of intelligent people in the myriad races. If Shino revealed such an obvious flaw, it was hard to guarantee that they would not guess something. Therefore, in order to cover up his lie and to put on a show, Shino had to make a trip to the netherworld no matter what. And in these 100 years, it was the time for him to travel to and from the netherworld. In that case, we'll wait for your Majesty's good news. Your Majesty, we have something to do, so we'll take our leave first. We'll see you in 100 years. After bowing to Shino, everyone bid farewell and left. Thank you for clearing the obstacles on the way forward for the human race. In that case, the day when the human race prospers is not far away. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving, Shino was extremely excited. It was as if he saw the scene of the human race reaching the peak of the primordial world. After a moment, Shino's excited mood calmed down. They came at the right time. In that case, the matter of the distribution of the heavenly cycle temple will be temporarily put aside. Anyway, this little bit of time won't make a difference. Now, it's more important to go to the netherworld. Due to everyone's sudden arrival, Shino had no choice but to give up the distribution of the heavenly cycle temple and go to the netherworld first. With a thought, Shino broke through the void and headed in the direction of the netherworld. However, Shino did not go to the netherworld with the help of the ghost emperor of Fengdu. Instead, he went to the 10 directions pure land that Shenqing had left in the netherworld. In the netherworld, Shino paid a visit to the Lady of Earth, ancestral with Shen Ming, ghost emperor of Fengdu, patriarch Nether River, and the other supreme rulers of the netherworld before returning to the primordial world. And this back and forth, in addition to the time spent visiting everyone, it was almost 100 years. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the location of the eastern ancestral veins, the immortal Tao Holy Land, which was usually extremely quiet, was currently filled with a large number of people. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed the disciples of the saint in the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Logically speaking, with so many people gathered at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, not only would they disturb the peace of the saint's Tao field, but they would also easily pollute the nearby spiritual vigor. Since that was the case, the disciples of the saint should expel all of them. However, the disciples of the saint, who were usually extremely arrogant, did not even dare to show their faces in front of everyone, let alone expel them. They were afraid. That was because the people gathered here were the human emperor Shino and the patriarchs of the myriad races. Not to mention their strength, just the forces behind them were enough to stop the disciples of the saint. Under the joint forces of the myriad races, even the saint had to retreat, let alone their disciples. Otherwise, they would definitely be attacked by the mighty power of the human Tao. If the disciples of the saint dared to expel everyone, they would be beaten to death by everyone. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning would not be able to find an excuse to take revenge. This is where the eastern ancestral bloodline is. If we want to sort out the earth veins again, we should start here. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Shino said to everyone. The eastern ancestral bloodline, as its name suggested, was the source of all the earth veins in the eastern lands. Since they wanted to sort out the earth veins, they naturally had to start from the source. Originally, Mount Buzhou should have been a more suitable location than Kunlun Mountain. After all, that was where the ancestral bloodline of the entire primordial world was located. And Kunlun Mountain was only the ancestral bloodline of the east. Unfortunately, after Mount Buzhou collapsed, the ancestral bloodline of the primordial world was shattered. If not for that, the world would not have changed from the Khanate era to the postnatal era. Your Majesty, what should we do? Sensing the faintly discernible holy might on Kunlun Mountain, everyone could not help but feel a little guilty and urged Shino. Everyone take a look. With a faint smile, Shino raised his hand and took out the primordial geomancy map. Immediately, boundless Tao runes spread out and slowly formed a majestic figure in front of everyone. Pangu's shadow. Everyone, do you see the meridians on the ancestral god's body? Following the ancestral god's meridians and sorting out the earth veins of the primordial world into this appearance is what we need to do next. Pointing at the meridians on Pangu's shadow, Shino explained to everyone. What a big deal. When everyone saw this, they were extremely shocked. They could not help but admire the person who had thought of this method. After they came back to their senses, they threw this admiration to the back of their minds and hurriedly used their spiritual senses to observe Pangu's meridian diagram to imprint it in their hearts. Now the world was easier, the bloodlines of the myriad races had deteriorated, the world was filled with Khanate murderous aura, causing the immortal Tao to gradually decline. Unlike the decline of the immortal Tao, the path of the god fiend gradually spread among the tens of thousands of races due to the effect of its bloodline atavism, showing signs of prosperity. If one wanted to maintain their innate bloodline, they had to cultivate the path of the god fiend. The new generation of the tens of thousands of races had no choice but to abandon the immortal Tao and focus on cultivating the path of the god fiend to restore their innate bloodline. At this time, manuals about cultivating the path of the god fiend were extremely important. Therefore, every time a Tao scripture of the path of the god fiend appeared, it would cause a bloody storm in the primordial world and attract countless experts to fight for it. From this it could be seen that the Tao scriptures of the path of the god fiend were precious. And Pangu's meridian diagram was one of the supreme manuals of the path of the god fiend. Now that it was placed in front of everyone, how could they not be moved? Naturally, they had to try their best to memorize it. Shino did not stop this. Firstly, he could not stop it. Secondly, this move could increase the prosperity of the path of the god fiend. Thirdly, the Pangu's meridian diagram that appeared in the primordial geomancy map was still different from the Pangu's meridian diagram passed down by Feng Zichen. It was even more simple. The Pangu's meridian diagram passed down by Feng Zichen had been improved many times and had long been close to perfection. It was far from what the one in front of them could compare to. Moreover, if they wanted to rely on a Pangu's meridian diagram to suppress the human race, that would be underestimating the human race too much. Everyone, can we begin? Shino waited for everyone for 3 days before speaking. Yes. Everyone came back to their senses. They first thought about it for a moment, then bowed solemnly to Shino. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your help. Everyone knew that if Shino did not intend to help, he would have too many methods to prevent everyone from seeing the complete Pangu's meridian diagram. Therefore, everyone owed Shino a favor today. Go. Shino pointed at the primordial geomancy map and pushed its power to the limit. Then, the primordial geomancy map suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire Kunlun Mountain. Everyone, please lend me a hand. When he was exhausted, Shino hurriedly shouted to everyone. When everyone heard this, they all took action and poured all their mana into the primordial geomancy map to help Shino activate this treasure. Rumble. With everyone's help, the primordial geomancy map grew longer with the wind. In an instant, it expanded many times. It was like a sky curtain that almost covered the entire eastern land. Buzz. Sensing the aura of the primordial geomancy map, the eastern land veins trembled and revealed themselves from under the ground. Swish. Instantly, countless bright golden lines appeared on the entire eastern land. Everyone, why aren't you making a move? Seeing this, Shenong shouted loudly. Your Majesty will make a move now. Taking a deep breath, everyone poured 90% of their mana into the primordial geomancy map. Then they stood up and left. They began to sort out the land veins according to the Pangu's meridian diagram. Boom. As the land veins shifted positions, the mountains shifted and the rivers changed their course, the entire landscape of the primordial world changed drastically. If an ancient person was resurrected, he would definitely feel unfamiliar when he saw the primordial world. Everything had changed. Exciting. One could imagine how everyone felt at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. That was exciting. How could the Saint's Tao field not be exciting? This was probably the only time in his life. Even if the experts of the 10,000 races came out together, it still took 10,000 years to sort out the land veins this time before it was completely over. Rumble. After sorting out the land veins, everyone worked together to activate the primordial geomancy map and push the land veins to move the land veins. Thus, after 365 great circulations of the heavenly cycle, the power of the land veins was pushed to the limit and began to slowly refine the Khanate murderous aura. At this point, the Khanate murderous aura tribulation that had troubled the primordial world for many years had been quelled by the joint forces of the 10,000 races. Rumble. The moment the power of the land veins was activated, the heavenly Tao sensed it and sent down endless merit. The amount of merit this time was comparable to when Feng Zichen created the Khanate sword Tao. The human race received 5% of the boundless merit, and the remaining 95% was divided equally by the 10,000 races. By the time everyone finished absorbing the merit, it was already 1,000 years later. It had been 1,000 years since the power of the land veins refined the Khanate murderous aura. At this time, almost all the land veins in the primordial world had been purified and no longer produced new Khanate murderous aura. Everything was developing in a good direction. However, at this moment something strange happened. A ball of pitch-black chaotic fiendish chi origin, emitting a terrifying aura, slowly rose from the depths of the earth. Accompanied by a shocking roar, the ball of chaotic murderous aura suddenly turned into a Khanate ferocious beast after it arrived at the land veins. A Khanate ferocious beast at the primordial chaos level. This was a backup plan left behind by the Chaos Fiend God and also the source of the changes in the primordial world. Now that it was refined by the power of the land veins, it could not be revealed. Perhaps because it was unwilling to admit defeat, the ball of chaotic murderous aura exhausted its last strength and gave birth to a Khanate ferocious beast at the primordial chaos level for the final fight. How is this possible? Chapter 6:11. A violent aura swept out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Facing a primordial level Khanate ferocious beast, everyone felt that the surrounding space suddenly became extremely oppressive, giving them a sense of suffocation. Too powerful. Looking at the Khanate ferocious beast, everyone sat in a daze, and a sense of despair arose in their hearts. To them, the primordial level Daluo Jingxian was an insurmountable chasm, an existence that they could never reach. Facing such an expert, they could not raise any thoughts of resistance. The difference was too great. Under the pressure of the Khanate ferocious beast's powerful aura, they lost the ability to move. They could only stay where they were and look up at the Khanate ferocious beast without moving. It was as if they were waiting for death. Roar. After the initial confusion, the newly born Khanate ferocious beast understood the meaning of its existence. Therefore it roared, raised its huge claws and slapped at Shino and the others. Blank. It was completely blank. At this moment, except for Shino, everyone else had lost consciousness under the claws of the Khanate ferocious beast. Their minds fell into a blank and they could not think. At the same time their future was also dim. Countless possibilities were also rapidly disappearing, gradually evolving into the only future. That was death. Most of the experts of the myriad races were Daluo Jingxian. Only a few dozen of them had reached the quasi-saint realm, and they were only in the early and middle stages at the level of mighty figures. How could such strength resist when facing a primordial level Khanate ferocious beast? Whoosh whoosh, the huge claw slapped down, ignoring time and space. With unparalleled power, it arrived above Shino and the others in the blink of an eye. Primordial geomancy map, rise? Seeing that everyone was about to die under the claws of the Khanate ferocious beast, at the critical moment, Shino activated the primordial geomancy map and swept everyone up, directly bringing them out of the range of the huge claw. Rumble. The huge claw of the Khanate ferocious beast slapped the ground fiercely, causing the ground to rumble and tremble non-stop, stirring up endless smoke and dust. However, under this attack, although the ground trembled, it was not damaged at all. The full-strength attack of a primordial-level Khanate ferocious beast was enough to destroy the world, but the ground here actually withstood this attack and was not damaged. But it was because this place was near the Kunlun Mountains. Putting aside the fact that Kunlun Mountain itself was extraordinary, this was the birthplace of the three pure ones. Back then, before Tao ancestor Hongjun attained the Tao, he had also cultivated here in seclusion. One could tell that this place was extraordinary. Nearby, the rhythm of the Tao was formed naturally, gathering the natural luck of all directions, developing the miracle of heaven and earth, supported by boundless power. Outside of this place, Tao ancestor Hongjun had once left behind Tao marks here. The three pure ones had also set up array formations here, especially the heavenly Lord Yuanshi. His Taoist field, the Jade Mirage Palace, was on Mount Kunlun. For this reason, the vicinity of Mount Kunlun was even more impregnable. 4 sages walked out of a single mountain. It was a pity that his strength was known. Even a primordial chaos expert would find it difficult to shake it. That was why the Xiantian realm ferocious beast's claw was unable to shake the ground. Seeing that its attack had failed, the Xiantian beast let out a furious roar. A formless sound wave spread out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. This time, the Khanate ferocious beast was in trouble. Attacking Kunlun Mountain was not without a price. Buzz buzz buzz. After Kunlun Mountain was attacked by the Khanate ferocious beast, it suddenly emitted a resplendent divine light. Endless Tao patterns were born along with it, spreading over the earth and mountains. Whoosh. Almost at the same time, hundreds of millions of Tao patterns erupted at the same time, condensing into a dazzling jade-colored mystic light that brushed toward the Khanate ferocious beast. The supreme divine ability, Jade Pure Immortal Light. In the next moment, heaven and earth were filled with a jade-colored light. When the light subsided, the Khanate ferocious beast had already been cut in half by the Jade Pure Immortal Light. After its body was cut in half, the Khanate ferocious beast did not die. Instead, it lay on the ground, constantly letting out mournful howls. A primordial chaos existence would not die so easily. In fact, this kind of injury was nothing to the Khanate ferocious beast. However, the immortal light did not extinguish. It had always existed at the wound of the Khanate ferocious beast, preventing it from reconnecting its broken body and causing it great pain. The Khanate ferocious beast tried for a moment and saw that it could not recover its body in a short period of time, so it simply stopped repairing its body. Instead, it directly spat out a mouthful of blood essence towards the lower half of its body that had been cut off. Then a miraculous change happened. After absorbing the blood essence, the body of the Khanate ferocious beast that had been cut off suddenly began to squirm and grow countless pieces of flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, a new Khanate ferocious beast was born. Judging from its aura, it was also at the primordial chaos level. Perhaps because it was divided into two, compared to before, the Khanate ferocious beast's aura was undoubtedly much weaker. A Khanate ferocious beast at the primordial chaos level had become 2 Khanate ferocious beasts. If they went crazy, the destructive power would undoubtedly be greater. The 2 Khanate ferocious beasts roared in unison and pounced toward Shino and the others at the same time. A tyrannical aura wantonly spread out, destroying everything around them. Evil beast, don't be rash. At this moment, Feng Zichen, who was far away in the boundless starry sky, suddenly opened his eyes and punched downwards. With one punch the universe moved. Rumble. It was as if heaven and earth were out of balance, and the universe was in turmoil. An unparalleled force descended from the sky and landed solidly on the body of one of the Khanate ferocious beasts, shattering it on the spot. With a bang, a rain of blood fell from the sky and dyed a large area of mountains and rivers red. Interesting. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen was about to add another punch to completely extinguish the vitality of the Khanate ferocious beast. Suddenly he sensed that something was wrong. The rain of blood that filled the sky suddenly spread in all directions and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that even Feng Zichen did not have time to stop it. The Khanate ferocious beast had escaped. No, it should be said that the origin of the chaotic evil aura had escaped. With a thought, Feng Zichen was about to use the divine art of Dian to deduce the whereabouts of the origin of the chaotic evil aura. When he calmed down, he found that the secrets of heaven regarding the origin of the chaotic evil aura had suddenly become chaotic and nothing could be deduced. Did the heavenly Tao intervene? After thinking for a moment, Feng Zichen understood what was going on. Earlier, in order to quell the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts, they had almost killed all the Khanate ferocious beasts in the primordial world. As the descendants of the Chaos Fiend God, the Khanate ferocious beasts had the destiny to cause a great calamity in the primordial world. Therefore, the Khanate ferocious beasts should not be destroyed. It was for this purpose that the heavenly Tao deliberately left behind this ball of Khanate murderous chi origin, thinking that the Khanate ferocious beasts would leave a part of their vitality in the future. Under the guidance of the heavenly Tao, this broken ball of connate murderous chi origin would fuse with the dark side of the primordial world and continuously breed connate ferocious beasts. Interesting. The heavenly Tao is really contradictory. After knowing the plan of the heavenly Tao, Feng Zichen did not search for the whereabouts of the connate murderous chi origin. Instead, he focused on the remaining connate ferocious beast. Its body contained the other half of the origin of the chaotic evil aura. When the heavenly Tao attacked just now, it did not save it. The attitude of the heavenly Tao was very obvious. This connate ferocious beast was at Feng Zichen's disposal. Collect. Worried that there would be another accident, Feng Zichen directly took out the Zhoxing map this time, rolled up the connate ferocious beast, and brought it into the boundless starry sky. Is it over? It was only at this moment that the crowd, who had yet to recover from the shock, asked with lingering fear. It was too terrifying. An existence at the level of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was too terrifying. Just now they had almost died. Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving our lives. After calming down, everyone hurriedly bowed to Shinnong. They had to thank him. If Shinnong had not taken out the Zhoxing map in time and taken them away, they would have died under the claws of the connate ferocious beast. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be so polite. Everyone is on the same path. How can Shinnong not save you? Shinnong hurriedly said as he helped everyone up. Yes, everyone is on the same path. With a chuckle, everyone stood up one after another. However, in their hearts, they acknowledged Shinnong and his identity as the master of all races. After this incident, Shinnong could be considered to have achieved perfection. He had completely stabilized his position as the master of all races. As long as he ascended to the heaven realm, he would be able to become the emperor of earth. Everyone, the calamity has passed. Let's celebrate. Feeling his rapidly increasing luck, Shinnong could not help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly pulled everyone to the human race to celebrate the stabilization of the connate murderous aura. How dare we disobey His Majesty's request? Let's go together. Let's go together. Amidst the loud laughter, everyone left with Shinnong. And from the beginning to the end, no one had mentioned anything about the West. Yes, that's right. This time they had combed the earth veins again. They had combed the eastern earth veins, and the western earth veins had not been touched at all. The eastern ancestral vein was in Kunlun Mountain, the western ancestral vein was in Mount Meru. With Kunlun Mountain as the starting point, they naturally combed the eastern earth veins and had nothing to do with the west. As for why they had not combed the western earth veins, on one hand it was because they found it troublesome. On the other hand, it was because the innate races and even the human race all lived in the eastern land and had never stepped into the western land. In other words, the people who worked this time were all from the east. Since that was the case, why would they spend so much effort to comb the western earth veins? It was just a barren land. It was not worth their effort. The 10,000 races did not care. Shinnong did not care even more. The western land was the territory of the western sect, and the human race had a death grudge with the western sect. Under such circumstances, why would Shinnong help? Of course. The reason why Shinnong and the others dared to do so was also because of Zenyuanzi. Back then, in order to prevent the desolate aura in the western land from invading the eastern land, Zenyuanzi had deliberately set up his dojo at the junction of the east and west. With the power of the ginseng fruit tree in the earth book, he had set up a large barrier to isolate the east and west. It was because of this barrier that everyone dared to abandon the western land at ease. Thus, they did not have to worry about the innate murderous aura in the western land flowing into the eastern land. Feng Zichen also tacitly agreed to this situation. Since he had already formed a death grudge with the western sect, he should not be soft-hearted when he attacked. He had to think of all ways to prevent the western sect from strengthening. Now, the western land was filled with innate murderous aura, and the cultivation environment could be said to be extremely harsh. Under such circumstances, Feng Zichen did not believe that the western land could still produce any experts. Feng Zichen's idea was indeed very good, but unfortunately he had underestimated the courage of Zhuan Ti and Zenyuanzi. Zhuan Ti and Zenyuanzi had long planned to give up recruiting innate life forms and turn to nurturing innate ferocious beasts. The environment in the west was just what they wanted. In this way, they could not be happier, so how could they be worried? If Feng Zichen knew about this, he probably would not have let Shinnong leave. Unfortunately, he did not know anything. He could only say, fate was unpredictable and the world was playing tricks on people. In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen walked out of the Ziwei star and came in front of the innate ferocious beast that he had captured. It's a good treasure. I wonder if it can satisfy my request. With a thought, Feng Zichen mobilized the power of the boundless starry sky, blasted it into pieces and slowly refined it. This mass of chaotic murderous aura was formed by the Chaos Fiend God when he collected the Chaos Origin and merged it with the chaotic murderous aura. If he could refine the chaotic murderous aura, then the remaining Chaos Origin would be a first-class treasure in the world. Therefore, what Feng Zichen was doing now was to refine the chaotic murderous aura in the Chaos Origin. Rumble. As Zhouxing operated, wisps of pitch-black murderous aura flew out from the Chaos Origin and merged into the boundless starry sky, gradually strengthening the primordial divine murderous aura. Finally, 3,000 years later, all the chaotic murderous aura was refined by Zhouxing, leaving only the purest Chaos Origin. Good treasure, don't let me down. With a low voice, Feng Zichen suddenly took action and divided the Chaos Origin into 12 equal parts. Then he took out the remains of the innate gods and demons that he had accumulated over the years. He wanted to refine a treasure. And it was not an ordinary numinous treasure. With the Chaos Origin as the main material and the innate gods and demons' corpses as auxiliary materials, what was refined was naturally an innate numinous treasure. He wanted to imitate the Pangu Palace and refine 12 ancestral Magi palaces to suppress the primordial world's earth veins. Although the Heavenly Cycle Palace could also suppress the primordial world's earth veins, in order to prevent the myriad races from using the special functions of the Heavenly Cycle Palace, they would gradually expand. Feng Zichen thought about it and decided to set up the Heavenly Cycle Palace for the primordial world in the future, when the myriad races experts left the primordial world. With the size of the primordial world, if he set up the Heavenly Cycle Palace, it would definitely be spread out. With the strength of the human race, it would definitely be impossible to control all of it. At that time, it would be inevitable that the Heavenly Cycle Palace would fall into the hands of outsiders. And with the uniqueness of the Heavenly Cycle Palace, if it fell into the hands of outsiders, the experts of this race would definitely continue to stay in the primordial world. In this way, a large number of experts of the myriad races would stay in the primordial world. This was very disadvantageous to the development of the human race. Feng Zichen's goal of setting up the Heavenly Cycle Palace was to help the human race develop, not to strengthen the myriad races. Therefore, as long as the experts of the myriad races were still around, the Heavenly Cycle Palace could not be set up. Chapter 6:12. However, the Universal Temple could be abandoned, but the earth veins of the untainted land had to be protected. For this reason, Feng Zichen decided to build 12 ancestral Magi palaces in the untainted land to protect the earth veins. The 12 ancestral Magi were extremely honorable, so the palaces that worshipped them naturally could not be inferior. The Universal Temple of the human clan, which was at the level of acquired treasures, was definitely not worthy of their status. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to build 12 ancestral Magi palaces at the level of innate spirit treasures. In the untainted land, the only way to refine innate spirit treasures was to use chaos spiritual objects or innate fiend gods as the main material, apart from the cauldron of heaven and earth. Therefore, in order to build the 12 ancestral Magi palaces, Feng Zichen had his eyes on the origin of chaotic evil chi hidden in the earth veins of the untainted land from the very beginning. After some planning, although the way of heaven intervened, the result was still satisfactory. Feng Zichen successfully obtained half of the origin of chaotic evil chi. Although it was only half of the origin of chaotic evil chi, it could be seen from the fact that it could transform into a primordial origin-level ferocious beast that it contained enormous power. It was not inferior to an ordinary innate treasure. In other words, this half of the origin of chaotic evil chi, if used properly, could be refined into an innate treasure. Rumble? With a thought, Feng Zichen gathered endless starlight and turned it into a blazing Tao fire, burning toward the pure origin of chaotic evil chi and the innate fiend god's corpse. The previous incarnation of the innate fiend god's corpse was not simple. Even the weakest of them had a cultivation not inferior to the late sage to be. They were the mainstays of the demon clan, figures who could dominate the untainted land. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and were killed by Feng Zichen when they were controlling the innate fiend god beast. Not only did their cultivation turn into flowing water, but their treasures and their bodies all fell into Feng Zichen's hands and became his collection. Rumble. Endless starlight. It made the Tao fire more brilliant and vigorous. Terrifying heat spread, setting off layers of heat waves and distorting the void. Even the laws of the world were showing signs of melting. Under such a terrifying temperature, the origin of chaos seemed to have been ignited, releasing an endless amount of mysterious energy. The innate god's corpse, on the other hand, slowly melted into a viscous liquid and fused with the chaos origin source. Feng Zichen's face lit up with joy when he saw that the innate god's corpse had completely merged with the chaos origin. Success! In the starry sky, a ray of gray light slowly floated up and down. It seemed to be connected to the Tao of the heavens and earth, emitting a mysterious fluctuation. This flowing light was formed from the convergence of the quintessence of chaos and the innate fiend god's corpse. It possessed an extremely profound energy that was like the quintessence of the Tao. If a mortal were to obtain it, they would be able to transform into a top-notch Khanate god-fiend with the potential to enter the primordial chaos. If an origin Tao immortal obtained it and entrusted his own Tao to it, he would be able to nurture a Khanate treasure that was completely compatible with him. This was the Khanate Tao source. What a great treasure! Looking at the Khanate Tao source that was emitting an inexplicable attraction, even Feng Zichen found it hard to calm down. If he didn't already possess the primordial chaos Tao Bell and the heavenly cycle star map, he probably wouldn't have been able to suppress the impulse in his heart. He wouldn't have been able to stop himself from imprinting his Tao on it so that he could nurture a primordial treasure that was most suitable for him. Fortunately, his cultivation hadn't reached the level of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Even if he imprinted his own Tao on it, he wouldn't be able to nurture a Khanate treasure. At best, he could only nurture a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure or the embryo of a Khanate treasure. In addition, Feng Zichen had many Khanate treasures on him. Therefore he suppressed the greed in his heart. However, Feng Zichen's cultivation hadn't reached the level of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. It would be difficult for him to refine this Khanate Tao source into a Khanate treasure. However, this wasn't a problem for him. Because he didn't plan to refine the 12 ancestral Magi palaces with the traditional refining method. Ancestral Magi palaces come? Ancestral Magi palaces come? In the starry sky, Feng Zichen calmed his mind and focused his mind. His hands linked together and drew countless divine runes. He gradually connected with the ancestral Magi palaces that were silent in the primitive land. Rumble. For a moment, under Feng Zichen's call, the primitive land trembled inexplicably. Streaks of terrifying aura soared into the sky and set off endless wind and clouds. Rumble. As the terrifying aura spread, 12 ancient palaces gradually appeared in the ruins where the 12 tribes of the wizard tribe were originally located. Ancestral Magi palaces. This was the residence of the 12 ancestral Magi in the past. It was built by the people of the wizard tribe. They weren't spirit treasures or divine objects. They were just ordinary palaces. However, the 12 ancestral Magi lived here for a long time. They were tainted with the Tao of the ancestral Magi and possessed extraordinary power. The worship of the wizard tribe for countless years also caused the ancestral Magi palaces to gradually transform. They became magical. They became majestic. They became unbreakable. They were the sustenance of the wizard tribe and contained a large amount of ancestral Magi's aura. Therefore, they were also the final medium to revive the 12 ancestral Magi. With Feng Zichen's current strength, it was impossible for him to refine innate treasures. For this, he had to borrow some external forces. The ancestral Magi palaces, which were connected with the aura of the 12 ancestral Magi, became his best choice. Ancestral Magi palaces come? Come to me. Help me call back the 12 ancestral Magi. Under Feng Zichen's repeated calls, the ancestral Magi palaces, which had fallen into silence after the fall of the 12 ancestral Magi, gradually began to awaken. Rumble. Streaks of divine light bloomed, bursting forth with endless majesty. In an instant, it swept across the entire primitive land. Thousands of tribes were frightened and couldn't help but worship. Rumble. In the violent tremors, the 12 ancestral Magi palaces rose from the ground and broke through layers of void. They arrived in the boundless starry sky and in front of Feng Zichen. What happened? Why is there the aura of the ancestral Magi? The moment the aura of the 12 ancestral Magi appeared, the entire primitive land was startled. Many great beings woke up from their seclusion and looked towards the boundless starry sky. Just now, the 12 ancestral Magi palaces slowly disappeared into the boundless starry sky. Impatience and curiosity were the true portrayal of the powerful beings at this moment. The powerful beings of today could be said to have lived under the shadow of the 12 ancestral Magi. Thinking back to those days when the 12 ancestral Magi joined forces, they were truly invincible in the primitive land. Except for Tao ancestor Hongjun, no one could defeat them. Those who were their enemies. Except for the demon clan, everyone was silent. Thinking of the oppressive scenes in the past, the people naturally felt that the aura of the 12 ancestral magi was particularly obvious. They all wanted to know what had happened. Unfortunately, Great Emperor Ziwei was not someone to be trifled with. Spying on the boundless starry sky would inevitably cause him to be unhappy. How troublesome. The people hesitated for a moment. In the end, the curiosity in their hearts was greater than the fear in their hearts. Therefore, they released their divine senses and spied towards the boundless starry sky. How dare you? In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen noticed the actions of the people and could not help but turn cold. Spying on someone else's dojo with divine senses was an act of disrespect for the owner. It was a blatant provocation. It seems that I have been too low-key recently. So much so that some people have forgotten about my means. Infuriated by the actions of the people, Feng Zichen was about to activate the god Pangu so that he could annihilate all of the people's divine senses and teach them a lesson. However, before Feng Zichen could make a move, a loud voice resounded throughout the primitive land. Get lost. Suddenly, a vast and unparalleled holy aura erupted. It seemed to be able to crush everything, shattering the divine senses that the people released. That was the voice of Goddess Hutu. She had made a move. That was right. Feng Zichen's actions were related to the resurrection of the ancestral magi. The Hutu was even more concerned about him than Feng Zichen. The relationship between the 12 ancestors of sorcerers was no less than the brotherly relationship with Emperor Juntai and Fuxinhua. It was such a friendship that after learning about Feng Zichen's plan, the Hutu was extremely concerned about it and always paid attention to its progress. Now, seeing that everyone wanted to spy on the changes in the boundless starry sky, the Hutu was afraid that someone would interfere. Therefore, how could she hold back? She directly attacked and annihilated everyone's divine senses as a warning. Humph. In order to achieve the effect of deterrence, the Hutu mobilized the power of the tunnel. Therefore, even though everyone's strength had increased greatly recently, they could not help but suffer a little under this shout. They could not help but let out a muffled groan. It was also at this moment that everyone remembered that the 12 ancestral magi had not completely fallen. The Hutu was still alive. After understanding this, everyone immediately became obedient and did not have any other thoughts. The closer one was to the realm of primordial chaos, the more they understood how terrifying the three Daos were. As the first saint of the tunnel, the Hutu's strength was not as simple as it seemed. Perhaps, she was the real first of the 7 saints. Forget it. Since the Hutu goddess has already taken action, I will spare you today. In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen silently withdrew his power. Since the trouble has been solved, it's time to refine the ancestral Magi Palace. With a wave of his sleeve, Feng Zichen mobilized the star power and refined the ancestral Magi Palace into the Khanate Tao source. Because this was to resurrect the 12 ancestral Magi, the ancestral Magi Palace did not resist at all and was refined by Feng Zichen. Next, success or failure will depend on this. After refining the ancestral Magi Palace, Feng Zichen could not help but take a deep breath. All the preparatory work had been completed. The next step was the most crucial step, which was to refine the Khanate Tao source into the ancestral Magi Palace. With Feng Zichen's current strength, it was difficult for him to do so. If he forced it, the ancestral Magi Palace would only be a half-finished product and would not be able to reach the level of a Khanate treasure. Therefore, this step, Feng Zichen needed to borrow external forces. Father God, today Zichen wants to build 12 divine palaces to suppress the primordial earth veins and protect the peace of heaven and earth. However, Zichen's strength is weak, so it is difficult for the divine palaces to be built. He needs to borrow the strength of the 12 ancestral magi. Therefore, today, on behalf of all living beings in the world, Zichen pleads for Father God to help me build the 12 divine palaces. After saying that, Feng Zichen respectfully took out the Pangu token, wizard token, held it above his head with both hands, bowed slightly and bowed to the void. This was the external force that Feng Zichen wanted to borrow. With Pangu's ability, it would be easy for him to refine the ancestral Magi Palace, and it would be in the most perfect state. Of course, it was obviously impossible to ask Pangu to help with the resurrection of the 12 ancestral Magi. If it were not for the great Magi and Demon War, how could the primordial world suffer such a catastrophe? This was a sin that the Magi and Demon race could not wash away. Therefore, Feng Zichen begged Pangu to help with the excuse of protecting the primordial world. This was not a lie, this was the truth. Wasn't the purpose of building the 12 divine palaces to protect the primordial earth veins? As for resurrecting the 12 ancestral magi, that was just a side effect. As if listening to Feng Zichen's prayer, a mighty force suddenly descended from the unseen world. It was as if a cool breeze blew past, causing layers of ripples. Feng Zichen could not help but be in a trance for a moment. After that, when he came back to his senses, the mighty force had disappeared completely. At this moment, Feng Zichen vaguely felt that the surroundings seemed to be a little different. Surprised, Feng Zichen could not help but look at the connate source of Tao. Feng Zichen was especially shocked by what he saw. In front of him, there was no longer any connate source of Tao, but a very familiar divine palace quietly appeared there. Pangu's palace. That's right. What appeared in front of Feng Zichen was a divine palace that was exactly the same as the Pangu's palace. However, different from the Pangu's palace of the Magi tribe, the Pangu's palace in front of him was full of the aura of a connate supreme treasure. Obviously it was a connate supreme treasure. But the original Pangu's palace did not leak any aura, isolated from the past, present and future, independent of heaven and earth, as if it did not exist. It was more mysterious than the original. That's it? Looking at the Pangu's palace in front of him, Feng Zichen felt as if he was in a dream. It was too fast. This was a connate supreme treasure. In the blink of an eye it was refined. Even if the materials were already prepared, it was too fast. It had to be said that the Pangu was the Pangu. His ability was far beyond the imagination of the world. However, this time the Pangu's attack was obviously different from before. In the past, when did he not cause a huge commotion when he appeared? But this time his attack was like a cool breeze without the slightest sign. It was obviously different from before. What was the reason for the Pangu's change? However, this was not what Feng Zichen should be worried about. The most important thing now was to set up the ancestral Magi's palace. Split. With a thought, Feng Zichen took out the Pangu token, releasing endless light, shining on the Pangu's palace in front of him. Rumble. Under the illumination of the Pangu token, the Pangu's palace suddenly emitted endless rays of light, as bright as the sun, so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. After a long time, the light slowly faded, the Pangu's palace in front of him had long disappeared, turning into 12 majestic divine palaces. They were the 12 divine palaces. The Pangu's palace was divided into 12, and its level naturally fell. From the original connate supreme treasure, it fell to a high-grade connate spirit treasure. Chapter 6:13. The 12 upper-grade primordial spiritual treasures emitted shocking waves of energy. They lay across the boundless starry sky as if they could suppress everything. 12 capital heaven divine killing formation. After a moment of careful observation, Feng Zichen discovered that although the 12 divine halls were independent, their auras were still connected. Moreover, their positions faintly followed a certain path of the great Tao. As a result, although the 12 divine halls were only upper-grade primordial spiritual treasures, the aura they emitted together was no less than that of a primordial treasure. There was no doubt. This was the 12 capital heaven divine killing formation. Only the 12 capital heaven divine killing formation could have such a powerful ability to raise the strength of the person who set it up by a whole realm. The 12 divine halls of the Pangu divine hall, which was refined by Pangu himself, naturally controlled the 12 capital heaven divine killing formation. With the 12 divine halls suppressing the earth veins and the 12 capital heaven divine banners, the earth veins of the untainted land will be safe. Feeling the power of the 12 divine halls, Feng Zichen could not help but smile. It should be known that the combined power of the 12 divine halls was comparable to that of a primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. With the 12 capital heaven divine banners, their strength was bound to be further enhanced. At the very least, it was equivalent to 2 primordial chaos existences working together to protect the untainted land. And this was under the condition that the earth veins' own power was not added. The earth veins formed a large cycle of its own and evolved the shadow of the deity Pangu. It gave birth to infinite creation and possessed a certain degree of self-protection. The primordial spiritual qi refined by the earth veins was also a means to protect the earth veins. In the future, if anyone wanted to touch the earth veins, they would definitely pay the price. On the Ziwei star, Feng Zichen looked at the untainted land from afar and felt that everything was different. In the void, there seemed to be a faint breathing sound, which was in accordance with the rhythm of heaven and earth. It contained endless mystery and enchantment. That was the breathing sound of the deity Pangu. In the untainted land, as the endless earth veins flowed, a huge and blurry figure loomed over the entire eastern land. He was the god of Pangu. The Pangu god was created by the power of the earth veins. One could see that as the earth vein flowed, the god Pangu was also breathing. He was drawing in strands of chaotic energy from the outer realm and refining them into the earth vein to strengthen its source. At the same time as the divine Pangu inhaled and exhaled, the negative auras that the sinkhole couldn't absorb, such as evil auras, were slowly absorbed and refined by the divine Pangu, becoming nutrients for the growth of the earth vein. Believe, as long as there is no more chaos in the primordial world in the future, with Pangu's godly abilities, he could definitely turn the untainted land into a holy land. Unfortunately, this was impossible. As long as there were benefits, there was bound to be competition. In the future, the primordial world would face countless calamities of all sizes. However, there was no doubt that as long as Pangu existed, he would delay the arrival of the immeasurable calamity. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen released his divine senses and probed the divine Pangu god on the primordial world. He used his divine senses to observe the world so that he could find a suitable place to place the 12 shrines. 100 years later, under the observation of his divine senses, Feng Zichen had already understood everything about the divine Pangu god. He finally found a suitable place to place the 12 shrines. That was the location of the 12 meridians of Pangu. It just so happened that a shrine suppressed a meridian to protect the peace of the earth vein. Fall. After confirming the location, Feng Zichen didn't hesitate and directly controlled the 12 shrines to land on the primordial world. Rumble. Endless starlight gathered and opened up a huge passage in the starry sky. 12 glorious shrines appeared from the passage and landed on the primordial world with a rumble. The aura of the witch ancestor spread out from his body, shocking the entire primordial world. What is that? Why does it look like the Witch Ancestor Palace? The Witch Ancestor Palace of the primordial spirit treasure level? Looking at the 12 shrines falling from the starry sky, no one dared to stop them even though they were very curious. Just by peeping at the boundless starry sky, they had already received a warning from Goddess Hutu. If they tried to stop this primordial spirit treasure that looked like the Witch Ancestor Palace, Goddess Hutu would come knocking on their door. That would be troublesome. Bang. Soon the 12 shrines sat on the ground and connected with the surrounding earth veins. Bus, bus. Inexplicably, the world seemed to tremble and transmit a sense of excitement. It seemed that the laws of the world had become much more active because of this. At the same time, with the return of the 12 shrines, the blurry Pangu celestial being became much more stable, and an inexplicable change took place. Wisps of chi of creation gushed out from his body, as if he was nurturing something. Go Du Tian Divine Banner. When the 12 shrines stabilized, Feng Zichen waved his hand and took out 12 Du Tian divine banners and put them into the 12 witch ancestor palaces. In an instant, the primitive world changed again. Endless earth veins surged toward the witch ancestor palace and poured into the Du Tian divine banner in the center of the palace. Whoosh! As the Du Tian divine banner trembled, a large amount of earth veins energy was absorbed by it. Then, a divine light flashed and the 12 Du Tian divine banners disappeared. What replaced them were 12 terrifying gods and demons of different forms. The 12 witch ancestors. At this moment, if someone walked into the witch ancestor palace, he would realize that the gods and demons that appeared in the palace were the 12 witch ancestors. However, they were all in a strange state at this moment. Although they had the appearance of the witch ancestors, they seemed to be in a daze. They had form but no spirit. It was referring to them. That was right. How could it be so easy for powerful figures like the 12 ancestral sorcerers to return? This time, the Du Tian divine banner borrowed the power of the earth veins and evolved the physical bodies of the witch ancestors. However, the primordial undying true spirits of the 12 witch ancestors had been completely shattered. It was not so easy to reform them. Therefore, the 12 witch ancestors in front of him were in a daze. They did not have true spirits. The revival of the true spirits, unless the heavenly axiom intervened, could only wait for them to slowly reform. Boom. As soon as the 12 witch ancestors appeared, their terrifying aura swept out and almost suppressed everything. Are the witch ancestors back? Everyone was shocked by this aura and almost thought that the 12 witch ancestors had revived and returned. However, as this aura flashed and disappeared, they quickly realized what had happened. However, this discovery did not make their mood much better. In their hearts, they already knew that with the establishment of the Witch Ancestor Palace, the return of the 12 Witch Ancestors was a foregone conclusion. The only consolation was that it would take a long time for them to completely return. And during this period they might be able to widen the gap between them and the Witch Ancestors. Feng Zichen did not know how everyone was feeling, but he was in a good mood. Under the support of the Earth Veins, the 12 Witch Ancestors' avatars each had a combat power that was infinitely close to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. In fact, when they unleashed their full strength, they could even rival the existence of the primordial chaos for a short period of time. With them protecting the primordial Earth Veins, even the demon ancestor Rahu would not be able to destroy them in a short period of time. From now on, there was no need to worry about the Earth Veins. Other than Feng Zichen, there were two other people who were very happy about the reappearance of the 12 Witch Ancestors. They were the two remaining Witch Ancestors of the Witch Clan, Witch Xianming and Goddess Hutu. The two of them had not died, so there was no way to talk about resurrection. Logically speaking, the Witch Ancestor Palace was useless to them. However, in reality, the Witch Ancestor Palace's corresponding avatars of the Witch Ancestor Palace were connected to them and could be treated as their avatars. These days, who would dislike having too many avatars? Especially Hutu. She had felt guilty because she had sacrificed herself to reincarnate and caused the 12 divine beings' wraith formation to be incomplete. Now, with the help of the Earth Veins, she had condensed an avatar of the Witch Ancestor Palace. For her, it was an opportunity to make up for a regret. With this avatar, the perfect 12 divine beings' wraith formation could reappear in the primordial world in the future. The significance of this matter to Hutu could be imagined. The Witch Ancestor Palace. The Du Tian Divine Banner. The power of the Earth Veins. Under the coordination of God Pangu, the three of them formed a subtle cycle, causing God Pangu to become more and more magical. One could see that in God Pangu's body, wisps of creation aura were born. They were hidden in various parts of the primordial world, silently lurking as if they were waiting for something. These creation auras were God Pangu's gifts to the world. If nothing unexpected happened in the future, these creation auras would either transform into innate spiritual objects or innate life forms under the nurturing of God Pangu. In fact, they could even transform into innate god fiends or innate spirit treasures in the postnatal era. Pangu was the most merciful. He could not bear to completely cut off the hope of all living beings. Therefore, he deliberately left a trace of opportunity for all living beings to help them achieve the Khanate Tao. Feng Zichen could understand this and he did not care. These opportunities seemed to be quite a lot, but in the entire eastern land they were a little small. Moreover, these opportunities were only useful to some low-level cultivators. They were useless to Daluo Jingxian. Therefore, this matter did not affect Feng Zichen's plan at all. Of course, he did not care. Moreover, it was good to leave a trace of hope for all living beings. This could promote the development of the younger generation of the 10,000 races and bring enough pressure to the younger generation of the human race to force them to work hard in their cultivation. Be vigilant in times of peace. Without pressure, where would the motivation come from? The opponents of the human race had never been the 10,000 races of the primordial world, but the demon race, the Western sect, and these forces that stood at the top of the primordial world. If they stopped because of some achievements, then in the future, how could they surpass the peak of the shaman and demon race and get rid of the control of the saints? The human race needed pressure to force them to continue to improve and become stronger. Sigh. What a pity. The current God Pangu is still not perfect. If the heavenly temple is established and the boundless starry sky is connected to the primordial world, then God Pangu will definitely reach an extremely perfect level and bring more changes to the primordial world. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen sighed. At this moment, the foundation of the human race had not been firmly established. It was really not a good time to establish the heavenly temple. Otherwise, if the 10,000 races used this to get rid of the human race, it would really be lifting a rock and smashing its own feet. In the end, it was still because the human race's foundation was not deep enough. If the human race was strong enough, why would they have so many scruples? Just like the shaman race, they could directly push through. The current human race, there was no lack of top-notch experts, nor was there a lack of low-level cultivators. The only thing they lacked was middle-level cultivators who could shoulder the burden. If they wanted to make up for this, they could only spend a lot of time nurturing them. They could not rush it at all. Therefore, what the human race lacked the most was the most worthless time in the primordial world. After the disaster of the innate baleful aura was resolved, the 10,000 races could finally truly cultivate and recuperate. Of course, the process of the world becoming easier also sped up. It was also at this time that the path of the God-Fiend finally welcomed its most glorious moment. In order to protect their innate bloodline, the 10,000 races competed to cultivate the path of the God-Fiend, causing the path of the God-Fiend to gradually flourish in the primordial world, overshadowing the mainstream immortal Tao of the primordial world in one fell swoop. As a result, the luck of the path of the God-Fiend soared. It was precisely because of this influence that as the founder of the path of the God-Fiend, Feng Zichen received the blessing of luck from the unseen world, and his injuries recovered by more than half. It would probably take a long time for him to completely recover from his injuries and break through to the primordial Daluo Jingxian realm. This was undoubtedly tens of thousands of years faster than the recovery time he had estimated. In fact, Feng Zichen had a vague feeling as long as the 5 elements Celestial Emperor reached perfection, he could use this opportunity to break through to the primordial Daluo Jingxian realm in one fell swoop. In other words, the return of the 5 elements Celestial Emperor was Feng Zichen's opportunity to reach the primordial Chaos realm. What was the primordial Chaos realm? That was it. Now, the Azure Emperor Fuxi was already in place, and Shinnong was about to reach perfection. He was about to ascend to the heavens to replace Fuxi as the new Celestial Emperor. One of the 5 Celestial Emperors was about to reach perfection. There were still 4 Celestial Emperors left before Feng Zichen could reach the Tao. According to the agreement made by Fuxi, the term of the 5 elements Celestial Emperor was only 1 million years. According to this calculation, more than 4 million years later, it was the day Feng Zichen reached the Tao. 4 million years. If it was in the future, it would naturally be an extremely long period of time. However, in the present it was nothing. For some existences, it was just the time to sleep. 4 million years was very short. After the earth veins were sorted out, Shinnong finally obtained the approval of the patriarchs of the 10,000 races and became the new generation of the 10,000 races. Under this influence, the status of the human race also rose. There was a faint trend of becoming the leader of the 10,000 races. Shinnong was benevolent, and his virtue was as resplendent as the sun, illuminating the entire primordial world. The 10,000 races were bathed in his kindness. It was precisely this character that allowed the 10,000 races to truly live in harmony under Shinnong's rule, and there were very few disputes. Under the harmony of the 10,000 races, they also allowed the various races to marry each other to show their friendship. Because the human race was born with a Tao body, they were the most popular in the primordial world. Therefore, the intermarriage between the human race and other races was also the most. Chapter 6:14. It was precisely under such circumstances that many branches of the human race were born. For example, the naturally powerful Magihomins, the winged people, or the fire spirits who were born with the ability to control flames, the lightning spirits who were born with the ability to control lightning. In short, all kinds of branches of the human race were active in the primordial land. But in the end, they still belonged to the human race. Under the governance of Shinnong, they lived in peace and contentment. Similarly, all kinds of powerful branches appeared, which also caused the strength of the human race to soar in a short period of time. As a result, the strength of the human race completely suppressed all the other races. Of course, other than these, there was another reason that caused the strength of the human race to soar. That was the Heavenly Cycle Temple. Originally, under the suppression of the Heavenly Cycle Temple, the human territory had formed its own body. It contained endless creation and was a level higher than the outside world. And as the primordial land veins were sorted out, the Pangu God was formed. The Pangu God in the outside world actually faintly resonated with the little Pangu God in the human territory. Under the resonance of the two, a miraculous change occurred in the human territory. The trend of the world becoming more stable slowed down. The laws of heaven and earth were also more active than before. This made it easier for the human cultivators to cultivate than before. However, this was not the biggest change. The biggest change was the Heavenly Cycle Temple. Under the influence of this inexplicable change, the effect of the Heavenly Cycle Temple was maximized. Its original level that was comparable to the Khanate era was further improved, and there was a faint trend of evolving into a blessed land. It was easier for cultivators below Daluo Jingxian to cultivate here than in the outside world. It was under such circumstances that the strength of the human race increased rapidly. It was almost the same for 10,000 years. In the blink of an eye, the sea turned into mulberry fields. Hundreds of thousands of years slowly flowed past. At this time, it had been 900,000 years since Shinnong ascended the throne. In other words, Shenlong's rule had reached the end. The new emperor of the human race. It was time for him to be born. On the emperor's star. Feng Zichen suddenly opened his eyes. He formed a seal with his hands and cast a supreme technique to send the Khanate indestructible true spirit, which was wrapped in the imperial purple qi, into the reincarnation passage. That was the true spirit of the ancient human emperor, the Zhou clan. Today he would enter the cycle of reincarnation and be reincarnated as the new emperor of the human race, leading the human race to glory. In ancient times the human race was born. The three sovereigns' ancestors came into being. Emperor Sui Suiren ignited the torch and started civilization for the human race. The Zihuangzi clan used the leaves to cover their bodies and opened up the shame of the human race. In the Chao Huang, the Zhou clan built a wooden nest to protect the human race from harm. These three, he was the ancestor of humanity and also the emperor of humanity. Since he had made great contributions to the human race, he should enjoy the limitless and immeasurable karmic position. One day in the human territory beside the Jishui River, the silhouette of a divine dragon floated in the air, creating a shocking phenomenon. It was also on this day that Shenyuan was born. Shenyuan was the son of Xiaodian. His surname was Gongsun and his name was Shenyuan. He was born as a god. He was weak and eloquent. He was young and strong. He was smart and smart. He was known as a peerless genius. Shenyuan was born less than 1,000 years ago. He had cultivated to the realm of Tai Jingxian and transformed into a Khanate godfiend. He was known as the #1 genius of the human race. Shenlong cherished his talent and recruited him to teach him personally. It was as if he was training Shenyuan as his successor. When the younger generation of the myriad races saw this, they were all jealous. Therefore they all came to the human race and challenged Shenyuan to see what he had to be chosen as the successor by His Majesty the Emperor of Earth. In response to this, Shenlong did not stop them and allowed the younger generation experts to challenge Shenyuan. He wanted to use everyone's hands to sharpen Shenyuan. In the tens of thousands of years that followed, Shenyuan spent almost all his time in battle. From the younger generation to the middle-aged generation as well as the older generation, he fought all of them. Even in the heaven realm and the nether realm, there were geniuses who heard of Shenlong's name and came to the untainted land to fight Shenyuan. Shenyuan was the reincarnation of Daluo Jingxian. He was also protected by the imperial purple qi. In addition, he was nurtured by the human race. Could be said that his foundation was extremely deep. Therefore, after countless battles, not only did he not taste defeat, but he became braver and braver. He was vaguely known as the #1 of Tai Jingxian. In the year 920,000 of the Emperor of Earth's calendar, Nuwa sent a decree from the heavens to arrange a marriage for Shenlong. The woman was Fairy Golden Phoenix of Palace Hua. This was a relationship that Suiren had formed when he was cultivating in Palace Hua. In the year 930,000 of the Emperor of Earth's calendar, Golden Phoenix gave birth to a daughter for Shenlong. In the year 95th of the Emperor of Earth's calendar, in order to prove the Tao of Daluo Jingxian, the Empress Princess and Shenyuan traveled to Donghuang together to try their own opportunities. It was also at this time that Feng Zichen, who was in seclusion on the Emperor's star, suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. He saw a huge black hand suddenly appear in front of him, emitting an ominous aura that covered everything. Sudden inspiration. A long-awaited sudden inspiration. Compared to any of the previous times, it was a stronger impulse. It had already evolved into a vision in his heart. How could it not be strong? What? The sudden change caused Feng Zichen to wake up from his enlightenment. Black hand? Black hand behind the scenes? Is someone plotting against the human race? After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen thought to himself. The shadow of the black hand appeared in his heart. These signs were already very obvious. Someone was plotting against the human race behind the scenes. This is troublesome. Rubbing his head, Feng Zichen had to end his seclusion early to focus on finding the identity of the black hand behind the scenes. It's also strange. Now that the human race is prospering and has the potential to crush everything, it's the time when their luck is at its peak. Aren't they afraid of the backlash of their luck to plot against the human race at this time? Curious about the plan of the black hand behind the scenes, Feng Zichen followed the feeling in his heart and began to use the great Yen divine technique to deduce with all his might, trying to figure out the identity of the black hand behind the scenes. In the end, of course, there was no surprise. He didn't deduce anything. That's right. If it was so easy to deduce, there would be no need for Feng Zichen to do it himself. Forget it. If I can't deduce it, then I won't deduce it for now. Let me see the changes in the human race first. With a thought, Feng Zichen cast a gaze in the direction of the human race. In an instant, a gaze pierced through the air, piercing through endless space and time. It set off waves of ripples and landed on the human race's torch. Buzz. The torch swayed quietly, and endless information flew out from it, following Feng Zichen's gaze and entering his mind. In just an instant, Feng Zichen understood the changes in the human race over the years. The signs of great prosperity. Overall, Feng Zichen was quite satisfied with the changes in the human race over the years. From the current spirit of the human race, he could already see the signs of dominating the primordial world. How could he not be satisfied? It was just that, the girl went to the East Sea. Is this the legendary Jianghu filling the sea? When he learned that the girl and Shenyuan were going to the East Sea, Feng Zichen felt his heart palpitate, as if he had a bad feeling. After connecting it to the myths of later generations, how could he not understand what was going to happen? However, there was one thing that he was very puzzled about. The current human race was no longer the human race in Feng Zichen's impression. It was the same for the dragon race. History had long changed. The dragon race and the human race were unbreakable allies. In this way, why would the crown prince of the dragon race attack the daughter of the human emperor? Moreover, not to mention why the crown prince of the dragon race would attack, even the current girl was very different from the legends of later generations. Her father was the human emperor, Shenong, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Her mother was the first golden phoenix of the primordial world, and her cultivation was at least in the realm of sage to be. As their descendant, the girl could be said to be blessed by heaven. She was born as a Khanate god fiend with the cultivation of a golden immortal. And now, after tens of thousands of years of cultivation, the girl's realm had reached the peak of Tai Jingxian and was about to break through the realm of Daluo Jingxian. In addition, by her side there was Shenyuan, a half-step Daluo Jingxian existence. Therefore, if they wanted to plot against the girl, they would at least have to send out an expert at the level of Daluo. However, Feng Zichen didn't think that the dragon race would send out a dragon at the level of Daluo Jingxian to deal with the girl. This didn't make sense at all. The dragon race had no reason to attack their allies. Even if the dragon race wanted to tear up the agreement with the human race, it would have to be the ancestral dragon himself. The other dragons didn't have the right to do so. However, no matter how much Feng Zichen didn't believe it in his heart, the results of his several deductions were telling him that the girl was indeed in danger of dying. I'm afraid there's something fishy about this. Could it be that someone wants to use this to destroy the relationship between the human race and the dragon race? With that thought, Feng Zichen had a guess in his heart. No matter what, as long as the girl died at the hands of the dragon race, it would definitely cause a huge rift in the relationship between the human race and the dragon race. The girl was the daughter of the human emperor. If she died at the hands of the dragon race, then the human race would have to ask the dragon race for an explanation no matter what. The dragon race would have to give this explanation even if they didn't want to. If it was the dragon clan that killed the girl, their status would also be extremely noble. Then, the dragon race, who had always been protective, might not let him pay with his life. And this would become the fuse that would break the relationship between the human race and the dragon race. The person behind the scenes might have such a plan. Moreover, according to his plan, if nothing unexpected happens, the chances of this person's plan succeeding are very high. However, he didn't know about my existence, so there was a huge mistake. Secretly, Feng Zichen followed his own guess and used the power of Hongmeng Daozhong and the Jade Disc of Good Fortune to deduce the plan of the person behind the scenes. What a good scheme. If he really succeeds, then the human race will be in big trouble. However, judging from the method of the person behind the scenes to conceal the secrets of heaven, even if his cultivation hasn't stepped into the realm of primordial chaos, he's not far away. A person with such a cultivation level doesn't cultivate properly to achieve the great path, but comes out to plot against the human race. What is he planning? After learning about the other party's plan, Feng Zichen didn't feel relieved. Instead, he was even more puzzled. The prosperity of the human race was driven by the way of the heavens. Anyone who obstructed the prosperity of the human race was going against the heavens and had a worrying ending. This person's cultivation level was so high that he couldn't not understand this. But even so, he still put the plan to obstruct the human race into action. How should he put it? This person either had some amazing plan or had some irreconcilable hatred for the human race. It's really strange. Where did this bastard come from? After thinking for a long time, Feng Zichen couldn't figure out who was plotting against the human race. He couldn't help but be secretly annoyed. I don't care who you are. Since you want to plot against girl, then I'll follow behind her. As long as you dare to make a move, you will definitely reveal a flaw. With a thought, Feng Zichen left Ziwei Star and rushed to Emperor Envoi's palace to look for Ao Shui. It was related to the dragon race. It was better to bring Ao Shui along. Besides, he and Ao Shui hadn't traveled to the East Sea for many years. They could take advantage of this opportunity to visit their old home. Rumble. On this day, violent fluctuations suddenly erupted in the East Sea. It was as if there were primordial chaos experts fighting. A terrifying power swept out, making everyone breathless. On the other hand, the primordial world was not affected because of the suppression of the 12 shrines. The East Sea was suspected to be a battle between primordial chaos experts. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the primordial chaos experts immediately. Swish, swish, swish. Almost instantly, terrifying gazes looked towards the East Sea. There were two extremely blurry figures that were constantly intertwining. Is it Great Emperor Ziwei? Then, who is the other person? Feng Zichen didn't hide his identity so everyone could recognize him. However, unlike Feng Zichen, the other person seemed to be a little secretive. His entire body was enveloped by an inexplicable Dao rune, making it impossible for people to recognize his origin. Die. Just as everyone was guessing the identity of that person in the heavenly court, Qing Emperor Fuxi mobilized all the power of the heavenly realm and attacked that person. Rumble. At this moment, that person was fighting with Feng Zichen with all his might. When he realized that Fuxi had attacked, it was too late for him to dodge. However, this person was also a decisive person. Seeing that he couldn't dodge Fuxi's attack, he detonated his body on the spot. Boom. Violent power erupted, wanting to destroy everything. In order to protect the East Sea, Feng Zichen had to withdraw to suppress the power generated by that person's self-detonation. Fuxi's palm that fell from the sky had to change its direction and help Feng Zichen suppress the violent power. That person's innate indestructible true spirit took this opportunity to leave calmly. ****. Feng Zichen wanted to make him stay, but the power of the self-detonation was too great, so he couldn't escape. He could only watch that person leave. Your Majesty, don't worry, we're coming. When the experts who were watching saw that person self-detonate, they knew that something was wrong. Therefore, they rushed to the East Sea almost without hesitation to help Feng Zichen quell the disaster. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Dragon Emperor and the experts of the Aqua clan also appeared and joined in. Hundreds of experts worked together and erupted with unimaginable power. Soon, the disaster that almost affected the entire East Sea was wiped out. Oh my God. Hundreds. How can there be so many experts in the primordial world? Chapter 6:15. After the calamity subsided, Feng Zichen glanced around and found that there were hundreds of top-notch great mediums around him. This really gave him a fright. When did so many experts appear in the primordial world? Was this still the primordial world that he was familiar with? If there were so many great mediums in the primordial world in ancient times, how could the shaman and demon race be so arrogant? Perhaps even a saint would have his hands and feet tied when doing things. It seems that the appearance of these strange great mediums is the result of the last tribulation of the chaos demon god. After thinking carefully, Feng Zichen understood what was going on. There was no lack of experts in the primordial world. Especially after Dao ancestor Hongjun preached in the Purple Cloud Palace, there was no lack of experts in the primordial world. However, these experts were determined to pursue the Dao. Fame and fortune were nothing to them. They only had the great Dao in their eyes. They were all true ascetic cultivators. It was precisely because of this that after Dao ancestor Hongjun finished preaching, these experts all went into seclusion to pursue the Dao. However, their powerful strength eventually attracted the attention of the chaos demon god and they were forced to be involved in the previous tribulation of possession. Due to this, after the tribulation of possession, their strength improved greatly. They all saw the possibility of taking a step forward on their previous path. For this reason, they walked out of their seclusion and came to the primordial world. They once again stepped into the mortal world to verify their path of Tao. And that was the reason why a large number of great mediums suddenly appeared in the primordial world. The great mediums who lived in seclusion were walking out of their seclusion one after another and joining the primordial world stage to show their existence. Change. There had never been a change since ancient times. Many experts appeared together. The power hidden in the dark of the primordial world gradually surfaced to show the most complete side of the primordial world. At the same time, this was also a great era. It was even more brilliant than when the shaman and demon race fought for hegemony in ancient times. The heroes fought for hegemony, each with their own style. Fellow Taoists, do you know the origin of that person? Suppressing the fluctuating emotions in his heart, Feng Zichen asked everyone softly. The identity of the person behind the scenes was mysterious, and Feng Zichen could not recognize him at all. But just because he couldn't recognize it didn't mean that the others couldn't either. There were only so many experts in the untainted land. Almost all of them were famous. There were no great mediums without any background. Feng Zichen was young, so he didn't know much about the experts from the ancient and immemorial era. However, they were all experts from ancient times. They had a clear understanding of the experts of the untainted land. It was very likely that they could recognize the origin of that person. It was still the same sentence. Once it existed, there would be traces left behind. Unless they transcended everything, they would definitely leave some influence on others. Half-step primordial chaos existences weren't cabbages that could be found on the roadside. Hearing this, a few great divines who were more familiar with Feng Zichen couldn't help but frown. It seems familiar but also unfamiliar. That person is very cautious. The divine abilities he uses are all clearly concealed, making it impossible for others to see through his true origins. But there is no complete secret technique in the world. Although that person tries his best to hide, Poor Wei and the others can still vaguely see some traces of the Purple Cloud Palace from his methods. In other words, that person must be one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace back then. However, seeing this is already the limit of Poor Wei and the others. As for the true identity of that person, Poor Wei and the others can't do anything about it. After a while, Zenyuanzi explained to Feng Zichen. The 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace? Hearing this, Feng Zichen roughly understood what was going on. The experts who had escaped from the world might not necessarily be on their side. It was not impossible to stand on the opposite side of them and be their enemy. Wasn't that the person just now? I'm sorry to trouble you, fellow Taoists. This information is enough. Feng Zichen's heart was full of twists and turns, but his expression didn't change at all. He thanked everyone. It's okay. You're welcome, Your Majesty. Poor Wei and the others didn't help much? Zenyuanzi and the others shook their heads and said politely. Since there's no problem here, Poor Wei and the others will take their leave first. Just as they were chatting, the other powerful figures saw that the disaster had been resolved and left one after another. Then, Zenyuanzi and the others who Feng Zichen was familiar with also left one after another. Interesting. The primordial world is getting more and more interesting. Looking at the figures of the leaving crowd, Feng Zichen sneered in his heart. Perhaps Zenyuanzi and the others really didn't recognize the origin of that person, but among the hundreds of powerful figures present, there were definitely people who recognized the origin of that person. However, that person didn't intend to tell Feng Zichen about it. In the end, the reason was still for benefits. Not everyone was happy to see the human race become more and more prosperous. The destiny of heaven and earth was limited. The more the human race occupied, the less other places occupied. Just this point alone affected the interests of too many people. Therefore, for the sake of their own interests, they might not dare to go against the general trend, but they could still secretly hinder the development of the human race. Scheming against the girl was the beginning of everything. Sigh. What an eventful year. After everyone left, Feng Zichen didn't leave. He stood above the East Sea with his hands behind his back, as if he was thinking about something. He was recalling the appearance of the powerful figures present, trying to see the connection between them and that person from their expressions. Since they were from the Purple Cloud Palace, it was hard to guarantee that they didn't have a few comrades. Perhaps, the plan against the human race this time wasn't carried out by one person, but by many people working together. As expected, I can't tell. After recalling it several times in his mind, Feng Zichen still didn't find any problems. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. That was true. Everyone was smart. How could they make such a low-level mistake? In the 950th year of the Earth Emperor calendar, when the Empress concubine and the human Shenyuan were traveling in the East Sea, they were attacked by a mysterious expert. At the time of the incident, several powerful cultivators came to his rescue, and a world-shaking battle erupted between them and the attackers. The process of this battle was unknown. Everyone only knew the result. the Empress concubine mysteriously disappeared, and Shen Yuan was seriously injured and on the verge of death. For a moment all the races were in an uproar. They all cursed the attacker for his treachery. There were even some people with ulterior motives who pointed the finger at Shen Yuan. They thought that it was because he didn't protect her well that the Empress concubine mysteriously disappeared. There were also some conspirators who thought that this matter was all planned by Shen Yuan. He was using this opportunity to get rid of the Empress concubine to ensure his position as the successor. These remarks, under the guidance of some people, they quickly spread throughout the races, causing people's hearts to fluctuate. Under this influence, Shen Yuan, who was recuperating, had a great impact on his reputation. He had a faint tendency to be criticized by everyone. The person behind the scenes, he wanted to kill people with rumors. In the end, these rumors even alarmed the Earth Emperor, Shennong. Shennong had no choice but to personally come forward and clarify the matter for Shen Yuan. Only then did he suppress the rumors. However, the seeds of disaster and chaos had already been planted. They took root in the hearts of everyone and were waiting for the passage of time to slowly take root and sprout. It was true that Shen Yuan was seriously injured, but the girl didn't go missing. She was brought back to the palace of Empress Hua by Ao Shui. Now that the situation in the primordial world was unpredictable, it was inevitable that the girl would become the target of the person behind the scenes if she continued to stay in the human race. Therefore, Feng Zichen directly asked Ao Shui to take the girl away to completely solve Shennong's weakness. And Feng Zichen carried out this matter in secret. Other than informing Shennong, he didn't tell anyone else. In fact, even the news of the girl's mysterious disappearance, it was all released by Feng Zichen. In order to make things more realistic, he even personally forged the secrets of heaven and confirmed the mysterious disappearance of the girl. Now, anyone who tried to deduce the whereabouts of the girl could only get the answer that Feng Zichen wanted them to know. This was also the reason why the myriad races didn't suspect the authenticity of the girl's disappearance. In their deduction, the girl was secretly exiled by a mysterious attacker. Yes, that's right. From a certain perspective, the situation that Shen Yuan was facing now, a large part of the reason was Feng Zichen. This was fishing. Feng Zichen wanted to use this matter to fish out all the undercurrents hidden in the human race. Then Shen Yuan would come forward and wipe them out one by one. And this was Xuan Yuan's contribution. Wipe out the myriad races and unify the primordial world. This is the hidden danger of the human race. What a headache. It's the most heart-wrenching to fight against one's own family. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen silently watched the primordial world and saw everything. Naturally, everything that was happening to the human race couldn't be hidden from him. Not only that, but he also saw the secret plans of the myriad races. This was the benefit of being powerful. He could see through people's hearts, understand karma, foresee danger in advance, and so on. It was almost impossible for there to be any conspiracy that could hurt them. Often, as soon as the living beings had bad thoughts, they would immediately be sensed by the powerful beings and be on guard. Now, Feng Zichen was personally supervising the myriad races. No matter how tightly they hid, they would never be able to hide from Feng Zichen. The battle between the mutants and the pure-blooded humans? Under Feng Zichen's gaze, the plans of the myriad races gradually surfaced. That was to provoke a conflict between the mutants and the pure-blooded humans. Under the pressure of the two generations of human emperors, the myriad races gradually lost their ambition to compete with the human race. But under the drive of interest, they also had other thoughts. For example, they supported the human race who had the bloodline of their own race, to ascend to the position of human emperor. In this way, the new human emperor would naturally be biased towards them, causing their status to rise. If Shen Yuan ascended to the position of human emperor, then Shen Yuan, who was a pure-blooded human, would never have any bias towards the myriad races. Not to mention benefiting from it, it would be good enough if he didn't suppress them. Therefore, the myriad races definitely didn't want Shen Yuan to become the successor of Shennong. They had to think of a way to get Shen Yuan down to support the person they chose. In this situation, the pure-blooded humans would never allow it. As for the variant bloodline, they were naturally happy to see this happen. As the latest powerful force to rise within the human race, they had long desired the power of the human race. The change of the human emperor was the best opportunity for them to get their hands on the power of the human race. It was not difficult to understand the thoughts of the mutants. They were all humans. Why was the power of the human race in the hands of the pure-blooded humans and not in the hands of the mutants? The pure-blooded humans had controlled the power of the human race for so long. It was time for them to step down and let the mutants take over. This was the impact of the new force on the old force. It was also a power struggle within the human race. The myriad races wanted to support the mutants, while the mutants wanted to seize the power of the human race. The two hit it off. In addition to the bloodline connection, they would naturally work closely together. What about the pure-blooded humans? Of course they would not sit back and watch all of this happen. They would definitely take action to curb the development of the mutants. This kind of matter was fundamentally irreconcilable between the two sides. In the end, it would definitely become a war that would affect the entire primordial world. No one could stop it. This was also the last great calamity before the human race became the overlord of the world. And this great calamity might be what the mastermind behind the scenes wanted. The great calamity would definitely be accompanied by great chaos. And the more chaotic the primordial world was, the greater the chance to take advantage of the situation. Since we can't stop it, let's do it. A battle to determine the future of the primordial world. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen gradually made up his mind. In this civil strife of the human race, he was undoubtedly on the side of the pure-blooded humans. It was not that he had any opinions about the mutants. In fact, whether it was the pure-blooded humans or the mutants, as long as they had the human race in their hearts, Feng Zichen treated them all equally. And in this civil strife, the reason why Feng Zichen stood on the side of the pure-blooded humans was undoubtedly because the mutants had touched the reverse scale of the human race. If the mutants used their own abilities to oust Shen Yuan and even the pure-blooded humans, then Feng Zichen would have nothing to say. This was their own ability. With their own powerful strength they had won everything for themselves. Who could say otherwise? The pure-blooded humans were inferior to others, so there was nothing to complain about. But now, in order to fight for the power of the human race, the mutants did not hesitate to join forces with the 10,000 races. This was something that Feng Zichen could not tolerate no matter what. Behind closed doors, it was their own business how they fought. But if outsiders were to join forces to bully their own people, that would be a taboo. The actions of the mutants were obviously joining forces with outsiders to bully their own people. To put it nicely, they were blinded by greed. To put it bluntly, they were helping outsiders. In order to seize power, they did not hesitate to join forces with outsiders to bully their own people. How could Feng Zichen dare to let them steal the power of the human race and control the right to speak of the human race? The mutants were also brainless. If they attracted the 10,000 races today, weren't they afraid that they would not be able to get rid of them in the future? Moreover, from the attitude of the mutants towards the 10,000 races, if they were to gain power in the future, they would definitely be close to the 10,000 races and stay away from the pure-blooded humans. This was the rhythm of dividing the human race. They already believed in their hearts that they were different from the pure-blooded humans. Chapter 6:16. In the end, between the mutants and the pure-blooded humans, there was still a fundamental difference. The pure-blooded humans. Both the paternal and maternal families were pure-blooded humans. What about the mutants? Other than the paternal pure-blooded human bloodline, they also had the strength of the maternal bloodline. That was the most fundamental difference. Sigh. Since you intend to use external forces to interfere with the change of power of the human race, don't blame me for being ruthless. I hope that this time I can teach you a lesson. Strength, only when it belongs to oneself can one be completely at ease. Sighing softly, Feng Zichen already had a comprehensive plan in his heart. With a thought, the incarnation of Fengdu in the netherworld immediately sensed it and immediately walked out of the bedroom to visit the Hutu in the Hall of Reincarnation. Empress, poor Wei wants to borrow someone from you. In the Hall of Reincarnation, the ghost emperor of Fengdu said to the Hutu with a smile. You want to borrow someone from me? That's really strange. Tell me, who do you want to borrow? Hearing Fengdu's request, the Hutu felt that it was very strange and said to him with a smile. Wuxia. Ignoring the Hutu's teasing, the ghost emperor of Fengdu said directly. During the battle between the liches and demons, Wuxia was the weakest. Therefore, the moment the 12 divine wraith formation was broken, he was directly killed by the backlash. Because he died too quickly, Feng Zichen did not manage to collect his true spirit fragments. However, Feng Zichen could not collect them, but the Hutu, who was always thinking about the witch clan, could definitely collect them. Even if the Hutu could not collect them at that time, she had the only chaos treasure of the primordial world, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. With this convenience and after such a long time, she should have collected them by now. Therefore, it was definitely right to ask the Hutu for Wuxia's innate true spirit. 13th brother? Why do you want to borrow him? At this moment, the Hutu was curious and asked Fengdu in confusion. In her impression, she did not have any memories of Feng Zichen dealing with Wu Shisan. Even if they were unrelated, why did he want to borrow them? Give him an opportunity. It's also a great achievement for Xin Yuan. The Fengdu Ghost Emperor said with a smile. How so? Hutu frowned and asked in confusion. Next, Fengdu told the Lady of Earth about the current situation of the human race and Feng Zichen's plan. You mean to let 13th brother reincarnate into the Magihuman tribe and become the leader of the Magihumans? Then, with your own strength, you will unify the non-human tribes so that you can lead the experts of all the races to compete for the throne of the human emperor with Xin Yuan, the candidate that you have chosen. After hearing Feng Zichen's plan, Hutu was even more confused. Although Xin Yuan was not bad, how could he be a match for Wu Shisan? If the two of them fought, wouldn't that be tantamount to giving up the throne? If that was the case, what was Feng Zichen after? That was why Hutu was puzzled. Yes. Fengdu Ghost Emperor nodded, indicating that Hutu was right. But why? Hutu felt that things weren't that simple and continued to ask. Of course it's to wipe out the myriad races in one fell swoop. At this moment, Fengdu Ghost Emperor said in a deep voice. Then, without waiting for Hutu to ask, he took the initiative to say, therefore the battle between Wu Shisan and Xin Yuan can only be lost, not won. Yes, that's right. Feng Zichen's plan was to act out a wave of mutants in all the races. If he let Wu Shisan reincarnate as a human and become the leader of the mutants, then wouldn't the internal strife of the human race be controlled by him, Feng Zichen? Both sides are my people. What do you have to fight with me? He was able to casually arrange the 10,000 races and make arrangements for them. So, you're borrowing people from me? Is it to act with you? Hutu shook her head and laughed. That's right. This matter can help Xin Yuan and also give Wu Shisan a great opportunity. It's killing two birds with one stone. I hope that the Empress will agree. Fengdu Ghost Emperor nodded and asked Hutu solemnly. Feng Zichen, let's not talk about anything else. Are you so confident that I will cooperate with you to act? You have to know that that's the human emperor. The immortal and indestructible quasi-saint karma position. His status is comparable to that of a saint. Aren't you afraid that I'll make the act real and let Shisan snatch the position of the human emperor from Xin Yuan? Hutu seemed to find it interesting. She looked straight into Fengdu Ghost Emperor's eyes and said word by word. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. If the Empress has such an intention, I naturally won't refuse. I'm even happy to fulfill it. Wu Shisan has a noble status. If he becomes the human emperor, it will definitely increase the foundation of the human race. What reason do I have to refuse? It's just that, I can agree. But the Empress, are you willing? Suddenly, Fengdu Ghost Emperor laughed loudly and said in a clear voice. Wu Shisan was formed from the essence blood of the 12 witches. He was the top innate god fiend with the potential of the primordial chaos. If such a person was given enough time, his future could be said to be limitless. If such a person became the human emperor, Feng Zichen really had no reason to refuse. One had to know that the human emperor was different from other humans. This was the karmic position of heaven and earth that was specially created by the heavenly Tao in order to prosper the human race. In other words, those who obtained this karmic position were bound to do their best for the human race and could not betray them in the slightest. Otherwise, the backlash of the human race's destiny and the heavenly Tao would not let them have an easy time. Only the human emperor could not betray the human race. As long as he became the human emperor, it did not matter what his previous identity was or which force he came from. He could only be a human. So, if Wu Shisan really wanted to join the human race, Feng Zichen naturally raised his hands in agreement. But just as Feng Zichen said if he could agree, how could Hutu be willing? This kind of existence that was destined to become the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was a treasure in any race. They wanted to worship him, so how could they easily give him to an outsider? Was there something wrong with her brain? It was the same for all races and so was the witch race. Therefore, Feng Zichen was not worried about what Hutu said at all. Because he could not bear to. Yes. I can't bear to. I agree to this matter. I hope you don't forget what you said and give 13th brother a great opportunity. Wizard. Hutu sighed in disappointment, as if she was recalling the glory of the witch race in the past, and said in a low mood. Then she waved her hand and put the true spirit fragments of Wu Shisan that she had collected over the years into the 6 paths of reincarnation to let him reincarnate. To be honest, Hudu's method of reincarnation was much better than Feng Zichen's. After all, her identity was there. Thank you, Empress. Zichen will never forget what I promised, Empress. Fengdu bowed respectfully to Hutu and slowly left. However, just as he was about to leave, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said to Hutu, Empress, there are many powerful people in the primordial world now, and the situation can be said to be changing every day. It's hard to guarantee that no one will have designs on the ancestral Magi Palace. So, in my opinion, it's better for Empress to send some great wizards to guard the ancestral Magi Palace in case there are any changes. These days, the powerful people who lived in seclusion came out one after another. There might be some who were not afraid of death or had a grudge against the ancestral Magi. They would desperately destroy the ancestral Magi Palace to prevent the return of the ancestral Magi Palace. These had to be guarded against. Therefore, Fengdu Ghost Emperor reminded her. You're right. We have to guard against this. Back then, my brother and the others provoked a large group of enemies. They might take this opportunity to seek revenge. I'll send Xing Tian and the others to guard the ancestral Magi Palace later. Huda couldn't help but worry after hearing Fengdu's words. She hurriedly sent the few remaining great wizards to guard the ancestral Magi Palace. In the 960,000th year of the Earth Emperor's calendar, Wuxia reincarnated as a human and was born in the wizard tribe. His name was Chiyu. In the same year, under the secret instructions of Feng Zichen, some of the clansmen of the 5 primordial clans whose paths of cultivation were cut off escaped from their true spirits and reincarnated into the human race. They either assisted Shenyuan or Chiyu. When Chiyu was born, a shadow appeared. The image of the wizard ancestor appeared, and the phenomenon shook the area within 1,000,000 miles. This action not only alarmed the human race but also the wizard race. Because of this, a great wizard from the wizard race who had not appeared in the world for a long time, rushed to the human race and personally taught Chiyu how to cultivate. As for the human race, they didn't fall behind either. After realizing Chiyu's talent, they were afraid that he would be abducted by the wizard race. Therefore, in the ancient land of the human race, a peerless figure walked out of the 7 stars continent of the Eastern Sea. He brought the ancient God-fiend scriptures written by the ancient human emperor, Zichen, to teach Chiyu. The 7 stars continent of the Eastern Sea was the true ancient land of the human race. It was created by Feng Zichen in the ancient times. It was located in the hinterland of the Eastern Sea and was one of the escape routes of the human race. This place had never experienced the massacre of the human race by the demon race. It was the only force of the human race that had been passed down from the ancient times. Back then, the demon race used the power of the entire race to curse the human race, causing the human race to degenerate and become beasts. Of course, the human race in the 7 stars continent of the Eastern Sea was also affected. The dragon emperor of the time, Ao Tian, the son of the ancestral dragon, couldn't bear to see the human race end up like that. Therefore, he used the power of the entire race to seal the 7 stars continent, completely isolating it from the demon race's curse. It was also from that moment on that the 7 stars continent's space-time completely froze. It wasn't until Fuxi ascended the throne and unified all races, causing the human race's providence to reach its peak. The humans of the 7 stars continent were affected by this and broke the seal, reappearing in the world. Because the 7 stars continent had never experienced war, most of the ancient human race's legacies were preserved there. This also caused the 7 stars continent to become the sacred land of the human race. At the same time, it was also the sacred land of the god-fiend Tao. As such, one could imagine the 7 stars continent's status in the human race. Most people who were successful in cultivating the god-fiend Tao would head to the 7 stars continent to comprehend the god-fiend Tao ancestors' aura and leave behind some of their legacies. Over the years, the 7 stars continent had recorded the legacies of countless god-fiend Tao experts, becoming the sacred land of the god-fiend Tao that everyone yearned for. The peerless figures that walked out of this place might not be inferior to the ancestral shamans. This was the true foundation of the human race. 2 peerless figures personally taught Chiyu. It could be said that this was a unique treatment for the human race. For a time, Chiyu attracted a lot of attention from all races. As for Chiyu, he lived up to his name as a genius. His talent could be said to be the best of all races. Even Shenyuan was inferior to him. With such a figure, the mutants were naturally very happy. They saw the possibility of surpassing Shenyuan from Chiyu. However, Chiyu was outstanding, but Shenyuan wasn't bad either. After the disappearance of the Empress became depressed day by day. Not long after she died, due to excessive grief and exhaustion. First, his daughter mysteriously disappeared, and then his wife passed away. This was a huge blow to Shino. Affected by this, Shino gradually became reclusive. He no longer dealt with the affairs of the human race and handed everything over to Shen Yuan. He immersed himself in cultivation to relieve the sorrow in his heart. Under Shen Yuan's rule, the human race could be said to be thriving day by day. Moreover, Shen Yuan was a fair person and would not favor any side. Any dispute that reached his hands would be dealt with in the most fair way. All of these made Shen Yuan's name spread throughout the untainted land. Even the mutants couldn't find a reason to attack Shen Yuan and pull him down from his position as the successor of the human emperor. Yes, not long after returning from the East Sea, Shen Yuan stood up. While recovering from his injuries, he became Daluo Jingxian in one fell swoop and made up for his shortcomings in cultivation. Shen Yuan could be said to be a perfect person. He was simply impeccable. The mutants tried everything to find a reason to attack him. The only reason they could find was the mysterious disappearance of the Empress concubine. However, His Majesty Shino had personally ordered that no one was allowed to discuss this matter. Therefore, the mutants didn't dare to use this matter as a reason to avoid angering Shino. As time passed, Chiyu gradually grew up and became more and more outstanding. Not only did he become the leader of the Witchmen, but he also subdued the surrounding 72 tribes of mutants, large and small. Even a portion of the Witchmen admired Chiyu very much. They didn't hesitate to leave the Witchmen and come to the human race to seek refuge with him. This also made Chiyu's name more and more resounding. He was vaguely known as the #1 person of the younger generation of the myriad races. But even so, Chiyu couldn't be compared to Shen Yuan. This was because Chiyu was still making contributions, while Shen Yuan had already made a name for himself. He was currently gradually taking over the power of the human race. Every decision he made could affect the current situation of the myriad races. Just this point alone was far from being comparable to Shen Yuan. In the eyes of everyone, Chiyu was just a junior, a child. And Shen Yuan was already an adult. The two were far from comparable. It was precisely because of this that the leaders of the mutants were very depressed. Especially the more outstanding Chiyu's performance, the more depressed they were. Shen Yuan had no fault, so they had no reason to oust him. Shino wouldn't replace Shen Yuan just because Chiyu was better than Shen Yuan. In this way, wouldn't it be a mess? Changing the successor for no reason was a big taboo and the source of chaos. Since Shen Yuan couldn't be replaced, so what if Chiyu performed well? They only hated that Chiyu was born 30,000 years later. This was the sigh of the mutant leaders. Chapter 617. If Chiyu and Shen Yuan were born at the same time, the current situation would be completely different. With Chiyu's talent, he would definitely surpass Shen Yuan. It was still uncertain who would become the successor of the human emperor. However, it was useless to say anything now. Shen Yuan's power had been established. No matter how outstanding Chiyu's performance was, it was useless. Shennong's abdication was imminent. For the stability of the human race, it was impossible to change the successor at the last minute. Fortunately, with Chiyu's talent, even if he couldn't become the human emperor, he was destined to become a strong person. Under his leadership, the otherworldly race's right to speak in the human race would also be increased correspondingly. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was the 990,000th year of the Earth Emperor's calendar. It wouldn't be long before Shennong would abdicate. At this time, when the mutants saw that Shen Yuan's prestige was growing, they gradually gave up the idea of tripping him up. Instead, they focused all their attention on Chiyu, hoping that he would become the supreme realm to improve the status of the mutants in the human race. However, although the mutants had given up the idea of tripping Shen Yuan, the myriad races behind them were unwilling to fail. In order to improve the status of the mutants, the myriad races had invested a lot of resources in the early stages to improve the strength of the mutants. Now, if the mutants gave up so easily, wouldn't the investment of the myriad races be wasted? Of course, they wouldn't give up just like that. Therefore, the myriad races gradually had other thoughts and began to sow discord between the mutants and the pure-blooded human race. The conflict between the mutants and the pure-blooded human race gradually became more and more obvious. This also caused the situation within the human race to become more and more tense. And all of this was seen by Feng Zichen on the Emperor's Star. The petty actions of the myriad races couldn't be hidden from him. Not only that, even Shennong, who lived in seclusion, also saw all of this. However, neither Feng Zichen nor Shennong chose to interfere. These things would be left to Shen Yuan to solve. Furthermore, wasn't this also a test for the otherworldly bloodline? If they were really loyal to the human race, they naturally wouldn't choose to join forces with the myriad races. They would directly refuse. On the contrary, if they agreed to join forces with the myriad races to deal with the pure-blooded human race, then don't blame Feng Zichen for being ruthless. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, 1,000,000 years had passed since Shennong ascended the throne. Today was the day Shennong ascended to the heavens and passed on the throne to Shenyuan. At the same time, this also signified that the 1,000,000-year period was up, and Fuxi was about to abdicate. In the 1,000,000 year of the earthly sovereign calendar, Shennong had achieved great success and was about to ascend to the heavens. Therefore he issued a decree to summon the patriarchs of all races. Under the witness of everyone he passed the throne to Shenyuan. Shenyuan. From now on I'll leave the human race to you. Don't disappoint me. In the imperial ancestral temple, Shennong solemnly handed the human emperor's seal, which symbolized the highest authority of the human race, to Shenyuan. Shenyuan Ding will not disappoint your majesty. I swear to lead the human race to glory. Shenyuan solemnly swore as he took the seal from Shennong. At this point, the transfer of power to the human race was complete. Shennong abdicated, and Shenyuan ascended the throne. Show your talents to the fullest. The human race is yours. I'll be leaving. After saying this, a huge crimson dragon appeared under Shennong's feet and carried him to the fire cloud cave. Your Majesty, don't be anxious. Wait for me. Just as Shennong was about to step into the void, experts from the human race and the myriad races walked out and followed Shennong. We're tired of staying in this primeval land. Today we'll follow your Majesty to the heaven realm to take a look. Several Daluo Jingxian and hundreds of Peak Tai Jingxian chuckled as they caught up with Shennong and stood beside him. Good. I'll go too. Seeing that there were people following him, Shennong was very happy. After laughing a few times, he led everyone away on the dragon. We respectfully send your Majesty off. Seeing Shennong leave on the dragon, all living beings bowed. When Shennong's figure completely disappeared, the experts of the myriad races who had been smiling before no longer had to hide their true thoughts. After a cold snort, they all had cold faces to express their displeasure. Fellow Taoist Shenyuan. Poor Wei and the others still have important matters to attend to, so they won't stay in the human race for long. Please forgive Poor Wei and the others for taking their leave first. After Shennong left, the experts of the myriad races revealed their true colors. They didn't give Shenyuan the corresponding respect at all. Not only did they call him by his name, but they also directly left. They didn't take Shenyuan seriously at all. This was normal. Back then, when Shennong had just ascended the throne, not many people in the myriad races were convinced by him. They even wanted to snatch his position as the ruler of the myriad races. It wasn't until after the earth veins were sorted out that the myriad races were convinced and completely recognized Shennong's position. Now, Shenyuan was still far from Shennong, so the experts of the myriad races naturally didn't take him seriously. Shenyuan still had a long way to go if he wanted to stabilize his position as the ruler of the myriad races. After all, it was Shennong who had contributed to the myriad races, the primeval world and all living beings, not Shenyuan. The elders of the human race naturally couldn't stand the rudeness of the experts of the myriad races. They immediately wanted to scold them. Let them leave. What if something happens in front of the imperial ancestral temple? What a scandal. However, before they could speak, they heard Shenyuan say from the side. That's true. Today, as your Majesty said, let them leave for the time being. But we will still remember what happened today. In the future we will definitely give them retribution. Although they were angry, they forcibly suppressed the anger in their hearts when they remembered that today was a day of great joy. However, what happened next made the faces of the elders of the human race completely darken. Your Majesty, we also have important matters to attend to, so we will take our leave first. Seeing the experts of the myriad races leave, some of the leaders of the mutants also left. This scene almost made the elders of the human race explode with anger. If they weren't worried about being seen as a joke by outsiders, they would have cursed out loud on the spot. But even so, the elders of the human race's faces became extremely ugly. It was fine if outsiders didn't give the emperor face. But their own people didn't give the emperor face. What were they trying to do? Did they deliberately want to be seen as a joke by outsiders? Even Shenyuan couldn't help but secretly clench his fists when he saw this scene. It was obvious that he was suppressing his anger. In fact, it wasn't just Shen Yuan who was angry. Even Feng Zichen and Fushi, who were paying attention to this place, were also very angry. They were extremely disappointed with those mutant leaders who left. They were taking the initiative to cause trouble. They couldn't blame others for suppressing them. With the departure of the experts of the myriad races and some of the mutant leaders, no one was in the mood to continue the celebration. Therefore, this grand event that concerned the human race ended hastily. However, the impact it brought was enormous. After this incident, the conflict between the pure-blooded humans and the mutants was completely exposed. Moreover, after this incident, the dissatisfaction of the mutants towards the Emperor was also obvious. If it wasn't handled well, the human race would erupt into the greatest civil strife since its birth. Under this influence, the primitive world gradually became turbulent. Especially the myriad races. They knew that the experts of the human race must hate them to the core and want to get rid of them as soon as possible. Therefore, they no longer had any scruples when they did things. They almost used all their resources to nurture Qiyu. When he grew up, he could contend against Shen Yuan. Because of this, Qiyu's cultivation could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. He was about to become Daluo. No matter how the situation of the human race changed, it only affected the primitive world, but it couldn't affect the high and mighty heavenly realm. Thanks to the fortune of the world being easier this time, the heavenly realm, which still retained the innate qi, had completely become the center of the primitive world, the supreme world. The heavenly realm was the center of the primitive world. Almost all of the experts lived in the heavenly realm. His changes would affect the entire primitive world. At this moment, a major event was happening in the heavenly realm that could affect the entire primitive world. The celestial emperor was even easier. In the void. Shino hadn't arrived at the Red Cloud Cave yet. He was stopped by Fushi, who rushed over and pulled into the heavenly realm. Then, just like when Fushi ascended the throne, many powerful figures gathered in the heavenly court to crown Shino. At this point, Fushi abdicated, and Shino ascended the throne. The world respected him as the Flame Emperor, and ancestral Magus Zhurong was the guardian. The Azure Emperor disappeared, and the Flame Emperor appeared. The destiny of the heavenly court changed as well. Boundless momentum gathered and blessed Feng Zichen, who was pushing all of this. Boom. With the destiny of heaven and earth on his body, Feng Zichen's aura soared again. Boundless mana surged out and surged in his body, causing his injuries to recover further. Soon. It's not far from the day when I become a primordial chaos. Silently restraining his aura, Feng Zichen slowly calmed the restless power in his body. 1/5 of the process of becoming a Dao had been completed. The Celestial Emperor was easier. To the world, it was a major event that involved the change of the destiny of heaven and earth. However, to all living beings it wasn't a big deal. It didn't affect them at all. It was nothing more than a change of heaven. Anyway, at the level of all living beings, they couldn't come into contact with such a great figure. Therefore, the conspiracy of the myriad races against the human race was still going on. Not only that, under this conspiracy, there seemed to be other undercurrents surging. Under Feng Zichen's secret observation, he suddenly discovered that an extremely unfamiliar force had appeared. It was living in seclusion behind the scenes and constantly stirring up the relationship between the myriad races and the human race, trying to provoke a conflict between the two sides. Their methods were just like the demon sect back then. They secretly provoked a war between the three races to trigger the great calamity of the primordial world. The goal of the force behind the scenes was to trigger the great calamity of the primordial world. In the beginning, Feng Zichen thought that the demon sect saw that the primordial world was peaceful and continued to stir up trouble. But under his patient observation he found that things were not like that at all. The force behind the scenes had nothing to do with the demon sect. Instead, it had some connection with the person who schemed against the girl back then. Without a doubt. This was a force that targeted the human race. However, what Feng Zichen didn't understand was, if they targeted the human race, they would target the human race. Why did they have the intention to trigger the great calamity of the primordial world? It was as if dealing with the human race was just a side effect. Their real goal was to provoke the human race to fight with the myriad races to break the primordial world. Good Lord. This force wanted to destroy the world. It was precisely because of this that Feng Zichen suddenly became interested in this force. He was not in a hurry to destroy it. Instead, he stared at them closely, looking forward to their next plan. Feng Zichen was very curious. Why did that force want to destroy the primordial world? Therefore he wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish and raise this force. Under the nurturing of the myriad races, the power of the variant human lineage could be said to have developed extremely quickly. Although Daoyuo Jingxian was not born, there were endless Tai experts. This also caused the ambition of the variant human lineage to gradually expand. However, reality was cruel. No matter how powerful the variant human lineage was, it could not compare to the countless years of foundation of the pure-blooded human race. The power of the variant human lineage was far from being able to compete with the pure-blooded human race. If they continued to develop like this, in theory, the variant human lineage would never surpass the pure-blooded human race in this calamity. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event happened, causing the scales of victory to gradually tilt towards the variant human lineage. On the Seven Stars continent of the East Sea, many clansmen rushed over to seek refuge with Chiyu. This was the holy land of the path of gods and demons, one of the foundations of the human race. There were countless experts there. With the support of this place, the variant human lineage could be said to have the ability to compete with the pure-blooded human race. As for why the humans on the Seven Stars continent would help the variant human lineage, it was because of their origin. The Seven Stars continent was located in the hinterland of the East Sea. The East Sea was the headquarters of the aquatics. Since the Seven Stars continent was located here, was it not normal for them to marry the dragons and aquatics? Therefore, the Seven Stars continent was also a variant human lineage. They belonged to the same lineage, so of course they had to advance and retreat together. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. More importantly, Feng Zichen had ordered them to seek refuge with the variant human lineage. Unlike the variant human race in the human race's territory, the humans on the Seven Stars continent were all loyal to Feng Zichen. They retained their ancient memories and were still bathed in Feng Zichen's glory. They even grew up listening to his legends. They practically regarded him as their religion. How could such a force betray Feng Zichen? They were the same as the sealed human Dao imperial court. They were absolutely loyal to Feng Zichen. It was also one of the greatest forces he controlled now. How could they refuse when Feng Zichen asked them to support the variant human lineage? Feng Zichen's action was to increase the variant human lineage's strength. At the same time, it was also his final test for the variant human lineage. With the help of the Seven Stars continent, the variant human lineage would have the ability to resist the pure-blooded human race. They would not need to borrow the power of the other races. Of course, if the variant human lineage continued to borrow the power of the other races at this time, their strength would surpass the pure-blooded human race in one fell swoop. However, in this way Feng Zichen would be completely disappointed in them. When he attacked, there would be no mercy at all. The opportunity had been given to them. Whether they could seize it or not depended on their hearts. Chapter 6:18. In the end, the decision of the other folk. In the end, they still disappointed Feng Zichen. With the support of the Seven Stars continent and all the other races, the other folk gradually expanded, so much so that they started to have thoughts that they shouldn't have. They wanted to pull Shenyuan down from the throne. As soon as this thought appeared, it grew uncontrollably. Soon, it completely occupied the hearts of the other folk and they started to take action. How did the Empress Princess disappear? Did Shenyuan do it on purpose? In order to understand his competitors, he set up the Empress Princess. The rumor that had been buried for a long time started to spread again in the great desolate world under the intentional propaganda of the variant humans. In an instant, rumors about Shenyuan spread throughout all the races. The other folk used this as an excuse to force Shenyuan to give an explanation. Otherwise, they would refuse to recognize Xuanyuan's legal status and not respect him as the emperor. In response, Xuanyuan's side was naturally furious, but the pure-blooded didn't want to fall out with him. Therefore, they first gave an explanation and used Shenong's words as evidence. Unfortunately, no matter how they explained, the other folk wouldn't listen. That's right, the other folk only wanted a reason to target Shenyuan so that they could have a good reason to attack and make their next move easier. In this way, why would they care about whether this matter was true or not? To them, in order to achieve their secret, even if the Empress Princess really appeared in front of everyone, the other folk would say that it was fake. It was used by Shenyuan to confuse the world. After the explanation failed, Xuanyuan's side understood the other party's intentions. They were clearly trying to usurp the throne. It could be said that everyone knew what they were thinking. Knowing that the other party was determined to rebel, Shenyuan didn't hold back. He immediately mobilized the army to destroy the other party's forces that had yet to form. However, Xuanyuan's actions were still too slow. No, to be precise, Xianyuan underestimated the determination of the other folk. In order to seize power, the other folk directly joined forces with all the other races. When Xianyuan attacked the other folk, the ones who stopped him were not the experts of the other folk, but the experts of all the other races. It was the battle with the masters of the 10,000 races that took up too much of Xuanyuan's time. As a result, he wasn't able to take action immediately and destroy the forces of the mutants. Otherwise, how could the mutants resist Xianyuan, who was blessed with the fortune of the human race? They would be easily destroyed by Xianyuan. Unfortunately, with the intervention of the experts of the 10,000 races, everything changed. Xuanyuan's advantage was completely gone. This delay gave Qiyu time to prepare. He directly integrated all the inhuman forces and established the Jiuli tribe to fight against Xianyuan Yaoyao. The Jiuli division was completed. The human race's providence was immediately split into two. Almost half of the human fate flew out of Xuanyuan's body and into Qiyou's. As a result, Xuanyuan's strength dropped drastically. At the same time, Qiyou's strength skyrocketed, reaching a level where he could rival Xianyuan. In the situation, the tables were turned in an instant. The masters of the 10,000 clans helped. Although they managed to stop Xianyuan, their actions undoubtedly angered the masters of the human clan. As a result, some of the neutral forces completely sided with Xianyuan and worked together to deal with the Jiuli tribe. There were also some human experts who had been living in seclusion. After learning about this, they all came out of seclusion to help Xianyuan. Joining forces with the 10,000 races caused the Jiuli tribe to gradually become the enemy of the human clan. At this moment, some of the leaders of the mutants also realized that they had done something stupid. However, since things had already come to this, they had no way back. They could only brace themselves and continue forward. Defeating Xianyuan was the only way for them to turn the situation around. History books were often written by the victors. As long as they defeated Xianyuan and obtained the supreme power of the human clan, wouldn't they be able to rewrite the merits and demerits? With this thought, the fighting spirit of the mutants became even stronger. As for Xuanyuan's side, because the Jiuli tribe had joined forces with the 10,000 races, they viewed them as traitors. They hated them to the bone and wanted to kill them as soon as possible. As a result, the civil war of the human clan broke out. This was an unfair war. From the beginning, this war was destined to be unfair. On Xuanyuan's side, only the pure-blooded humans supported him. As for the Jiuli tribe, other than the mutants, they also had the support of the 10,000 races. In fact, there was even a faint shadow of the Magi in the Jiuli tribe. One side was weak and the other side had more people. The result was self-evident. On the other hand, Xuanyuan's side was being beaten back. It was also at this moment that Xuanyuan's reinforcements were finally about to enter the arena. The 12 golden immortals of Chan School had arrived. According to the agreement that everyone had made in the Purple Cloud Palace back then, the candidates for the 3 emperors and 5 emperors were decided by the human race. The candidates for the imperial preceptor were from the 3 sections. In order to show his importance to the 3 emperors, the Grand Pure One descended to the mortal world and personally taught Fuxi. Originally, after this, they should be disciples of Chan School of Jie School. They taught the 2 generations of human emperors respectively. However, under Feng Zichen's secret drive, the authority of the 3 emperors was strengthened and their status became higher. As a result, no one among the disciples of Jie School and Chan School was qualified to take in 2 human emperors as disciples. Arranging for disciples to become the imperial preceptor was to seek merit for them, not to send them to their deaths. Their fate was not strong enough, but they could not become the imperial preceptor. They would be devoured by the imperial purple qi and die. Therefore, the 3 sects could not find a candidate for the imperial preceptor. At that time, the 3 pure ones could not return to the primordial world because they were resisting the chaos fiend god. Otherwise, they would be qualified to take in the human emperor as their disciple. Helpless, the 3 pure ones had no choice but to change their strategy. They changed from taking in disciples to guiding them, just like how Xianqing guided Shenong. In that case, although they did not have as much merit as becoming the imperial preceptor, it was better than nothing. The 12 golden immortals of Chan School came for merit. Putting aside the strength of the 12 disciples of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, the Dharma treasures on them were good. Therefore, with the help of the 12 golden immortals and the power of their connate numinous treasures, Xuanyuan's side gradually gained the upper hand. However, the good times did not last long. Seeing that the situation had reversed, Qiyu made up his mind and invited a large number of experts from the Magi to suppress the 12 golden immortals. Just like that, the two sides exchanged blows and the battlefield gradually fell into a stalemate. It was also at this moment that the hidden forces finally made their move. They pretended to be experts of the myriad races and suddenly attacked the 12 golden immortals, severely injuring them. The 12 golden immortals were severely injured and completely lost their combat strength. As a result, the strength of Xuanyuan's side was greatly reduced. Qiyu took the opportunity to launch an attack. He broke through the front line in one fell swoop and advanced into the hinterland of the human race. For a moment, Xuanyuan's side was in danger. However, the changes in things were often not as they wished. Because of the heavy injuries of the 12 golden immortals, a hidden big shot of Chan's school, the deputy sect master of Chan's school, the ancient Taoist Randeng. He was a big shot in the Sage-to-be realm. Since others bullied the weak and dealt with the 12 golden immortals, Taoist Randeng naturally had to find a way to get back at them. As the Sage-to-be entered the scene, the situation changed again. Qiyu's side gradually fell into a disadvantage. The word Sage-to-be represented everything. This was the top combat strength of the primordial world, enough to turn the situation around. If nothing went wrong, Xianyuan and Taoist Randeng would join forces and soon calm the internal strife of the human race. However, the person behind the scenes obviously did not want the battle to end just like that. Therefore, an unknown Sage-to-be expert walked out and stalled Taoist Randeng, buying some time for Qiyu's side to catch their breath. Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. Since that's the case, let me add fuel to the fire. Let's see what tricks you can play. On Ziwei Star, Feng Zichen saw that the situation of the battle was showing signs of expanding. Instead of stopping it, he secretly added fuel to the fire. With a thought, Feng Zichen issued a decree. Immediately, dozens of powerful auras erupted from the 5 Khanate races and rushed towards the ancestral land of the human race to support them. This was another ambush of Feng Zichen. Back then, seeing that the human race was no match for the demon race and was in danger of being exterminated, Feng Zichen immediately made a decision to send some of the humans into the 5 Khanate races to preserve a trace of the human race's bloodline. These humans were secretly nurtured by the 5 Khanate races to be the hidden foundation of the human race. However, the situation was critical now, so they had no choice but to appear in advance to reverse the situation. With these humans taking action, the 5 Khanate races would not sit idly by. They hurriedly sent some experts to follow them. With this help, the strength of Xuanyuan's side became stronger and stronger. However, Qiyu's side also received strong reinforcements. Under the pressure, the 10,000 races had no choice but to use their own foundation to fight against Xuanyuan's side. At the same time, the power behind the scenes was also secretly involving the energy of Xuanyuan's side. But do you think that's the end? Seeing that this place was so lively, some people who had ulterior motives secretly joined in. For example, the demon sect. They provoked the various forces and forced them to join in the civil war of the human race, causing the range of the war to become wider and wider. Some ancient demon gods were unwilling to be left out. Under the persuasion of the demon sect, they joined the war. In order to help Qiyu, the witch race was also dragged into the war. The forces in the sky did not dare to be left out. They sent people to the lower realm in an attempt to seek some merit. Chaos, it was all chaos. Now, the Xian sect, the demon sect, the witch race, the heavenly court, the 5 Khanate races, the ancient demon race and so on, all the major forces of the primordial world had joined in the war, causing the situation to become more and more complicated. Before this, who would have thought that a mere civil war of the human race would evolve into a showdown between the major forces of the primordial world? It would be strange if no one was secretly controlling it. At this moment, almost all the great divinities, their gazes were focused on the human race. They nervously stared at the changes in the situation. They were afraid. This war had affected too many forces and experts. If it was not handled well, it would turn into a disaster that affected the entire primordial world. Therefore, they had to keep an eye on this war at all times to control the impact of the war within a certain range. The primordial world could not withstand the torment. The situation has developed to this point. The person behind the scenes should not be able to hold back and make a move. Let me see what your purpose is in provoking the great calamity of the primordial world. Apart from the crowd, Feng Zichen was also paying attention to the situation. He was waiting for the person behind the scenes to make a move. If he did not make a move, he would not have the chance to make a move when the outcome was decided. Boom. Just as Feng Zichen was waiting for the mastermind behind the scenes, a sudden change occurred in the field. Two terrifying figures suddenly appeared in the void and charged towards Xianyuan and Qiyu at the same time. Judging from their cultivation, they had already stepped into the half-primordial chaos realm. Seeing this on the Emperor's star, Feng Zichen was about to save them. However, just as he was about to make a move, four mysterious figures suddenly appeared outside the boundless starry sky and charged towards the depths of the starry sky. Their targets, they were the four great ferocious beasts that had been sealed. Obviously, they had come to save the four great ferocious beasts. Fellow Taoists, it's been a long time. Retracting his hand that was about to save them, Feng Zichen smiled at the four people who were rushing over. These four people were not strangers. They were four of the 9 chaos demon gods that had fought against the incarnations of the saints back then. Feng Zichen had fought with them before, so he was naturally no stranger to them. In the face of Feng Zichen's greeting, the 4 chaos demon gods were all silent. They just quickly used their supernatural powers to try to save the 4 great ferocious beasts. Fighting 1 against 4, Feng Zichen did not dare to be careless. He carefully manipulated Pangu's divine power to deal with the 4 of them. At the same time, he also quietly released a trace of his mind, to pay attention to the changes in the human battlefield. If they had the complete fate of the human race, Xian Yuan and Qi Yu would not be afraid of the sneak attack of the 2 half-primordial chaos existences. Unfortunately, they only had half of the fate of the human race. Therefore, under the sneak attack of the 2, although Xian Yuan and Qi Yu did not die, they were seriously injured. After failing their attack, the 2 did not stop. Instead, they used their supernatural powers and continued to charge forward. Another attack could kill Xian Yuan and Qi Yu on the spot. However, they did not have the chance. Seeing that the 2 of them were in danger, Fuxi and Shenong attacked at the same time. Each of them blocked an assassin and fought with them. It was also because the fate of the human race had not reached its peak. Otherwise, Fuxi and Shenong would definitely be able to unleash the combat strength of the primordial chaos realm and easily suppress the 2 of them. They would not be trapped in a bitter battle like they were now. You're courting death. The powerful beings who were watching the battle were shocked and angry when they saw that someone dared to make a move under their noses. Almost without hesitation, they grabbed at the 2 people who were fighting with Shenong and Fuxi. Fellow Taoists, please stop. Suddenly, a clear voice came from the void. It was like the sound of the Tao was trembling slightly. It deduced endless magical methods and shattered everyone's supernatural powers. Who is it? While everyone was puzzled, dozens of familiar and unfamiliar figures appeared in front of everyone. It was familiar. It was the Tao that everyone had heard somewhere. It was unfamiliar. It was the other party's expression. It was completely different from what they remembered. It was as if he was a different person. For them who had experienced the possession of the chaos demon gods, they naturally knew what this meant. Chapter 619. Had been possessed by the chaos fiend god. Endless years of bitter cultivation had turned into a wedding dress for them overnight. It was really sad. Fellow Taoists, let the poor Wei and the others release you. Without any superfluous words, the 2 forces engaged in the most intense life-and-death battle as soon as they met. Their fellow Taoists who had cultivated with them in the past could not even rest in peace after death. Their identities and bodies were replaced by the chaos fiend god, causing chaos in the untainted land. How could this group of great mediums tolerate it? In this battle, they did not seek to kill the chaos fiend god. At the very least, they wanted to destroy their bodies to release their former fellow Taoists. Rumble. With the entrance of the chaos fiend god and the great mediums, the scale of the battle became even greater. Terrifying power raged out, almost destroying everything. The void shattered layer by layer and time was distorted. Even the rules of heaven and earth were collapsing one after another. The entire untainted land seemed to have fallen into the end of the world. An endless amount of destructive power gushed out from it. Bus, bus, bus. Just as heaven and earth were about to sink, at the critical moment, the 12 shrines sitting on the untainted land suddenly trembled violently and emitted a bright light. 12 towering figures walked out of the 12 shrines and stood on the untainted land. They emitted endless majesty and jointly suppressed the untainted land. 12. Capital Heaven Divine Killing Formation. Rise? An ancient and mysterious Tao sound came slowly, as if it had crossed endless years and resounded in the untainted land. It lingered in everyone's ears for a long time. The 12 Capital Heaven Divine Killing Formation, which shocked the untainted land, finally appeared again. Sensing that the untainted land was in great danger, almost instinctively, the shadows of the ancestral sorcerers in the 12 shrines operated spontaneously and joined forces to set up the top Khanate formation of the untainted land, the 12 capital heaven divine killing formation. Rumble. Under the power of the formation, the shadows of the 12 ancestral sorcerers slowly merged and gradually formed a great and sacred existence, the incarnation of Pangu. Without a doubt, this was the incarnation of Pangu at the primordial chaos level. A vast aura spread out, faintly resonating with heaven and earth. An inexplicable power appeared, making the rules of heaven and earth more active. Even the terrifying fluctuations raging in the untainted land were slightly restrained. Bang! As soon as Pangu's incarnation appeared in the world, he did not do anything. In the netherworld realm, the prehistoric geomancy map automatically recovered, broke through the void, crossed the realm, and flew into the hands of Pangu's incarnation. Suppress. Grabbing the prehistorical geomancy map, Pangu's incarnation shook and unfolded it. Immediately, an extremely vast and profound power surged out from the great desolate geomancy map. It whistled into the ground and turned into a hazy film of light, protecting the ground firmly. Rumble. After that, no matter how powerful and terrifying the shockwaves from the battle were, they were unable to shake the great desolate land in the slightest. It was also thanks to Feng Zichen's timely establishment of the 12 shrines. Otherwise, after this battle, no matter who won or lost, it would cause great damage to the untainted land. It was comparable to the apocalypse. After Feng Zichen's efforts, the changes in the Eldritch World line were getting bigger and bigger. Originally, according to the normal course of history, the battle between the liches and demons should be the largest battle in the history of the untainted land. However, as Feng Zichen continued to cause trouble, everything changed. After the battle between the liches and demons, the calamity of the Chaos Fiend God broke out first, followed by the calamity of the Khanate ferocious beasts, and then the calamity of the demon sect. Finally, the demon ancestor Rahu took action to cause chaos in the untainted land. The scale of each battle was larger and larger, and the range of experts involved was also increasing. First, it was a chaotic battle between half-step primordial chaos experts, and then it developed into a fierce battle between existences at the level of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. In the end, it evolved into dozens of existences with the combat strength of primordial chaos, engaging in a life-and-death battle. It was really exciting. Right now, another battle that was not inferior to the scale of the battle between the liches and demons was taking place in the untainted land. Boom, boom, boom. Legendary existences fought in the depths of the void. Terrifying fluctuations erupted one after another, shaking the past, present, and future. As a result, the universe was out of order and the heaven and earth were out of balance. Strange and unpredictable scenes appeared one after another in the untainted land, which was extremely shocking. The heaven and earth were bright and dim and the laws were looming. Terrifying fluctuations spread between the heaven and earth, oppressing the minds of all living beings. It was unknown how much pressure it brought to them. If it were not for Pangu's incarnation doing its best to suppress the untainted land, preventing the land from sinking in the battle, it was unknown how many innocent creatures would have been affected by this battle and turned into ashes. As time passed, the battle gradually entered a white-hot state. Both sides could no longer control their strength, so all kinds of magical powers flew around. Even the heaven realm and the boundless starry sky were affected. Under such circumstances, Feng Zichen, who was beating the 4 chaos demon gods in the boundless starry sky, had to divert part of his strength to protect the heaven realm. The heaven realm had now become the center of the untainted land, and he could not let it be destroyed in this battle. However, diverting part of his strength to protect the heaven realm was also a kind of pressure for Feng Zichen. He was not the only one who had not fully recovered from the injuries left by the battle with the demon ancestor Rahu. Even the Zhouxing map and the small Mao Buzhou had not recovered. In addition, the 4 ferocious beasts were suppressed in the boundless starry sky, which also greatly dispersed the power of the god Pangu. Therefore, the power of the god Pangu was greatly weakened by the continuous dispersal of the power of the god in the boundless starry sky. As a result, when Feng Zichen faced the 4 chaos demon gods, he did not have an overwhelming advantage and could only barely maintain his undefeated position, with a trace of strength left to support other battlefields. At this point, if there was no power to break the balance, then both sides would be in a stalemate. At this time, it was completely a battle of attrition, to see who could hold on first. The one who could not hold on first would be the loser. Right when the battle was in full swing at the center of the untainted land and right below the heaven realm, the ruins of Mount Buzhou and the current location of the World Tree had suddenly welcomed an unexpected guest. This person's figure was blurry, and his entire body was coiled by a thin layer of chaotic energy, causing others to be unable to see his appearance clearly. Obviously, he put on a disguise to conceal his true origins. No one knew his name, his origins, or what sort of ability he'd utilize to actually allow him to stroll through the surroundings of the World Tree and the Last Days domain that the Heaven Dao had personally set up, and he wasn't affected in the slightest. This obviously showed that the ability of the Heaven Dao was truly capable. The Last Days domain that it set up was really something that no one could stop. How many waves has it been? All those years ago, the experts of the demon sect came and went as they pleased. Now, it seemed like this unknown existence was the same. The Last Days domain hadn't been of any use at all, and it seemed as if it didn't exist in the eyes of these experts. It was truly dangerous for him to protect the World Tree. The World Tree was so beautiful that everyone that saw it couldn't help but exclaim with admiration towards its greatness. They were unable to figure out how such a perfect life could exist in the world, and it was simply like a miracle. This was something that even this unknown existence was no exception to. Alas! This is the World Tree. What a shocking existence. He lightly stroked the striations on the World Tree as if he was stroking the most precious piece of art in the world, and he sighed with slight reluctance. Reluctance? There was no doubt about it. Based on this person's tone, it was obvious that he'd specially come here for the sake of harming the World Tree. What a pity. Such a great life is about to be destroyed at the hands of the poor Wei. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for being related to the safety of the untainted land. If you want to destroy the untainted land and establish the earth, fire, water, and wind once more, then you're your greatest weakness. So long as you're destroyed, then the heavens and the earth would be out of balance and combine once more. At that time, it would be the fortuitous encounter of the poor Wei. Looking at the World Tree, that person muttered to himself. Judging from his expression, he seemed to be explaining the reason for his actions to the World Tree, and also seemed to be convincing himself to make the final decision. Perhaps it was these mutterings that strengthened that person's determination. After he finished speaking, there was no longer any hesitation in his eyes. He took out a long black saber with determination and raised it towards the roots of the World Tree, ready to strike at any time. Bus, bus, bus. As if sensing danger, the World Tree suddenly trembled violently, and its entire body lit up with clear light. Countless mysterious runes kept flowing on its body. Whoosh. The World Tree swayed gently, sprinkling down endless clear light. Together with the mysterious runes on the tree, it formed a green light screen around it, firmly protecting itself. This green light screen emitted an extremely rich aura of life, and mysterious and complicated runes loomed on it, showing its profundity. Whoosh, whoosh. Invisible waves emanated from the World Tree, calming everything around it. Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian. The level of the World Tree had long reached the level of Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian. Although the World Tree couldn't exert all its power because it was holding up the sky, Primordial Chaos was Primordial Chaos, and it had the power to transcend everything. Now that the World Tree had used all its strength to form the light screen, it definitely belonged to the Primordial Chaos level, and it had the power to contend with Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian. Primordial Chaos? What an enviable life. It's still underage, but it has the power of Primordial Chaos. If it reaches adulthood, what will happen? No wonder it's in existence at the same level as the Chaos Demon God. It's really terrifying. Sensing the waves emanating from the World Tree, that person's expression couldn't help but become solemn. He unconsciously clenched the black saber in his hand and sighed at the World Tree. However, although he was solemn, the means shown by the World Tree obviously couldn't scare him. Since he had come here, he was naturally prepared. The situation in front of him was within his expectations, and he had already prepared for it. It would be really surprising if the World Tree didn't resist. What a pity. If you were in a free state with my ability, I would definitely not be your match. But now you're burdened by heaven and earth, and you can't exert even 1/10,000th of your strength. How can you resist me whose strength has greatly increased? Looking at the World Tree with slight pity, that person suddenly raised the black saber in his hand, raised it high above his head with both hands, and activated his power with all his strength. Rumble. An aura unique to a primordial treasure slowly emanated from the black saber in his hand. That black saber was a primordial treasure. No, to be precise, it was a broken chaos spiritual treasure. However, the level of this chaos spiritual treasure should have been very high before it was broken. So even if it was broken, it still had the power of a primordial treasure. A ray of strange black light lit up from the tip of the saber, and then spread to the entire saber. As if it was surrounded by black flames, the black saber burned, and a huge amount of heat radiated, distorting the air. When the power of the black saber had accumulated to the maximum, that person waved the saber in his hand, about to slash at the world tree. Rumble. The saber didn't move, but the momentum arrived first. A solemn murderous aura swept out, creating layers of ripples in the void, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Buzz buzz buzz, the invisible saber momentum burst out and hit the cyan light curtain around the world tree, creating layers of ripples and distorting it as if it was about to collapse. Too powerful. Just the saber momentum alone was enough to make the cyan light curtain, which could withstand the attack of a primordial chaos expert, show signs of collapse. If the black saber really slashed down, the cyan light curtain wouldn't be able to withstand it. But now the saints were far away in the sky. The great divinities were besieging the chaos demon gods. Feng Zichen was also being held back by the 4 chaos demon gods. At this moment, all the beings who could rescue the world tree were tied up and couldn't come to help. For a moment, the world tree was in danger. Break. The man made up his mind and waved the black saber in his hand. Suddenly, endless saber momentum burst out, turning into countless pitch-black saber lights, shattering the cyan light curtain around the world tree. This is the end of your tricks. So, destroy. After breaking the cyan light curtain, the man didn't stop at all. He held the black saber tightly with both hands, raised it above his head, and was about to swing it down again to completely cut off the world tree's life force. Fellow Taoist, please stop. However, at this moment, a clear voice suddenly came from the side, interrupting his actions. Who is it? When the man heard the words, he looked over and saw an otherworldly figure slowly walking out of the void and coming to stand in front of him. Boom. Boundless majesty burst out from the newcomer's body. It was supreme and domineering, with the power to sweep away everything. In an instant, it shattered the sharp saber momentum all over the sky. The world tree is very important. I can't let you destroy it just like that. The newcomer said leisurely as he wiped away the opponent's momentum. Ziwei Emperor Qi? It's you. Why are you here? Chapter 620. After recognizing the identity of the person, the mysterious man could not hide the astonishment on his face. Because it was impossible for the person to appear here. The leader of the 4 imperial gods, Emperor Zhongtian Ziwei Polaris Supreme Yellow. Why can't it be me? Seeing the other party's expression, Feng Zichen said with some amusement. No. Weren't you held back by the chaos demon god and unable to escape in the boundless starry sky? Why did you suddenly appear here? Forget it. That's not important. Anyway, you alone can't stop the poor Wei. After seeing Feng Zichen appear, the man was puzzled at first and seemed to be greatly shocked. But soon after, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly relaxed. He said with a nonchalant expression. Fellow Taoist, you're really confident. You and I are both half-step primordial chaos. Fellow Taoist, are you so confident that you can firmly suppress me? Hearing the other party say this, Feng Zichen could not help but be a little amused. He was the 4 imperial gods. Although his realm was the same as the other parties, which was the peak of the sage to be half-step primordial chaos. But his combat strength, with the support of the karmic position of heaven and earth, could reach the 3rd heaven of primordial chaos or even stronger. In this way, how could the other party, a half-step primordial chaos, be his opponent even if he had a Khanate cardinal treasure in hand? Therefore, in Feng Zichen's opinion, the other party's words were simply ridiculous. Fellow Taoist Ziwei, although I don't know what means you used to come here, poor Wei. But I'm sure you must have paid a great price to come here. After all, there are still 4 primordial chaos demon gods in the boundless starry sky. Dealing with them must have taken a lot of your energy. I just don't know how much strength fellow Taoist Ziwei can exert in this state. What's more, you were all seriously injured when you fought demon ancestor Rahu that day. Now, I'm afraid you haven't recovered yet, right? At this moment, the mysterious man seemed fearless. He was not afraid of Feng Zichen. In his heart, he had already determined that Feng Zichen's strength was far from his peak level. Not to mention the mysterious man, no one would think that Feng Zichen could exert all his strength in this state. Just as the mysterious man had said, the boundless starry sky was being attacked by the chaos demon god. Feng Zichen must have put all his energy there to prevent the 4 ferocious beasts from breaking out of the seal. The consequence of this was that Feng Zichen, who appeared here, would not be able to display his strength at his normal level. It would already be considered good if he could reach even 1/10,000th of his prime. After all, they were 4 chaos demon gods at the primordial chaos level, not 4 cabbages that could be found on the roadside. If he wanted to stop them, he would have to pay an unimaginable price. Moreover, he was still injured. Because of this, even though the mysterious man knew that Feng Zichen's strength was comparable to a primordial chaos expert, he still spoke arrogantly and did not take him seriously at all. He felt that the Feng Zichen in front of him was just an illusory body and did not have the strength to compete with him at all. But was the truth really as he thought? Oh? Is that really so? Since you think so, why don't you come forward and verify it yourself? You should know that you have to pay the price for looking down on me. Feng Zichen smiled gently and did not take the mysterious man's words seriously at all. He just invited him to verify it himself. He wanted to see if his strength was as he thought, weak. Of course he did not care. After all, the one who appeared here was Feng Zichen's real body, the real body. The one who stayed in the boundless starry sky was his incarnation. As early as when he found that someone was deliberately stirring up trouble in the untainted land, Feng Zichen knew that something was wrong. Someone wanted to start a catastrophe in the untainted land. After realizing this, although Feng Zichen did not know the purpose of the other party, he was very sure of one thing. If they wanted to destroy the untainted land, they were destined to have to go through the Tree of World. Therefore, after leaving an incarnation, Feng Zichen quietly left the boundless starry sky and hid inside the Tree of World. What happened later all confirmed Feng Zichen's guess. With the outbreak of a large-scale chaotic battle, the person behind the scenes came here and wanted to harm the Tree of World. That was why the current scene was happening. As for why the incarnation that was fighting with the 4 chaos demon gods in the boundless starry sky was so strong, of course, it was because of the power of the god Pangu. It was also because of this that Feng Zichen's performance in the boundless starry sky was so terrible. After all, his real body was not there. That's what I was thinking. The mysterious man did not talk nonsense. He waved the black long knife in his hand and slashed at Feng Zichen. Swoosh, the black saber radiance surged out, overbearing and carrying a majestic saber momentum. It was as if countless mountains were pressing down on Feng Zichen. Good knife technique. After praising in his heart, Feng Zichen used his fingers as a sword and pointed at the oncoming knife radiance. In an instant, endless brilliance erupted and countless stars evolved, forming a vast starry sky in front of Feng Zichen. It was extremely gorgeous. Rumble. The knife radiance was against the sword radiance. Terrifying power erupted and tore everything apart. Endless knife momentum and sword intent burst out in the void, constantly colliding and destroying each other. Everything was blurred and destroyed. Heaven and earth were vast, drowned by the sword intent and knife momentum. After a long time, the storm gradually subsided and the winner was decided. But, how is this possible? How can you be so strong? After the blow, the Tau momentum was not as good as the sword intent. The mysterious man's figure holding the knife flew backward, his eyes full of disbelief. It shouldn't be. Why? Clearly, most of your strength is concentrated in the boundless starry sky to resist the 4 chaos demon gods. But why do you still have such powerful strength? Using the knife to support his injured body, the mysterious man could not believe the facts in front of him and muttered absent-mindedly. He was injured. Under the other party's casual blow. His full-strength blow was no match for the other party's casual blow. This undoubtedly meant that the other party was not in a weakened state as he had imagined. On the contrary, the other party was very strong. Judging from the fact that he could easily injure him, the other party's strength was not inferior to an ordinary primordial chaos expert. Poor thing. What are the 4 emperors? The supreme beings between heaven and earth, the embodiment of the will of the primitive world. They manage the primitive world on behalf of the heavenly Tao and have supreme power and strength. Even the real primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian would not dare to say that he could defeat the 4 emperors in the primitive world, let alone you who have not become primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. On the opposite side, Feng Zichen sighed with pity and said to the mysterious man, overconfident. He was talking about the other party. Defeating the other party with one blow was nothing to him. It was a normal thing. After all, he had the strength of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. And the other party was only an ant at the half-step primordial chaos level. If it were not for the innate treasure in his hand, he would have been seriously injured by that blow. He would not have had the chance to talk to Feng Zichen. Primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian? Poor Wei was careless. I didn't expect that fellow Daoist's trump card was much more than Poor Wei imagined. Even in the face of 4 primordial chaos demon gods, you still have the strength to defeat Poor Wei. With a bitter smile, the mysterious man said with difficulty. He had miscalculated. But it was not his fault. Who would have thought that great Emperor Ziwei was so powerful that he still had the strength of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian while facing 4 primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian? He was ridiculously strong. Fellow Daoist, now that things have come to this, can you tell me where you came from? After sealing the surrounding space and completely blocking the escape route of the mysterious man, Feng Zichen walked forward and asked softly. He was really curious. These days, even primordial chaos demon gods and demon sects had given up on destroying the untainted world. The mysterious man who suddenly appeared in front of him did not seem to be a primordial chaos demon god. Instead, he was Gao Zhen of Xianmen. Why would he have the idea of destroying the untainted world? To be honest, fellow Daoist's aura is extremely pure. It doesn't seem like you have been possessed by a primordial chaos demon god. Why would you suddenly have such a rebellious idea of destroying the untainted world? Fellow Daoist, aren't you ashamed of the teachings of the Dao ancestor? In front of the mysterious man, Feng Zichen asked curiously. What do you know? Poor Wei wants to destroy the untainted world. Naturally, she wants to create an opportunity for Poor Wei. With a sad smile, the mysterious man said in a low voice, back then when the untainted world was just formed, 9 Hongmeng purple qi were born between heaven and earth. 7 of them were obtained by the Dao ancestor and became the 7 saints today. As for the remaining 2 Hongmeng purple qi, one of them escaped from the world and completely disappeared. The other one blended into the untainted world to become the foundation of heaven and earth. Poor Wei said so. I think you should understand what I mean. As if he had completely given up hope, the mysterious man frankly stated his purpose. Hiss, fellow Daoist, what a good idea. After listening to the mysterious man's explanation, Feng Zichen could not help but secretly click his tongue. Destroying the untainted world to extract the Hongmeng purple qi. How should he describe this method? There was really a slight possibility of becoming a saint. Destroying the untainted world, although there was a great karma and great karma, once one became a saint, all of this would not be a problem. Saints were immortal and indestructible. It was not a joke. Even if one carried an enormous amount of karma and great karma, it could be slowly repaid. After all, saints had plenty of time. However, this wasn't the reason for the mysterious man to destroy the untainted world, nor was it the reason for the mysterious man to join forces with the Chaos Fiend God. Right. That's right. That mysterious man. He had absolutely joined forces with the Chaos Fiend God. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Just when he wanted to destroy the untainted world, a large group of Chaos Fiend gods appeared and helped him restrain the energy of the experts. All of this. There was absolutely a Chaos Fiend god that was interfering. Come. Let me see who you are. Feng Zichen stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the mysterious man. He intended to tear apart the mysterious man's disguise and see his true appearance. A layer of faint chaotic energy coiled around the mysterious man. It was this layer of chaotic energy that isolated him from everything, causing him to be independent of the heavens and the earth, and even the Heaven Dao was unable to notice him. Thus, he was able to pass through the last day's domain safely. Similarly, it was because of this layer of chaotic energy that no one was able to discern his origins. Huff huff, Feng Zichen stretched out his palm, and it seemed as if he'd grabbed the entire heavens and the earth. Peerless energy emanated from him, squeezed space, and completely restrained the mysterious man. Break. Feng Zichen exerted his strength in secret and was about to tear apart the disguise on the mysterious man. However, at this moment an unexpected event occurred. The black saber in the mysterious man's hand suddenly emanated dazzling brilliance, and then boundless energy surged out from within it and forcefully blasted Feng Zichen's restraints away. Who is it? With a command in his heart, Feng Zichen withdrew the Hongmeng Daozhong, and he froze the space here before carefully sizing up the surroundings. Swoosh. Right at the instant Feng Zichen withdrew the Hongmeng Daozhong, the black saber tore through the sky, and boundless saber might erupted as it slashed down fiercely at him. Clang. The Hongmeng Daozhong shook lightly, and then it directly moved horizontally before Feng Zichen and collided with the black saber. Bang. After one blow, the black saber was directly knocked away by the Hongmeng Daozhong and fell into the depths of the void. Suppress. At this moment, Feng Zichen shouted and manipulated the Hongmeng Daozhong into the depths of the void, completely suppressing the black saber. In the void, the mysterious man who suddenly appeared tried to retrieve the black saber, but under the suppression of the Hongmeng Daozhong, he could not recall it no matter what he did. For a moment he could not help but feel a little anxious. What a good trick! Accompanied by an embarrassed voice, another mysterious figure walked out of the void. However, his strength was undoubtedly a level higher than the mysterious man who was suppressed by Feng Zichen. He had already entered the level of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Chaos Demon God. You are the Chaos Demon God. I remember you. You were one of the 9 Chaos Demon Gods who fought against the incarnations of the sages. So, you are the one he is relying on? Feng Zichen glanced coldly at the mysterious man and said indifferently. Yes, it is me. With me here, you can't touch him. The Chaos Demon God took a step forward and said. What a joke. Do you think you can do it alone? With a disdainful laugh, Feng Zichen grabbed the Hongmeng Daozhong and was about to suppress the Chaos Demon God together with the mysterious man from before. What an arrogant junior. He is really arrogant. Since he alone is not enough, how about adding us? While they were talking, another 4 Chaos Demon Gods walked out of the void. Including the previous one, there were now 5 Chaos Demon Gods standing in front of Feng Zichen. In addition to the 4 Chaos Demon Gods in the boundless starry sky, the 9 primordial Chaos Demon Gods who fought against the incarnations of the sages had all appeared. They all attacked Feng Zichen at the same time. 1 against 9. 5 Chaos Demon Gods? They are indeed powerful. But not enough. Chapter 621. Under the Tree of World, Feng Zichen was facing the 5 Chaos Demon Gods at the primordial chaos level. Instead of showing any fear, he was unusually arrogant. He pointed at the Chaos Demon Gods with one hand and said that they were no match for him. He was extremely arrogant and did not take them seriously at all. It was as if he was not facing the 5 high and mighty Chaos Demon Gods, but 5 Tom, Dick, and Harry. When such arrogant words reached the ears of the 5 Chaos Demon Gods, they were so angry that they were speechless. I have been in the chaos for many years, but I have never seen such an arrogant junior like you. Kid, let me see what you can do. Let me see what gives you the confidence to look down on the 5 of us. After a long time, the Chaos Demon Gods finally calmed down. They were angry and directly attacked Feng Zichen. Rumble. With a thought from the Demon God of Chaos, heaven and earth changed accordingly. The great path appeared, the Dharma was faintly discernible, and endless visions appeared, evolving into all kinds of mysterious superpowers. They blasted toward Feng Zichen with overwhelming force. Boom. It was as if the sea of stars had exploded and the world had collapsed. Dazzling light burst out and almost drowned everything. Heaven and earth lost their color, and only a terrifying power swept across everything as if it was going to destroy the past, present, and future. Come on then. However, Feng Zichen was not afraid at all. Hongmeng Daozhong die. Feng Zichen grabbed the Hongmeng Daozhong and slammed it toward the superpowers that were coming toward him. Clang. The sound of the bell was faint and boundless. It was like the sound of the great path and contained supreme power. It had the ability to destroy all Dharma and superpowers. Rumble. Endless sound waves burst out and directly destroyed everything. In an instant, everything ceased to exist. Time, space, great path, and Dharma. At this moment, all of them lost their meaning. All that could be seen was the boundless aura of Hongmeng. Boom. The chi of Hongmeng surged and surged like a raging ocean. Boundless waves surged violently toward the 5 chaotic demon gods, attempting to drown them. Wherever the Hongmeng chi passed, the divine powers of the 5 chaotic demon gods were submerged, devoured, and became a part of the Hongmeng chi, making the Hongmeng chi even more powerful. Not good. It's Hongmeng's chi. Run. Seeing the ocean-like Hongmeng aura surging toward them in a more powerful manner after devouring their superpowers, the 5 chaos demon gods' expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they couldn't care less about their reputation. Before the aura of Hongmeng rushed over, they hurriedly hid in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The aura of Hongmeng was vast and mighty. It wreaked havoc in the void for a long time before it gradually subsided. As the aura of Hongmeng retreated, everything around them changed. The void was gone. Even the last day's domain that the heavenly Tao had specially set up to protect the Tree of World was completely assimilated by the surging aura of Hongmeng. After a long time, the Tree of World once again appeared in front of everyone in the primordial world. A huge divine tree stood between heaven and earth like a pillar of heaven and earth, holding up heaven and earth. Great and shocking. The sudden change completely alarmed the great divine powers and the chaos demon gods who were fighting on the other side. At this moment, they seemed to be shocked by the greatness of the Tree of World. They simultaneously stopped what they were doing and temporarily stopped fighting. The Tree of World? Is this your real goal? No wonder you guys were so crazy and reckless when you attacked. It turns out that your goal was to destroy the great desolate world. The great divine powers weren't fools. After seeing the Tree of World and thinking of the strange actions of the chaos demon gods, they naturally understood the other party's true intentions. What a good move. If His Majesty Ziwei hadn't been more skillful and ambushed under the Tree of World in advance, the primordial world would have been in danger today. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If Great Emperor Ziwei hadn't been there, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After figuring this out, the powerful divines began to have misgivings and stopped fighting with the chaos demonic god. Instead, they began to confront him. They couldn't fight anymore. If they were careless, the aftermath of the battle would exceed the limit that Panga's incarnation could withstand. Then, the primordial world would really be in danger. The great divine powers were worried about the primordial world and didn't want to continue fighting. As for the chaos demon gods, they were worried about the changes at the Tree of World and chose to wait and see. For a moment, both sides reached a strange consensus. They looked at the Tree of World together. Cough, cough, cough. Accompanied by a series of violent coughs, the 5 chaos demon gods crawled out of the void in tattered clothes. Their battered figures no longer had a trace of their previous arrogance. Junior, I have underestimated you. You have mastered the power of Hongmeng. How amazing. However, do you think you can defeat us like this? You should know that there are 5 of us. But you're alone. Are you really that confident to fight against 5 of us? Perhaps it was because he had been defeated by a junior and lost face, but the chaos demon god's words were inevitably tinged with shame and anger. However, in addition to shame and anger, there was also some greed in the chaos demon god's tone. That was the Qi of Hongmeng, the legendary power that was comparable to the power of the Great Path. If they could master it, then perhaps they would be able to rely on it to attain a realm comparable to Pangu or even surpass Pangu and attain an unprecedented realm of the Great Path. When they thought up to here, the chaos demon gods were excited to the point their bodies trembled, and their gazes towards Feng Zichen grew even more greedy. If it wasn't for them being afraid of his formidable strength, they would have probably pounced over directly and seized the Hongmeng Daozhong. Can you do it or not? Didn't all of you try it earlier? Your current attitude is the most powerful answer I can give you. Feng Zichen didn't take the threat of the chaos demon god seriously at all. The reason he dared to be so arrogant was naturally because he was extremely confident that he could easily suppress the 5 chaos demon gods. Especially since the last day's domain had vanished, Feng Zichen was even more confident. Feng Zichen's words almost infuriated the chaos demon gods, and they wished for nothing more than to tear Feng Zichen apart on the spot. However, they didn't dare attack rashly out of consideration for the Hongmeng Daozhong, and they could only forcefully suppress the flames of rage in their hearts. The aggrievance in their hearts was obvious. That aggrieved expression of wanting to attack yet not daring to attack could be said to be extremely brilliant. Very good. I hope you'll be able to maintain this arrogance in the future. In the end, the chaos demon god seemed to be unwilling to give up for the sake of saving face, and he spoke ruthlessly. Feng Zichen displayed extreme disdain towards this. The chaos demon god who was already furious was completely unable to suppress the flames of rage in his heart after being provoked by Feng Zichen. They'd broken through his defenses. Bastard. Kill. The chaos demon god was furious to the extreme, and he attacked with all his might towards Feng Zichen. Without a sound, a giant hand reached down. In an instant, the entire world turned dark because the hand was so huge that it covered the entire sky, squeezed the void, and covered the land where the Tree of World was located. The sect master attacked with one hand covering the sky. A large hand surrounded by chaotic demonic aura covered everything, turning day into night. It was boundless. He wanted to grab the tree of world and freeze time. The river of time trembled and stopped for him. Everything withered. The boundless starry sky was cold and silent. Everything trembled under this hand. Boom. The order of heaven and earth collapsed, and the rules dissipated. Only a black hand reached into this world and became the only one. Behind this large hand were 5 overbearing demonic shadows. Their bodies filled the entire sky, and they exuded a terrifying aura. Kill. The 5 of them shouted in unison and launched their strongest attack towards Feng Zichen together. Boom. In an instant, infinite laws appeared and filled the sky with boundless power. As if the sky was falling, they pressed down on Feng Zichen. Good timing. Feng Zichen was fearless. In the face of such a powerful attack, he still dared to face it head-on. At this moment he had invincible confidence. Even if he had the chance to interrupt the other party's magical power and prevent the attack from taking shape. But he didn't do so. Instead, he gave the other party enough time to form this unimaginable attack. Feng Zichen wanted to defeat the Chaos Fiend God in his strongest state to shatter their pride and confidence. And all of this confidence came from his trump card that was beyond imagination. Boom. When the Chaos Fiend God's magical power was fully formed, it pressed down on him. Feng Zichen moved. He punched out. The fist mark that illuminated the past, present, and future rose up, roaring and resplendent. There was a loud boom. His fist mark pierced through time and space and collided with the majestic hand of murderous aura. The next moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Immortals cried and demons howled. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared, shining in the primordial world and shaking the universe. Bang! After the ultimate move, heaven and earth froze for a moment. Then there was an earth-shattering fluctuation, and endless brilliance bloomed. The result was, the Chaos Fiend God was no match for Feng Zichen's power. The huge black hand of murderous aura was shattered by his fist mark and exploded in the void. The murderous aura of chaos fell from the void like rain. It was extremely shocking. Of course, the shock was not without a price. If the murderous aura of chaos fell into the primordial world, it would inevitably cause an extremely bad effect and give birth to all kinds of strange things. Clatter. At the critical moment, Feng Zichen's body suddenly emitted a brilliant brilliance. Mysterious ripples spread from his body and turned into a bright rain of light. It spread toward the primordial world and met the murderous aura of chaos. Sizzle. No one knew where the light rain came from. It seemed to be the nemesis of the murderous aura of chaos. As soon as it met, it cancelled each other out. Soon, the murderous aura of chaos disappeared under the light rain. However, the brilliance on Feng Zichen's body did not dim. Instead, it became brighter. At the same time, the ripples under his feet became more mysterious. Endless mysterious runes appeared and disappeared. Like the great Tao, they spread toward the Chaos Fiend God. Set off by the mysterious brilliance, Feng Zichen's figure became more and more ethereal. His whole body emitted a mysterious aura, as if he was the way of heaven. Rumble. The fist mark was bright and penetrated everything. After breaking the murderous aura hand, it hit the Chaos Fiend God. After the punch, bright divine blood splashed and fell into the primordial world, turning into a big river. With just one blow, the Chaos Fiend God was injured. Way of heaven. So, this is why you are so confident? The indelible way injury spread in his body, causing the aura of the Chaos Fiend God to weaken. At this time they finally understood why Feng Zichen was so arrogant. That was, way of heaven. With just Feng Zichen's strength he would definitely not be able to resist the 5 of them. However, with the way of heaven, even if 50 of them joined forces, they would not be a match for Feng Zichen. With the support of the way of heaven, Feng Zichen easily obtained the power to defeat the 5 of them. Ah, don't you think it's a little too late to understand now? Feng Zichen laughed and said. He did not know what these Chaos Fiend gods were thinking. They actually dared to touch the world tree at this time. How ridiculous. Back then, the demon ancestor Rahu dared to attack the world tree because the way of heaven was not in the primordial world. But now, with the retreat of the Chaos Fiend gods, the way of heaven had returned to the primordial world. Attacking the world tree at this time, was the way of heaven really a vegetarian? Previously, they might have been able to hide from the way of heaven's perception with various methods. However, with the disappearance of the last day's domain, How could the Way of Heaven not notice that there was a problem with the World Tree? It would definitely come here personally. At that time, under the gaze of the Way of Heaven, no matter how miraculous the concealment technique was, it would lose its effect. Earlier, Feng Zichen had utilized the Hongmeng Daozhong to destroy the last day's domain for the sake of drawing the attention of the Way of Heaven so that everyone would be completely exposed before the Way of Heaven. Just like that. On what basis could they be so arrogant? The facts were just as Feng Zichen had expected. After it saw the Chaos Fiend gods intend to destroy the World Tree, the Way of Heaven was extremely furious. It immediately used Feng Zichen to teach the Chaos Fiend gods a lesson. This was precisely the reason why Feng Zichen was able to defeat the 5 Chaos Fiend gods. The energy of the Way of Heaven really is formidable. As expected of a special existence that inherited a portion of the strength of us 3,000 Chaos Fiend gods. You've won this time. But next time you won't be so lucky. They were clearly aware that they had no chance of winning after the appearance of the Way of Heaven, so the Chaos Fiend gods didn't hesitate and immediately intended to leave. However, they'd finally encountered an opportunity to annihilate the Chaos Fiend gods with great difficulty, so how could Feng Zichen allow them to do as they wished? Suppress. With a command in his heart, Feng Zichen mobilized the energy of the Way of Heaven and intended to suppress the Chaos Fiend gods. Today, no matter what, he had to kill all of them and deal with a great calamity in the primordial world. However, the Chaos Fiend gods were obviously much smarter than he'd imagined. When they noticed that the situation was bad, the Chaos Fiend gods suddenly made a shocking move. Chapter 622. Pardon. At the same time, the 5 Chaos Demon gods were vaporized and turned into the purest origin of heaven and earth. Rumble. The mighty power of the Way of Heaven fell, but it encountered a power of the same origin as itself. For a moment, the mighty power of the Way of Heaven and Earth resonated with the origin of heaven and earth, rendering Feng Zichen's attack completely ineffective. The mighty power that suppressed everything fell, but it passed through the body of the Chaos Demon gods and did not cause any harm to them. Interesting. However, you are dreaming if you think you can escape from me with this. Feng Zichen was not discouraged by the failure of his attack. If the Chaos Demon gods could be dealt with so easily, they would not be the biggest threat in the untainted land. Refine. With a thought, Feng Zichen manipulated the power of the Way of Heaven and condensed a huge tripod cauldron in the void, absorbing the origin of heaven and earth that the 5 Chaos Demon gods had turned into. This was a supreme great magic power. The furnace of the Way of Heaven. Since the 5 Chaos Demon gods had the intention to turn into the origin of heaven and earth, how could Feng Zichen not fulfill their wish? Therefore he immediately used the supreme great magic power, the furnace of the Way of Heaven and earth, to envelop them and try to refine them to help them become a part of heaven and earth. Rumble. The furnace of the Way of Heaven rotated and boundless Tao fire rose. Yin and Yang were the firewood and the Dharma was the fire. They turned into boundless refining power and surged toward the origin of heaven and earth that the Chaos Demon gods had turned into in an attempt to refine them. Great magic power. But all of this ends here. In the furnace of the Way of Heaven, the 5 Chaos Demon gods were not afraid at all in the face of the refining power that was surging toward them. Instead, they were unusually relaxed. It was as if they were not in the furnace of the Way of Heaven, but some other sacred ground. What? Hearing this, Feng Zichen frowned, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Immediately he didn't dare to hesitate. He wanted to activate the power of the Way of the Heaven to the greatest extent so that he could refine all 5 Chaos Demon gods and completely cut off their vitality. However, before Feng Zichen could make a move, the origin of heaven and earth formed by the 5 Chaos Demon gods in the heavenly Tao furnace suddenly fused into one with the help of the refining power. Boom. In an instant, an extremely powerful aura erupted, shaking the universe and shattering the heavenly Tao furnace. At the same time, in the distant outer realm, in the most mysterious place, the will of chaos slowly awakened. Rumble. An extremely ancient and mighty power suddenly rose from the chaos and flew towards the untainted world at high speed. The chaos demonic god was summoning the chaos will. This was the most powerful life-saving means given to the chaos demon gods by the will of chaos. The more chaos demon gods there were, the stronger the power they could summon would be. If 3,000 chaos fiend celestials were to gather, they could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the great Tao. At this moment, in order to deal with Feng Zichen, the 5 Chaos Demon Gods joined forces and borrowed an extremely strong power from the Chaos Will. This power was strong enough to destroy everything. Of course, that was under normal circumstances. After all, this place was the untainted land and was protected by the great god Pangu. Any external power would be weakened by the great god Pangu after entering the untainted land. In other words, the power that the 5 Chaos Demon Gods borrowed from the Chaos Will might be strong enough at the beginning, but after entering the untainted land, it would be good if they could retain 1% of their power. However, the extreme sublimation of power in an instant was enough to catch Feng Zichen off guard and cause some flaws in his blockade. After the power of the Chaos Will descended, the strength of the 5 Chaos Demon Gods soared countless times in an instant. Rumble. Unparalleled power exploded, and the furnace of heavenly Tao shattered, revealing an indomitable figure. Violent power poured out of his body and swept everything, shattering all the means that Feng Zichen used to seal time and space. Go! Almost without hesitation, the 5 Chaos Demon Gods directly fled to the chaos beyond the sky after breaking Feng Zichen's blockade. Fight. It was impossible to fight. Because no matter what, they could not win. In the untainted land, the way of heaven represented invincibility. No one or anything could compete with the way of heaven. Even the Chaos Demon Gods were no exception. And it was because of this that the Chaos Demon Gods fled to the chaos beyond the sky without looking back after breaking Feng Zichen's blockade. The gap was too big. Even if they were supported by the power of the Chaos Will, it was still the same. Now, the reason why the Chaos Demon Gods could escape was that their strength had increased too quickly and did not give Feng Zichen any time to react. This gave them a chance to escape. If they delayed for a while and waited for Feng Zichen to react, it would be difficult for them to escape under the power of the way of heaven. Want to leave? Stay. After a moment of astonishment, Feng Zichen snapped out of his daze. Seeing that the Chaos Demon Celestial was about to escape, he couldn't care about anything else. He summoned the primordial Chaos Tao Bell and blasted it at the Chaos Demon Celestial. Dang, the melodious sound of the bell rang. It was like the funeral sound of ancient times. It set off purple waves. It destroyed all laws and destroyed everything. At this moment, under the activation of the power of the way of heaven, the power of Hongmeng Daozhong was fully displayed by Feng Zichen. In an instant, an endless amount of primordial qi appeared. At this moment, the entire world turned purple. Everything was drowned out and could no longer be seen. It was a vast expanse. When everything was over, Hongmeng Daozhong retracted the Hongmeng qi. The scene that appeared in front of him was shocking. Time, void, great Tao, law, everything no longer existed. It had completely turned into a state of nothingness. Of course, the traces of the Chaos Demon Gods had also disappeared without a trace. No one knew if they had escaped or if they had been swallowed by the Hongmeng qi. So powerful, even Feng Zichen was shocked by the scene in front of him. Since Hongmeng Daozhong had been promoted to a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, this was the first time he had fully activated his power. It was indeed shocking. It could be said to be ridiculously powerful. The space that had been drowned by the Hongmeng qi had completely turned into a state of nothingness. It could not even be repaired. One could see. After the Hongmeng qi disappeared, the power of heaven and earth tried to repair the broken void. However, something shocking happened. No matter how powerful the power of heaven and earth was, when it came into contact with the broken void, it would all be assimilated and turned into a state of nothingness. Hongmeng Daozhong's attack had almost caused permanent damage to the primordial world. It could not be healed. It was too powerful. But this is good as well. After he recovered from his initial shock, Feng Zichen spoke in a slightly relaxed manner. Even though Hongmeng Daozhong's attack had caused permanent damage to the primordial world, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, this was where the world tree resided. The space here had completely transformed into a state of nothingness, and it could be said to have provided a natural layer of defense for the world tree. Even the energy of heaven and earth would be assimilated by it, let alone experts with great divine abilities. Every single one of them would probably die. With such a force protecting the world tree, it was simply countless times stronger than the last day's domain. Even though it wasn't completely safe, it was probably very difficult for a situation like this to occur. With a plan in his heart, Feng Zichen stopped paying attention to the broken void, and he converged his attention onto Hongmeng Daozhong instead. As for the broken void, he allowed it to exist to deter those with ulterior motives. Tsk. This group of Chaos Fiend Celestials really fled quickly. Feng Zichen couldn't help but speak with slight disappointment as he glanced at the interior of Hongmeng Daozhong. There, a ball of quintessence of the heavens and the earth was floating there silently while emanating boundless profundity. It was the quintessence of the heavens and the earth that the 5 Chaos Fiend Celestials had transformed into. Unfortunately, it wasn't complete and it was only around half of it. Earlier, even though Feng Zichen's reaction was extremely swift, the Chaos Fiend Celestials had still taken the initiative in the end. So, when Feng Zichen made a move, he was half a step too late and he wasn't able to kill all of them. However, he wasn't completely without gains. Hongmeng Daozhong's attack had forcefully severed the bodies of the Chaos Fiend Celestials, and it had forcefully left behind half of their quintessence. In other words, even though the Chaos Fiend Celestials hadn't perished, their strength had been directly reduced by around half, and it would take an unknown amount of time and price to fully recover. It's not completely without gains. At the very least, this quintessence is enough for Hongmeng Daozhong to improve by a small step again. With a thought, Feng Zichen directly activated Hongmeng Daozhong to devour the quintessence of the heavens and the earth. Currently, Hongmeng Daozhong was only a lower-grade innate true treasure. Presumably, after devouring the quintessence of the heavens and the earth, it would definitely improve by another level and become a middle-grade innate true treasure. A mere lower-grade innate true treasure already had such powerful power. What would it be like when it was upgraded to a middle-grade innate true treasure? Feng Zichen was looking forward to it. At this very moment, don't you have anything to say? After putting away Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen suddenly spoke to the void beside him. Haha. As expected, I can't hide it from you. With a chuckle, a figure quietly emerged from the void. It was the mysterious man who wanted to destroy the Tree of World. Previously, although the Chaos Demon Celestial had come to save him, in fact, he had come to save the innate true treasure in his hands. Saving him was just a matter of convenience. However, as the situation deteriorated rapidly, the Chaos Demon Celestial could not even protect himself, let alone save him. Therefore, as the war broke out, the Chaos Demon Celestial could not care about the mysterious man at all. Logically speaking, without the protection of the Chaos Demon Celestial, the mysterious man should have died in the aftermath of the battle between Feng Zichen and the Chaos Demon Celestial. After all, a battle between Origin Immortals was far beyond the reach of a half-step Origin Immortal. However, he did not expect the mysterious man to use some unknown means to attach himself to the Tree of World. Therefore, not only did he survive the aftermath of the battle, but he also survived until the end. If not for the fact that Feng Zichen was the master of the Tree of World and had sufficient perception of him, he would have been fooled by him and escaped. However, the mysterious man was unlucky to have dared to play tricks on the Tree of World right under Feng Zichen's nose. Didn't he just run right into the muzzle of the gun? I really don't understand. Is the temptation of becoming a saint so great? How could it cause you to fall so low? You must know that with your talent, fellow Taoist, you'll be able to ascend to the supreme Origin Dao realm one day. Why do you have to commit such evil acts for the elusive position of a saint? Looking at the mysterious man in front of him, Feng Zichen lamented bitterly. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the mysterious man had not been possessed by the Chaos Demon Celestial. That was why Feng Zichen was puzzled. To be able to reach half-step Origin Immortal through hard work alone was proof of his great talent. At the very least, it would not be difficult for him to become a Chaos Daluo Jingxian. Then what was the reason for such a promising figure to be willing to risk universal condemnation and work with the Chaos Demon Celestial to destroy the primordial world for the sake of a position restricted by the heavenly Tao? Wouldn't it be great to be an unrestrained Chaos Daluo Jingxian? Ah, what do you know, fellow Taoist? It's not difficult for the poor way to reach Origin Immortal, but what about the realms above that? There are 12 levels of Origin Immortal, and each level is like ascending to the heavens. If she only relies on hard work, I'm afraid the poor way will never reach the peak of Origin Immortal in her lifetime, let alone the infinite Tao realm. That's why the poor way needs a position of saint. As long as she becomes a saint, with the help of the heavenly Tao, the poor way will have a chance to set foot in the infinite Tao realm and the more mysterious realms above it, let alone the peak of Origin Immortal. Do you understand now, fellow Taoist? The mysterious man seemed to have thought of the future prospects and spoke with some fervor. Hearing this, Feng Zichen was a little speechless. What this person said might not be unreasonable. Although becoming a saint had all kinds of inconveniences, there were more benefits. Just as the mysterious man had said, with the help of the heavenly Tao, it was easier for a saint to reach a higher realm than a primordial Daluo Jingxian. If not for this, How could the three pure ones and the others be willing to become saints and be manipulated by the heavenly Tao? Obviously. That was because the benefits of becoming a saint were far greater than the price he had to pay. But this was not the reason why he betrayed the primordial world. If it was for strength, if he could betray the primordial world, then this world was not far from destruction. Therefore, this person's actions could not be tolerated. Moreover, this person thought, wasn't it a little too much? Now, he had not even reached primordial chaos and he was already thinking about higher realms. Wasn't he thinking too much? The most taboo thing about cultivation was to bite off more than one could chew. This person must have been fooled by the chaos demon god. Otherwise, why would he think so much for no reason? He had endured hundreds of millions of years of bitter cultivation, and now he suddenly betrayed the primordial world. Feng Zichen did not believe that no one had instigated it. But these were not important anymore. No matter what the reason was, since he dared to betray the primordial world, there was no reason for him to continue existing. Chapter 623. Fellow Taoist, now that things have come to this, let me reveal your true face. As he spoke, Feng Zichen stretched out his hand and grabbed the mysterious man. He was about to break his disguise and completely erase his existence. However, seeing that Feng Zichen's magical power was about to reach him, the mysterious man suddenly smiled strangely. Then his body collapsed. Like smoke, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the world. Haha. Fellow Taoist Ziwei, you have won this round, but the contest between us is not over yet. Next time, I hope you are still so confident. The wisps of smoke dissipated, and there was no trace of the mysterious man. Only the faint sound of Tao kept echoing in the air, as a trace of the mysterious man's existence. Self-Taoification? You are quite decisive. However, do you think I can't find you like this? How ridiculous. Although Feng Zichen was a little shocked by the disappearance of the mysterious man, he was not too surprised. As a great magician in the ancient times, how could he be suppressed so easily? He must have countless trump cards. Taoification. It meant returning to heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, a living creature who chose to Taoification must have completely fallen. However, the mysterious man chose to Taoification at this moment. Of course, his purpose was not to commit suicide, but to escape from Feng Zichen and hide his identity to facilitate his future plans. Unlike the Chaos Fiend God, the mysterious man was a native of the Untainted Land. He had lived in the Untainted Land for countless years and had even heard about the Tao in the Purple Cloud Palace. Over the endless years, he had hidden countless secret moves and trump cards. And these trump cards and secret moves were enough to ensure that after his death, he could return to the Untainted Land as quickly as possible. Of course, there was no perfect magical power in the world. Perhaps someone could block his resurrection. Therefore, in order to prevent accidents from happening, after being suppressed by Feng Zichen, he saw that there was no hope of escaping, so he directly killed himself and Taoified between heaven and earth. In this way, even if he died in his own hands, he would not have to worry about accidents. In terms of effect, this method was indeed very good. At the very least, Feng Zichen had no ability to stop the mysterious man from Taoifying. How rich was the mysterious man's source energy? He chose to Taoification and return his origin to heaven and earth. Heaven and earth could not be more happy, so how could it refuse? At this time, if someone dared to interfere with the process of the mysterious man's Taoification, they would be against heaven and earth. The outcome one could imagine. It was because of this that Feng Zichen would not forcibly interrupt the mysterious man's human transformation. The price of forming karma with the world was too great. From a certain point of view, this kind of escape method could be said to be unsolvable. This was using one's own origin to buy one's life back then. When Feng Zichen was sealed by Donghuang Tai, he had used this technique to transform the heavens and the earth and escaped from the seal. Until today. That had long that. He didn't expect that there would be someone who used his methods back then to escape from his hands. Fate was truly making fools of people. However, although this method could be said to be unsolvable, the price to pay for using this method was beyond imagination. One had to die once and completely disperse all of one's innate origin. This was using hundreds of millions of years of bitter cultivation in exchange for a chance to escape. In the past, after Feng Zichen Taoified, if it were not for the 4 imperial thrones, he would not know how long it would take for him to fully recover his strength. In other words, although the mysterious man had escaped from Feng Zichen, his strength was bound to drop to the freezing point. It would be wrong to be able to maintain the combat strength of Daluo Jingxian. Now was the best time to kill him. Just a few golden immortals of the great overarching heaven could completely destroy his life force. As for not knowing the identity of the mysterious man and his whereabouts, how could he kill him? There was no need to worry about this. The mysterious man's movements were very fast. He did not give Feng Zichen a chance to tear apart his disguise. However, from the moment he used a special method to possess the World Tree, he had exposed too much information. With the ability of the World Tree, if one wanted to possess his body and not be rejected by him, the person who possessed him must have unimaginable achievements in the wood element. After all, the World Tree was the leader of the primordial spiritual roots, it was the most supreme existence in the innate wood element. If one wanted to not be rejected by him, apart from having an innate spiritual root, one could only have unimaginable achievements in the innate wood element. One of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, and one had unimaginable achievements in the innate wood element. More importantly, this person had just died. Even if he was resurrected in time, his strength would drop greatly. With these three conditions added together, there were not many people in the primordial world who met them. In this way, wouldn't the range be narrowed down? After all, there were only 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. Among these 3,000 people, it might be a little difficult for Feng Zichen to find a powerful person who had just died and was good at the innate wood element. However, for Zhen Yuanzi, the great void Taoist, the Kunping Patriarch, and the others, these powerful people of the Purple Cloud Palace, it was an extremely easy task. At most, it would take some energy. They had all heard of the Purple Cloud Palace. They saw each other all the time. Who didn't know each other? Even someone like the Nether River Patriarch, who was a loner, was remembered, let alone other people. As long as these powerful people took action, they would find the mysterious man even if he was hiding in the chaos beyond the sky. As long as he had existed, there would definitely be traces left. By following these traces, they would be able to locate the traces of the mysterious man. As for whether those powerful people would be willing to help, of course they would. If the mysterious man was just purely an enemy of the human race, the powerful people would most likely stand by and watch. They might even be happy to see it happen. However, he should never have thought of destroying the primordial world. This was to become an enemy of the entire primordial world. At this moment, no one in the entire primordial world could tolerate him, let alone save him. Even his former friends would turn against him and become one of the people who hunted him down. The traitor was destined to die without a burial place. This matter has to be done as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer it drags on, the more variables there will be. Who knows, I might really give that person a chance to escape. The mysterious man was so confident in his self-immolation. Obviously he was fully prepared. He was confident that he could be resurrected in an extremely short period of time and quickly pass the period of weakness. Therefore this matter could not be delayed. It was best to find out his true identity before he was resurrected so as to completely cut off his hope of resurrection. With a thought, Feng Zichen was about to head to the battlefield in the depths of the void to meet up with those powerful people. However, just as he was about to move, he suddenly remembered something. He stopped in his tracks and looked at the void around the World Tree that had completely turned into nothingness. I still have to deal with this place. Otherwise, if someone accidentally trespasses into this place, it will be troublesome. Looking around, Feng Zichen thought to himself. The power of nothingness was still too powerful, and it could not distinguish between friend and foe. If someone accidentally stepped into it, his ending would definitely be extremely miserable. For this, Feng Zichen still had to make a good arrangement to isolate this place from the outside world. If someone still barged into this place, then the other party's purpose was worth pondering. Thinking about it, he would not be wronged. Still. With a thought, Feng Zichen raised the Hongmeng Daozhong. Dang, in an instant, the sound of a bell rang. The aura of Hongmeng covered the sky and earth and turned into a huge purple net, completely enveloping this place and completely isolating it from the outside world. He believed that with this net formed by the aura of Hongmeng, as long as the other party did not insist on entering the vicinity of the World Tree, he would definitely not be able to pass through the purple net. That's good. Let's go. Putting away the Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen transformed into a purple aura of Hongmeng and carefully passed through the bounded domain of nothingness to leave this place. Under the power of nothingness, there was no time or space in this place, which eliminated the possibility of someone breaking through the air and arriving here. Similarly, if one wanted to leave this place, the ordinary method was also different. Because this place did not exist in the first place. Since it did not exist, how could one leave? Only the aura of Hongmeng had the power to create something out of nothing and could freely travel through this place. Just as Feng Zichen was traveling through the bounded domain of nothingness, the other two battlefields also changed. First was the boundless starry sky. After seeing that the 5 Chaos Demon Gods were defeated, the 4 Chaos Demon Gods who were fighting with God Pangu directly withdrew and left. The Pangu celestial being did not stop them. They were not the original bodies of the Chaos Demon Gods, so there was no point in them staying. Instead, they would force the other party to fight to the death and bring great damage to the boundless starry sky. Therefore, Feng Zichen allowed them to leave. On the other side, around the main battlefield of the human clan, seeing that their plan had failed, the Chaos Demon Gods did not have the heart to fight with the great mediums, so they all fled to outer space. Regarding this, the great divine ability masters were naturally very unwilling in their hearts. But they had no other choice. The strength of the two sides was not much different. If one side wanted to escape, the other side would definitely not be able to stop it. Fellow Taoists, please come to the heavenly court for a chat. I have something important to discuss with you. Just as everyone was hesitating, Feng Zichen's voice suddenly came from outer space and fell into their ears. Let's go. Knowing that Feng Zichen summoned them at this time, there must be something big happening. Everyone did not hesitate and rushed to the heavenly court. As the two sides left one after another, Xian Yuan's side and Qi Yu's side looked at the devastation on the ground and were speechless for a while. After so many things had happened, Xian Yuan and Qi Yu did not want to continue fighting at this moment. They withdrew their troops and went back to stabilize the people's hearts. But both sides understood that after this, the next battle might be the final battle. In the heavenly court, after Feng Zichen told everyone about the mysterious person, he directly left and returned to Ziwei Star. What happened after that? Without Feng Zichen's arrangement, those great mediums naturally knew what to do. Fellow Taoists, since that person has the idea of destroying the untainted world, it can be seen that he is no longer of the same mind as us. He is no longer our fellow Taoists. So, now is not the time to be merciful. I think all of you know what to do. After Feng Zichen left, Zhen Yuanzi said to everyone bitterly. Among the people present, his cultivation might not be the strongest, but in terms of merit and contribution to the untainted world, there was no doubt that Zhen Yuanzi was the highest. Therefore, he was qualified to occupy the main position. In fact, that was the case. These words were obviously more suitable for Zhen Yuanzi to say than for Feng Zichen. It was precisely because he understood this that Feng Zichen left directly after he finished speaking. After all, no matter what, that mysterious person was once their fellow Taoist and fellow Taoist. They closed the door to discuss how to clean up the sect. That was their own business. Feng Zichen was an outsider and it was really not appropriate for him to interfere. All the races have been caught. The internal strife of the human race should come to an end. On Ziwei Star, Feng Zichen silently watched the changes of the human race. In his eyes, this internal strife of the human race was like a huge storm. It had completely involved all the races and they could not escape. The fish had been caught. Of course, it was time to reap the harvest. Ao Shui, ask the girl to go to the Gaochen Heavenly Palace and take the Emperor Sword that is stored in the Heavenly Emperor Palace and give it to Xian Yuan. In the starry sky, Feng Zichen transmitted his voice to Ao Shui. With Qi Yu's strength and the help of the witch race, if Feng Zichen did not increase the stakes for Xian Yuan, he would definitely not be able to defeat Qi Yu. No matter how declining the witch race was, they were still the witch race. Their strength was far beyond imagination. Moreover, had the witch race really declined? One had to know. What was the use of the 6 paths of reincarnation? With this treasure, it meant that the witch race had infinite possibilities. Those great witches who had fallen in the battle between the witch race and the demon race would eventually return one by one. Therefore, with the help of the witch race, Xian Yuan alone would definitely not be able to defeat Qi Yu. Therefore, at this moment, it was up to Feng Zichen to make a move. The Emperor Sword that he asked the girl to go to the Gaochen Heavenly Palace to retrieve for Xian Yuan was none other than the witch-killing sword that Di Jun had refined with the flesh and blood of countless humans. After the witch race calamity, this sword, along with the Heavenly Cycle Star banner, fell into the hands of Feng Zichen. The achievement of this sword could be said to have created the blood and tears of the human race. Therefore, this sword carried the thick resentment that came from the bodies of the innocent humans who had died tragically. In order to eliminate the resentment of this sword, Feng Zichen placed it in the Heavenly Emperor Palace and baptized it with the willpower of the human race day and night. Finally, it was forged into a supreme divine sword that protected the human race. This sword had no name. It was its duty to protect the human race. Therefore, this sword's killing power was unparalleled. The best protection was to kill. Killing all the enemies would naturally give one the greatest security. The witch-killing sword. It was one of the strongest postnatal supreme treasures. After being baptized by the willpower of the human race, it had undoubtedly become stronger. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.